everybody sees me walking. I'm walking. Look.
I'm walking.
This plane isn't moving. It's not moving.
I mean, isn't that just kind of what it looks like to have a plane? I don't know.
But it sounds like it's moving. Alright, everybody sees me walking. I'm walking.
What do you guys think?
Look.
It's a glitch.
This
It's just in a headwind. Wouldn't that be like really bad for the plane though? Doesn't that lead to a stall?
It's not moving. But it sounds like it's moving.
It's more perspective.
Right, everybody sees me walking. I'm walking.
Like it's still moving, it just doesn't look like it.
This plane isn't moving. It's not moving.
Like it still looks like everything else.
But it sounds like it's moving.
Like I think it is.
Alright, everybody sees me walking. I'm walking.
Everyone sees me walking.
Look.
Found my friend's car, so I'm going to scare him.
Is this the same TikTok?
Alright, everybody
Found my friend's car, so I'm going to scare him.
So they're gonna jump out of the back of the car. That's fucking so fucking stupid. That is probably one of the most dangerous pranks I've ever heard of, but this is definitely not real, so.
Found my friend's
It's
car,
just
so I'm
fucking
going.
so fake. Nope.
Yo.
It's gonna be spiders. See how long we can last here.
Just watch this.
Isn't it? Future in hand.
This is more my speed.
430 abandoned flats, and there is something in the window.
Yo, I heard a TikTok voice the other day too. That was fucking hilarious. It's like an old man, Johnny Cash voice or something like that.
Yo.
Like a text-to-speech voice.
Who's the light?
Yo.
Yo. Yo.
Haunting facts.
Just watch this.
So what the fuck happened? There was someone in the window.
Who's the light? Yo.
Looked like E.T. kind of.
The fuck is that?
The fuck is that?
When you're drunk, Uncle dressed up.
So apparently, our daughter Kaliska went to put her
I've seen
shoe
that
on today,
video a bunch of times. It's stupid.
and it didn't feel right.
Yeah, there's a bug in there. TikTok is so fucking unhinged. What? It's like it's Looney Tunes or something. Maybe TikTok is the Looney Tunes of the new
Eli,
generation.
check it out. Eli, check it out.
Oh, it's his boo.
Eli.
I saw this one earlier and I was like, I have no idea what the fuck is happening. Is it like the Royals are robots? Like that kind of thing? Man finds secret tunnel. Wow, I'm heading in. This looks like some Disney World shit. Like you go behind the ride and they open this up and that's actually like where the power is to like run the roller coaster or something like that. That thing is pretty cute. Hollywood really demonized bats. I mean, did Hollywood do that, or did like you know, just bats being bats do that? It was Hollywood's fault. It's Chuck E. Cheese, isn't it? What was her name? Chicky or something like that? Yo, look at the pizza guy in the back. When I was a kid, I always thought that that was a Mario ripoff. The pizza making guy, you can barely see him here, but he was kind of creepy.
You're my friend now.
Oh, I hate that.
My money don't jiggle jiggle, it falls. I like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure. It makes me want to dribble dribble, you know, riding in.
Bro, we've all seen that happen before, right? Like, has anyone not lived in a shitty apartment with really cheap, like, counters that make your kitchen things float around when it's a little wet? Come on, man. We don't all have marble. Dude, what the fuck are you doing? This is Mild High Club, isn't it? No? I guess it's just kind of a common chord progression, but it does kind of remind me of Mild High Club. Pretty sure that is. It's just like a remix, like different sound. Also, that looks like you're dying if you're on there. Like you're just gonna get tetanus once that thing pops. I hate that sound.
Hey. Here. Come on. Come on.
Yo, it's talking.
Come on. Good boy.
It's clearly.
Hey.
What's up?
Here.
It just has
Come
the
on.
same voice as him.
Come on. Come on. Good boy.
Also, do you see that in the background? Look like there's like a bear. No.
Hey.
I think it's just this thing I saw.
Here. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Yo, I can't believe they ripped off Game of Thrones. Yeah, that's awesome. This is Blumhouse Films' entire fucking sound folder. Sound effects folder. I think I can make 7 Insidious movies based off this sound. I'll give you $8 billion. Okay, it sounds like it could be in like Zelda or something.
You're not welcome here.
It's just like dog sees thing in room.
In the moonlight, my honey, I know.
Isn't that just the idea for Toy Story? Is it really scary?
In the moonlight, my honey, I know.
Like they're supposed to be alive.
In the moonlight, my honey, I know. In the moonlight, my honey.
Nope, I'm good with that. I don't like the like whole like these bugs are scary kind of just like being a haunted fact. What? I don't think anyone could run upstairs like that, really. Like, they look like they're carpeted, don't they?
Back when we caught a whole S-ghost on camera.
Speaking of insidious sounds. I don't know, who is that? Is there someone else in the fucking room with you? Cats fighting. I saw a video today of people, of this dude, this huge dude jumping off the roof of a, like, patio above a water slide. And he just went, like, 80 feet into the air. Why is the Exorcist song playing? What is it showing? Like, pay close attention. Person grabbing onto her? Oh, the feet. I see what you're saying. Like a small unconscious child. This lady just fucking steamrolled him in the fucking... I hate behind the scenes.
Yes, I know that I am high right now, but
Exorcist, I've
look
seen
at
so
this
many
lady.
times.
She's hitting a tennis ball against
People
absolutely no
really
service,
love
just
the
bouncing
glitch in the
back to her.
Matrix
Like,
shit.
look at it.
It's like one of the most
How's it doing
popular
that?
categories.
Yes, I know that I am high right now, but look at this lady. She's hitting a tennis ball against absolutely no surface, and it's just bouncing back to her. Like, look at it.
God.
How is it doing that? Yes, I know that I am high right now, but look at this lady. She's hitting a tennis
I didn't
ball
even realize at
against
the beginning she said,
absolutely
yes, I
no
know I'm
surface, and
high
it's
right
just
now.
bouncing back to her. Like, look at it. How is it doing that?
How is it doing that?
Yes, I know that I am high right now, but look at this lady. She's hitting a tennis ball against
You would miss
absolutely
that
no
if you weren't
surface,
paying
and it's just
attention.
bouncing back to her. Like, look at it. How is it doing that?
Yeah, anything prefaced with, listen, I know I'm high
Yes,
right
I know
now.
that I am high right
Usually
now,
you
but
can,
look at this lady.
you
She's
can
hitting a
ignore
tennis
that.
ball against absolutely no surface, and it's just bouncing back to her. Like, look at it. How is it doing that? Yes.
Also,
I know
yeah,
that I
isn't
am
that how
high
you,
right
like,
now, but
practice
look at this
tennis?
lady. She's hitting a tennis ball against absolutely
Or
no
something like
surface,
that,
and
like
it's
you
just
want it to
bouncing
come
back
back
to her. Like, look at
naturally,
it.
like
How is it doing
elasticity
that?
or something like that, like something's attached to it.
Yes, I know that I am high right now, but look at this lady. She's hitting a tennis ball against absolutely no surface, and it's just bouncing back to her. Like, look at it.
Like a fucking
How is it doing that?
T-ball attached to like a T or whatever.
Yes, I know that I am.
I'm literally over here, like I'm bro, I'm terrified.
The fucking curse of the hotel safe.
I'm terrified. I'm tipsy. I just came back from the hotel bar. This is scaring the fuck out of me, and I was reading a scary book.
Dude, imagine getting a call from someone like scared of the fucking safe in their hotel room. Oh, it's fucking awesome.
Fuck. Like, no joke. I was just reading a horror novel.
Dude, this is so
and I
fucking bad.
drank and came back.
It's just a compilation of zooted people freaking out.
I'm terrified. They're going to take it out of my
You just
room.
stumbled upon the whole secret to TikTok. Let's
I'm
capitalize
literally
on
over
how
here, like
high and
I'm
drunk everyone is.
Bro, I'm terrified. I'm terrified. I'm tipsy.
show
I just came
everyone
back
the
from the
mirror.
hotel bar. This is scaring the fuck out of me, and I was reading a scary book. Like, no
So
joke.
fucking
I was just
bad.
reading a horror novel. And I
Hey, little buddy. Come to me. Hello.
Oh, I hate horseshoe crabs so much. I'm afraid someone's gonna like hurt some animal or something like that. Sensitive content. What does that mean for TikTok, dude? Can that happen? Some people may find this video to be disturbing. It's just like fucking dead body or something.
No, 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 no.
Yeah, that was real. I hate that fucking audio.
Babysitting, and I just found the creepiest.
Isn't she? This is the chick from fucking the safe, isn't it?
Look
Wow, she has a lot of weird things happen to her.
What is that? Oh my god.
Oh.
No, but what is it? It's so creepy. It's freaking me out. Is this real hair? Oh my god. And look.
Is it real?
Guys, I just came in to make dinner. And look.
It's so fucking dumb.
Another one.
It's
Oh
so
my
fucking
God.
stupid.
It's a boy this time. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Why would you
Are they
put that-
Australian
Why
or?
would anyone have this in their house? Honestly, it's the creepiest thing I've ever seen. Oh my god, it has another bell. Oh my god. Guys, guess who I am?
What the fuck, dude? How long is this? Oh yeah, they made it so these could be like 10 minutes long, didn't they? It seems like you don't really like just stumble upon one that's that long now.
Literally turned itself off by itself, and then the lights started going.
They must have known how many times we watched the other one.
Okay, wait for it, 'cause there's
It's just an
literally
English
a
accent.
second ago.
You know how when you put the
Max?
switch in the middle and the light just starts freaking out like that?
Better not be out of bed. Okay, I think I'm just gonna get him and go because it's really freaking me out.
Maybe we're gonna see a resurgence of like really shitty horror movies because of like something like TikTok.
Look at this. What is that? Oh my god.
Because the bar will just be so low.
What is it? It's so creepy.
All right, I'm gonna play. I want to play some Final Fantasy for a little while. You TikTok I haven't seen yet. I think. Let's check it out. Not working. There we go. Down for Urbex or stealth camping? Yeah, you know, unfortunately, I guess Steve Wallace's wife passed away the other day. And it puts like such a damper on the videos for me, like putting any of them on. It's like so sad. I don't even really want to go too much into it, but they like just had their 5th wedding anniversary. It's super sad. He's such a cool dude. They just hit 1 million fucking subs on the channel and stuff. She was like in the last video, like talking. I don't know. It's just such a fucking sad situation. It's so fucked. I don't even want to think about it because it makes me feel so shitty. Oh, the sound's
Before
muted.
I continue the details of this building, I want to explain a little about the history of the Freemasons. In the early years of Freemasonry,
I guess it's a Freemason place? I thought he already went to this one.
Could achieve was a 33rd degree Mason. Only the powerful elite were accepted into this secret fraternal order.
Didn't he already
In
do
the
this?
late 1800s,
I guess not.
as an exclusive invitation-only organization, Freemasonry united men of elite high-ranking status to conduct secret meetings and perform strange unknown rituals, many of which were sacrificial, that originated from the Knights Templar era. The Knights Templar was founded in 1118.
Of course, the
They were
Knights
a large
Templar.
organization of devout Christians from the medieval era. The order was created to
Every
protect
new
all
video
people
is the scariest
traveling to
video
the Holy
ever.
Land, while also carrying out military operations.
What is this from? The hell?
In the early 1900s, Freemasonry was extremely prevalent in
Some
Cleveland,
Warhammer
Ohio,
shit.
due to a large amount of the rich elite that once lived here.
It's like an
Many of the
escalating
Freemasons were
series of
businessmen or
scarier
philanthropists,
videos.
one of which being
Each
John D.
Cydio,
Rockefeller, an industrial magnate, made his fortune being the founder of the Standard Oil industry. He has one of the wealthiest dynasties to ever exist. Sometime before his death,
Yeah,
he
Illuminati
wrote a
are pretty
Masonic
fucking
creed
boring.
That stated,
That looks like
keep their lives short.
What's his
and
name? The
their
Hobbit.
minds weak, while pretending to do the opposite. He wrote this creed, referring to the lower class citizens. In May 1917, Astar Lodge number 639 held their first meeting in this temple.
Martin Freeman. That's what that guy looked like. Like an
The
old
formal
Martin Freeman.
constitution and consecration took place on November 1st, 1917. The Freemasons would use this temple to conduct their
Yeah, the
meetings
Freemasons
over
are like a
the next few years,
psyop.
until finally
secret
leaving this temple in 1969.
Organization psyop to like make people
This
think it's not
place
as bad
has
as it
been
is.
abandoned for over 50 years. This amazing architecture. will
The real
never be
motherfuckers are deep
It's
underground.
really sad to see it
Let's
in
face
such
it.
bad condition.
In the center of the earth.
As time passes, this 106-year-old decaying structure will just be another forgotten memory of the past.
I swear to God, he's already been here before. Hasn't he?
As I explore this historic temple,
I could have sworn he already did this one. Maybe not. How many Masonic temples are there in Ohio? Also, the fact that all the Masonic temples are all like run down and abandoned now, mostly, is like kind of funny. It's like obviously they're not fucking balling out if this is what becomes of their lodge, unless it's part of the psyop. Yeah, how can it be free if they're charging membership fees, huh? Someone asked what games I've been playing. I've been playing Stone Shard all day. I think I want to play that a little later on, too. I'm really having a lot of fun with it. It's fucking punishing, though. Secret shadow organization that can't upkeep their own buildings. All I can think of is Venture Brothers, honestly, every time we talk about secret organizations now. What a goddamn good show. What is that, a rope?
places just like I remember.
The Shriners. Aren't they the ones that actually like do some good though? This absent. Did you figure out the prologue? I did. I finished it on stream, I think, didn't I? Yeah. It was tough, but it was fun. The prologue's actually like easy compared to the game itself. Earlier, I was doing a quest, and I forgot that I only had 4 days to do this dungeon, and I, like, was muling equipment back from the dungeon to the town to sell. And while I was in the middle of doing that, I forgot I was on a timer, and the fucking dungeon closed. I was like, fuck. Yeah, zoom in on that P. There's lemonade, obviously. Homebrewed. And I lost all my fucking items. I was like, God damn it. Like, I picked the guy that charged the crossbow, so I had the crossbow muled in, like, a shelf there. And then it got collapsed on, and I was like, well, there goes all my equipment. Yeah, don't Shriners have the funny hats, and then they drive little cars in parades? March of Dimes, right? Isn't that what they, like, usually are raising money for? Seem like jolly fellows. Yeah, my grandma was a, they have female counterparts to Masonic temples, and, they're called, I think they're called the Eastern Star. organization of the Eastern Stars. It's all like women. It's like a Masonic parallel to it, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know much about it. She was all about that shit, though.
Like the whole ground. Like when you walk, you can feel it just giving in.
Like the Order of the Eastern Stars. You know,
Scared the hell out of me. I thought it was in the building.
I thought it sounded badass when I was a kid, though. I was like, oh, my grandma's a fucking wizard. Turns out it was not the case. She was just a grumpy Greek lady.
I bet this place was beautiful a long time ago.
I could have sworn he's already explored this place, but I guess not. Yeah, maybe it was another channel. Shriners are Freemasons, are a weird branch of Freemasons. Yeah, it's just like a social club, really, is what I kind of gathered. They like do, it's like old people, it's like, you know how a lot of towns have like Eagles Club, the Lions Club, the Elks, stuff like that?
Stinks in here.
It's kind of like the same thing as that now. It's basically from before the internet. It's old Reddit. I don't know how that would actually be an allegory at all. Yeah, it's a regional thing too, exactly. And then they got the water buffaloes in some places. Yabba dabba doo. I like talking to you. Fuck Urbex? Come on, bro.
Who wrote that?
Did he set this up? Why would he do that? Who would just write that? I don't understand. That just seems so specific. Go piss girl. What the fuck?
Alright. Nothing down there. It's a pretty shelf. At least it used to be.
That was a pretty shelf. Good vibes. Excuse me, does that say rare duck?
Here's the top floor.
Isn't that a fucking Vinny meme? Or it was charismatic duck, wasn't it? Why does rare duck sound familiar?
Leads to the
Yeah,
roof,
definitely go up
but
there.
obviously I'm not about to get up there. Maybe another day.
Yeah, what the fuck? Why wouldn't he go up there with a baby? No, I'm just kidding.
Somebody was up here burning.
Burning.
What the fuck? Something touched me. I swear to God. I swear to God. I feel like something just touched my back.
Dude, his videos were better, I think, when they weren't
I don't know
like
if it was my book bag flopped.
stuff like
my
this,
back or
but
what.
whatever. It's still cool. I do
It scared
enjoy.
the fuck out of me. I swear.
It just
to
seems like there's
God.
always like some. He always is pushing the scary stuff now.
And there's no water drips. Yo, that scared the shit.
What is that
out of
face in
me.
the wall?
Okay. Let me calm down.
I guess that is kind of what pulls probably a lot of views though for him.
Fuck.
Audio go up.
This is a dead end. Like an animal's nest.
Ew. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna click on the video that implies something spooky happens on it in an Urbex. But that's not true for everybody. I think some people just want to watch, but like, look at something like The Proper People. Their channel is insanely popular. They rarely do stuff like that.
Alright, let's keep going.
I'm gonna bag up for a second.
So damn loud.
It looks like all lead paint and shit. It's all like peeling off. These doors are pretty solid though. Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, you'd be fucked, dude. You'd be have to get like 50 tetanus shots if you fell in there. If you survived. I don't know. It was only like 20 feet. Depends how good your bones are.
Fucking door just closed.
But I wouldn't want to fall. And yeah, what if it was like spikes or something down there? You could just fall and stab yourself on it. It was just his camera. He was loading his camera. It's Tarkov now. I just think that this is what he does for a lot of his videos. Like, this is all... It does not come off real to me when he gets into a situation like this. I just don't think he's very good at acting. I think his legit stuff is more interesting.
That could not have been the wind. What the fuck? Alright, let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I haven't seen that many times, but... It is Cleveland. Cleveland Steamers and such. As they were called.
Dude, this place is crazy.
That's a snail.
Check in here real quick, and then I'm gonna head out. This floor doesn't look like you can walk on it either. Just want to get a quick little...
Organ? Ugh. Yeah, that thing is fucking destroyed. Holy shit. Fireworks?
I still cannot believe that door slams like that. Scared the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Must have been near 4th of July. Then again, people just light fireworks off all the fucking time, I guess. Depending on where you live. Nah, that was definitely fireworks. Fireworks are louder than guns, actually. Well, I guess it depends. Or it really depends on the gun.
was like over a year ago.
Let's say Morbin. No. No, it doesn't. A gun that shoots a firework. It's true. Best of both worlds, I guess.
Like memories. Creepy memories.
What Call of Duty game was it where you're in World War II? Like 3 of them? That you shoot grenades out of a rifle? I guess it's in Dave Defeat too. What's that called? Like the grenade that gets propelled from a rifle. Just a rifle grenade. The noob tube.
People vandalized the resting spot of a dog. It did not look like that the first time I was here.
Oh, okay. He has been here before. I remember that. Remember that skeleton.
Back up there and check that room. I just store.
I don't know. This one has not been that crazy to me.
What the hell?
We'll watch some fireworks. I knew it was familiar, though.
Alright, let's keep going. That's really weird.
I've already been to this place. Yeah, I legit thought it was like someone else who had been there again. Robbing the blood bank? The fuck?
Jack was a career criminal. He made a small fortune for himself, committing different crimes over the years, and he was very good at going undetected. He was never caught for any crime he committed. If he wrote a book about how he did it, it would be a bestseller with criminals. Jack lived in a mansion in the
yes, the
Hamptons,
criminal
and
demographic.
used to love to chill out by the swimming pool.
The
with a
often
cocktail and
eluded
enjoy the high
criminal
life
demographic.
his crime allowed him. He loved to think of the saying, crime pays, and he added to it, especially when you're a smooth criminal like himself. He felt like going for a road trip one day, so decided to take a trip across the country. He felt like going on a journey with no destination.
Decided to
just
one day.
drive and enjoy the scenery. So that's exactly what he did. He drove and drove, stopping at motels now and then, and there were times he drove from daytime all through the night. He snorted lots of cocaine to stay awake. He ended up in this small town,
Yeah,
which
assassin
only
rapper is
seemed
getting
to have
crazy.
a diner, bank, post office, and another handful of shops.
That guy just snorted
He
like a
decided
gram of
the
coke.
bank was an easy target, so made up his mind he was going to rob it. When he was in the room in the motel,
Yo,
he
Airborne
saw a
Dink.
flyer that said,
Thank you for the 18
"Give
months, man.
blood to the blood
Appreciate
bank. Call 1-800 blood bank now." He
1-800
thought
blood
back to
bank.
when he was younger, before his life of crime. One of the ways he made money was give blood, and he would get payment for his blood.
He does
He'd
this. This
realized
is like the second or third story where a character is like giving plasma or blood to like finance everything they do. I don't think it works exactly like that, does it?
it was a very good thing to do, helping people. When he finally entered the bank wearing a mask,
What?
he held the gun to the girl behind the counter and shouted, "Hold up your hands and give me the money." The girl got a fright and held up her hands in panic. After a few minutes,
Is that money?
the girl passed over loads of
$50
money in
every
bags,
2 weeks. Yeah, so
and
like
Jack
it's a
left the
supplement
bank
to your income
and
at best.
jumped in his car.
If that.
He decided to not bother go back to the diner. It wasn't
more like you're
worth
doing it
the
'cause
risk
it's
of getting
helping
caught,
people, I assume,
so he
right?
just drove out of town. But before he could even get halfway down the road, he saw a very strange sight. There were lots
Oh, I
of
think I
pale
remember this
women in black dresses in a line all across the road. He stopped the car. He got out and shouted, "What the hell is this?
What the
I'm
hell
trying
is
to
this?"
drive on the road." One of the women pointed towards him and said, "You must have seen the flyer, which said give blood to the blood bank.
The ice girls,
That is
get
a
it?
sort of cryptic message to our coven.
Right? 'Cause
You see, we are witches, and we have a witch's coven, and that bank is where we fund our coven. And you have taken all our money, so it's not a case of you giving blood. It's a case of us spilling your blood." With that, all the women walked towards Jack, and with knives started cutting into him until his blood poured out of his lifeless body.
Why didn't he, like, run away?
Which lay dead on the ground.
I would actually get a poster of this, I think.
Thanks for watching
back
the
tattoo?
Assassin Rapper, and if you want to stay up to date
back
on
tattoo
new
of that
content,
scene?
then please subscribe and be sure to
It's
hit
like the
the
Last
bell
Supper.
to be notified on new content.
I think we've seen this one recently.
Me and my husband were driving one night. I remember it well, as it was snowing heavily. We were driving through the snow, and it seemed to be getting heavier and heavier. I remember my husband saying, "Hey sweetie, this snow
This is how
getting
Silent Hill
heavier and
started.
heavier." With that, suddenly there was a screech, and
Harry,
the
no!
car skidded on black ice. The car toppled over, but luckily we both survived. We didn't even have to be hospitalized.
How sick would that be if
Later,
Assassin
I
Rapper
was
did like a
looking
Silent
through
Hill
getaway breaks, and I thought it a
like
good idea
retelling?
to me and my husband leave our town for a week and go to stay in a cabin in the woods out in Utah. We drove there in a new car that my husband bought because he needed a car to drive to work.
And it's like Gordon
2
Ramsay,
miles from
Harry
where we
Mason.
live. We were driving out to the woods for what seemed like days, but in reality was only hours. When we got there, we were in awe of how beautiful the cabin looked, with the trees surrounding it.
Just
It
the
was
most
just a
basic fucking
beautiful
house
sight.
ever.
My husband stopped.
You can like see
the
through it
car
in some
and
spots.
turned off the engine. When we got out, he said, "Did you hear that?" I said, "No. What is it?" He smiled and he said, "Absolutely beautiful silence." That night we had decided to go for a walk in the woods. My husband heard it first. There were footsteps behind us, but when we turned around, there was nothing. We walked on, then suddenly I heard it this time. When we turned around, there was a person dressed in black, wearing a hoodie. I screamed, and my husband said, "What the hell are you following us for?"
This is like the most
There was a
stigmatized
man's
character that he
voice.
has.
Let's play a game
in his
called
repertoire.
The Hunt. It's kind of like a game of hide and seek on steroids, or maybe hide and seek on acid. I will give you a head start of 10 seconds to get the hell out of here, and after that I'm coming after ye with my gun, and I'm going to shoot ye both dead. We didn't bother ask any
At least he was
questions,
polite.
and just ran and ran as fast as we could. As we were running down the road, I was counting down the seconds, and exactly when I reached 10, I heard running behind us. Suddenly there was a shot, and I fell to the ground in pain. Then the man shouted, "This is no fun. Ye can at least make it a little hard for me. I'll tell ye what, I will give the bitch 60 seconds to recover.
Damn, dude. Whoa.
And
Whoa.
after that, I'm coming to hunt ye down and shoot ye dead." My husband shouted at him, "Get away, you crazy bastard." The man shouted back, "Is it a wise idea to really waste time like that?"
What if they just like stopped and like yelled at him for calling her a bitch?
My husband.
Just like stopped the whole skit.
We were just down the road a little bit when my husband screamed as a bullet hit him right in the back of his leg. He buckled down in the ground in pain. The bullet had hit the back of his kneecap. I was screaming as the man walked right up to my husband. Then the man put the gun right to my head and said to my husband, "Would you like me to kill your wife?" Blood was pouring from my shoulder where I was shot. The man said to me,
"Oh, it was your knee.
You have something to tell your husband,
her shoulder.
don't you? Something about the crash." I said to my husband, "I was pregnant." Then the man said, "Okay, tell him the real story." Then I turned to my husband and said, "Those bullets that were shot at us, well, I got shot by a red paint bullet, and you got shot with a real bullet. That's why I didn't feel pain getting shot, even though, of course, you thought I did. But you felt the pain. But that pain you're feeling isn't half as bad as when I lost my baby in the car you crashed." The man pointed the gun at my husband and said, "My baby you killed." And he shot my husband in his head.
Okay. Yeah, that was seriously like a alternate Silent Hill. The Stairs. Oh, have you guys seen that documentary about the stairs?
Michael and his mom, Jane, were visiting their friend Mary, who they didn't see for years. Michael found it very nice visiting her again, since they were out of the country for years, but her home was just how he remembered it. Mary lived with her son Jack. Michael and Jane were chatting to Mary for about a half an hour when Mary dropped a bombshell. She said to Michael and Jane, "This isn't my house anymore, you know." Jane asked, what did she mean?
We're just in someone else's house?
Mary kept talking. "This isn't my house anymore. There are people living upstairs. They come back after work at about midnight. I'm in bed by the time they're back. I never see them. There was a big stairs in the house, but there were only one room on each side." Jane said, "But what room do they live in? You only had 2 rooms upstairs." Mary said, "They're all in one room." Michael and his mom, Jane, thought either 2 things: that Mary was playing a trick on them, or was simply confused. They spoke for a while longer while drinking coffee. After a while, Mary showed Jane her garden. She was admiring her flowers. There were beautiful, colourful flowers all over her garden. While Michael's mom and Mary were admiring the garden, his curiosity got the better of him, and he walked upstairs. He opened the door that was Jack's bedroom, and luckily he wasn't there. But it was just like he remembered it. There was a basketball and baseball bat resting up against the wall. He froze when he heard a noise. He couldn't place what it was, but he went to open the door to the only other room upstairs.
The other room?
He froze when he saw in the far side of the room a cage with 2 men and 2 women inside. He quickly rang the police, and within 10 minutes, the police arrived. He was lucky he remembered the local police station's number. Michael was delighted to have saved the people kept captive. He found it strange that the policeman was talking privately with Mary. He listened outside the door to see could he hear what he was saying.
Yeah, I think he was just
and
backing
shiver
up.
ran up his spine when he heard the cop say to Mary, "Mary, I know you get confused and talk about all different things, but how many times do I have to tell you that you can't speak about those people upstairs?" The other cop was on the phone, and I could hear, "Jack, how in the hell are we meant to protect you running a people trafficking operation when your mother keeps telling people that there are people living in the house?" Michael froze, wondering what to do. When the two policemen came back into the room, he acted like he didn't notice anything. His mom Jane didn't even have the chance to be told by Michael what was happening. Thankfully, Michael and Jane were able to leave the house, and as soon as he did, he explained to his mom. Suddenly, he smelled smoke and could see it was coming out of the windows.
Oh, we saw this
Mary
one.
was outside her house shouting, "Why are ye leaving so early? I am just about to make ye some dinner." Michael had guessed Mary had left food on burning, which caused a fire. But what a great time she did cause a fire.
Why are his
as he
glasses
rang
just
the
like not
firefighters
done?
right away and explained
They're just
what
like
he
sitting
saw
on his face.
upstairs. Thanks for watching The Assassin Rapper, and if you want to stay up to date on new content,
Just
then
glued
please
on.
subscribe.
You're just born like that. I guess it happens. It do be happening like that.
Too much.
Too much. No, not do bombs. How about something else? You're too massive. Too massive. I guess we never watched this one. Could watch that slapped ham. I think there was one other video I had somewhere. No, maybe not. Oh yeah, did you guys see this game that's coming out? Hold on. This looks sick. It's coming out on the Switch. It's like $30. It looks like she's like the dumbest shovelware. Yo. Steam and Switch. I mean, I would if it wasn't $30, I would get it. I just thought it looked funny. It just looked like all like I don't know, like Java Christmas games from like 15 years ago. I guess that's the tradition. Oh, you know what's sick? I just watched the other day. This is random. Fucking massive whales, mate. I just like watching videos about whales sometimes. I don't know why. How big that one is. It's fucking crazy. I would like to be in the water and like see something like this someday. I think that'd be fucking insane. Look at that one. Are you fucking kidding me? The frame that like cuts to that video in is like, it looks like it's like a sea monster. Like you could totally see why all those stories actually got passed around. It's sound too. Holy shit. I don't know if that's like just the whale, I guess. That's insane that it's like the sonar or whatever.
She's awake. Woo! Yes. Fuck. And I didn't bring my top, right?
Like they're scary, but they're also fucking cool as hell. The water looks cold. Look at that, dude. All the fucking birds flying in. Such a cool scene. That guy's face. Holy shit. That'd be so cool to be like in a group like that. Like that, that's fucking crazy. Just huge ass whale chilling underwater there. Like a fucking cat picture or something. That's insane. That's a little spooky out. It's just like a giant one emerging from the deep. Like, oh, I got the fuck away from this thing. So it's just like sleeping. That's fucking crazy. You know, the like plants and plankton shit just like growing off their mouth. They're just fucking crazy. They're just like passed out. That one kid is just like, wow! Yeah, they hit boats, I think, sometimes, definitely. That's what they do when they sleep sometimes. Maybe not. Just chilling. Eyes are insane. The hottest viral videos uploaded daily.
One SEC audio is all fucked up.
Whoa. I didn't think that was programmed. All right. I have a few others, maybe. Just going through my history. I thought I had a couple things I wanted to check out. Nothing that's very good for stream, honestly. Has anyone played this Arcade Paradise game? You know what I'm talking about? Oh, I went back too far. I don't want to give it a shot, but I haven't played it. Should we watch one of Sakurai's videos? Yeah, let's watch. So Sakurai has a channel. Watch the Kirby video.
この企画コンセプトのカテゴリーでは、私自身がディレクターをしてきたゲームのコンセプトも順番にお話ししていきたいと思います。せっかくですからね。制作背景や企画に対して考えたあらゆることを披露するというより、芯となる部分だけをシンプルにお伝えしようかなと。本来語り尽くせないところをざっくり1話にまとめます。短くまとめるなりにも他と比べて少しボリュームが大きくなりそうですが、ご了承ください。
I like old Kirby a lot.
今回は最初の星のカービィについて、私がディレクターをした初めてのソフトです。
I love the old Kirby. He's so cool.
最初の企画書を書いたのは19歳の時でした。
Yeah, it does feel like a
他のソフトの制作を手伝った後、遅れて開発を進めることに。
I guess it's just a style, though.
今ほどリスクとリターンについてしっかりと考えていたわけではないのですが、なんとなく敵を利用するのは楽しいと思っていました。なぜこれが楽しかったのかについては、このチャンネルで解説していきますが、リスクとリターンがあり表裏一体になっているからです。
kind of remember
なお
watching someone play
ロック
that.
マンは倒したボス敵の武器を使いますが、これは敵を利用するというよりはクリア後に武器が増えるというニュアンスに近いので少し違います。星のカービィの企画の場合、その場にいる敵をより簡単な方法で利用することができないかと考えました。最初は舌で絡め取るような仕様を考え、最終的には吸い込み吐き出しというアクションに仕立てています。舌で絡め取るというとヨッシーを思い出しますが、企画段階ではまだ登場していませんでした。もう一つの特徴、カービィが飛行できるのは体力性のゲームにおいて落ちるとワンミスになるのは重いと考えたからです。敵に触れるのと崖から落ちるのと比較してもそんなに悪いことをしていないにもかかわらず、多くのアクションゲームでは体力性でも
I still have never gotten farther than like 3 levels in
そ
Ninja
こで
Gaiden.
ワンミスであることはそのままにしましたが、飛行することでパスできるようにしました。同時に敵もパスできるけど、ゲームボーイの画面はまあ狭いことだし簡単になっても良いかなと。吸い込みも飛行もゲームをより簡単にリスクを減らせるという方向性で考えているということになります。
It's hard to say anything because I'm just trying to read it.
つまりゲームは面白くなくなっていく可能性があるわけですが、
Oh, fuck.
実際初代カービィはゲーム初心者に向けた調整をしています。これは開発中もそれで良いのかと何度も言われましたが、いいのだとして私は推し進めました。私がゲーム業界に入ろうとしていた頃、あるいは制作中はファミコン末期でした。ファミコンゲームには初期はともかく全体的にかなり難しい作品が多かったです。その背景の一つに決して潤沢ではないロム容量がありました。ロムに入るゲームが小さいから難易度などはある程度上げないとすぐにクリアしてしまう。何千円あるいは万円というお金を払うにもかかわらずです。同じ戦闘を何度も遊ばせる RPG などと異なり、アクションゲームは製品寿命の作り方に難がありました。だからといって理不尽な難しさを良しとしていたのでは、ゲーム初心者が入ってこられるきっかけがありません。カービィの役割の一つとしてゲーム初心者をゲームの世界に導くということを考えたわけです。クリアで製品が終わってしまうというお話をしましたが、例えばアーケードゲームなどはクリアできたとしても意外とそこでは終わりにならないのですよね。楽しければ何度だって遊んでいました。初代カービィは比較的簡単だけど、手にした方は何度となく遊んでくれたことと思います。ゲームボーイのアクションゲームの中では手触り感もだいぶ良い方だったと思いますしね。なお最初からサウンドテストが入っています。ステージ開始タイミングがイントロに合わせてぴったりと合っているようなところとか、
Was that actually Arcade Paradise?
クリアダンスなど音楽については当時からこだわりが見られます。結果的に初代星のカービィはカービィシリーズの中でもトップの売り上げです。少なくともこの当時初心者用という位置づけで作ったことは非常に良かったのではないかなと思います。以上です。次の企画コンセプトのカテゴリーは星のカービィ夢の泉の物語のお話。作った順にご紹介していきます。
Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, check out his channel. It's pretty cool. He's put out like 4 or 5 videos in the time that he announced it the other day. Which kind of reminds me that Kojima's doing the Spotify podcast too. I wonder how that's going to be. I especially wonder like what the like translation is going to be like, who's reading it and stuff. But that'll be neat. I don't know if it's just like a limited thing or what. I think there's a slapped ham video I didn't see.
So sit back, relax, and enjoy.
This next eerie piece of footage was uploaded to Reddit by user RegularJoe500. It's a clip taken from their home security system facing their carport. Take
Not so regular now, Joe.
Stir on Reddit.
What? Just a horse wandering around? The horse fucking locked up, man.
As you can see, out of nowhere, a white horse appears. It trots from right to left.
Just Gandalf wandering by. Yo, faux daddy.
At first, this might seem fairly
Thank you for the 15 months, dude. What's
However, the
going on?
Redditor says that a horse died in the pastures next to his house just a few years ago. And when this footage was captured, there were no animals whatsoever in the paddock. They also noted that the horse that died was black, yet the horse we see here is clearly white. While this could simply be a real-life white horse, it just seems strange that it would trot by in the
Is it weird if you live out in the woods, like near farms, that horses would be walking by? I don't know. Is it really that
When
crazy?
the OP saw the footage, they double-checked the property and there were no animals either in the paddock or anywhere nearby. They even looked for hoof prints but found no evidence of anything walking through the yard. Considering that a horse did recently die in the nearby
can't really
pastures,
tell, like,
many
the...
commenters speculated they were actually seeing its spirit caught on camera.
Oh, come on, man.
So what do you make
I was
of this
wondering how we were
eerie
going to get
headline?
there.
Share your theories with the community in the comment section down below. This next video was uploaded to TikTok by user Monique Hernandez. The clip is taken from a home security camera positioned at the front of the TikToker's house.
It's like a weird... I guess it's just like the Ring... They always use like a fisheye kind of lens, right? For like a CCTV Ring or whatever the fuck. Whatever camera they're using to record, because it looks like it's like bending, right? Everything's kind of like...
Viewers for an
better
explanation,
FOV.
posing the question, is this a ghost caught on my Ring camera? Take a look at what's been captured.
Do any of you guys use a Ring? I've never lived anywhere where I've had one, but I'm thinking about getting one. Do you like it? The houses I've been
reads,
at,
"Why
like
can
my
we see the
friends
truck
that have
through
them,
it?"
they do seem
Which is
useful.
a
It's kind of
valid
cool.
question. If we
I like
watch it
feeling
again,
like I
zoomed
live in like
and
a
slowed
fort like
down,
that.
You can indeed see details of the
Like I can
truck
look
as the figure
outside
goes
without
by.
anyone seeing me look out the window.
Furthermore, it almost looks like the figure appears out of thin air at the beginning of the clip. A
It's
lot
just
of
like a
strange
hard drive,
sightings captured
weird
by
little
home
corruption
security
thing, isn't
cameras
it?
can be explained by poor compression rates and low resolution. However, this sighting seems rather odd. The visuals are quite crisp, making it even stranger that you
Yeah,
can
it's
see
like
through the
corruption.
person.
It's like bad footage. Like fucking 2 megapixels. Also, they're not doing anything. Even if it was a ghost
Whatever
or
the case
goblin.
may be, the
Who fucking
sighting was
cares?
enough
They're
to
minding their
freak
own
viewers
business.
out
What
on
else can you ask
TikTok.
for?
Some people called it a ghost,
Literally
a
just
shadow
walking
figure,
by.
and even a time
Not
traveler was
arguably not even
suggested.
probably on your property. They're on the sidewalk.
Unfortunately, this short clip is all we have to go by, so for now, unless further info comes to hand, this bizarre sighting will have to remain a complete mystery.
Like what, you can't just fucking walk down the street anymore? Pretty sure you could just like stand on the sidewalk and like, record whatever the fuck you want.
For quite a while now, we've been covering the alleged haunting of Diego Spickers.
That ghost has rights,
For over
man.
a year, Diego's been claiming that his apartment is occupied by the spirit of a little girl, an entity that appears to have a
Okay.
worrying fascination with Diego's own daughter. Here's a taste of some of the latest sightings happening inside the apartment.
Just
Take a
like his
look.
kids.
Amy?
What? Come on, bro.
Watching that again, we can see a hand
What?
banging the back of the open door. However, when Diego moves the door, there's nothing there.
Oh my god.
In this next clip, Diego has set up an experiment to try and catch some more paranormal activity on camera. Watch what happens.
Are you trying to catch the ghost of Chris Farley?
As you can see, finger marks seem to appear in the flour on the floor. Then, in this final clip, something even more chilling is captured.
How his kids look like they want nothing to do with this. Leave them alone. It looks like a gamer couch too.
Breaking this one down, you can see a face
Diego,
of a
your
young
children
girl
are
in
not
great look and
possessed.
see
Please stop.
every amateur paranormal enthusiast.
It did. Did you see that couch? It looked like it was made by like DX Racers.
What happens if they actually do? During a tour of the allegedly haunted Hillview Manor in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, YouTuber SCWC and her husband may have experienced a little more than they bargained for. During the tour of the former mental institution, the Redditor claims that their husband felt uneasy, as if someone was touching his arms. There were also certain areas of the building that he refused to return to.
No one's touched my
Later,
arm
they
in
explored with a
13
small
years.
group. At first, nothing unusual happened, and they were starting to get disappointed.
So I knew it was a ghost. Yeah, we got a dimly
just as they
lit.
were preparing to
Yeah,
head
we've
to
seen
another
this
area,
exact
one
clip
member of the
before.
group knelt to charge their phone. Take a look at what happened
I've
next.
seen. Remember this lady freaking out on the left. Oh no, it wasn't the lady. I guess it was
They
the
were
guy
up against
falling
hearing
over her.
mysterious footsteps so intense that the walls around them shook. Security footage from the hallway shows all four of them simultaneously reacting with
Probably just like a
intense
quick.
fear, even though there's
Look
no
what I saw.
indication of what could be frightening them.
Laziness.
The experience spooked the
Kinda
couple
thing,
so
I guess.
much that they left the tour early. However, before they did, they were sure to remind the spirits that they had no permission
I had this
to follow
exact
them
be real.
home.
Like an iPhone 3.
Hopefully, whatever spooked them so intensely listened to them.
Like the original iPhone.
This next video shows another creepy encounter that takes place in a cave. It was sent to our Slapped Ham Facebook group by Marie-Louise Montero. She says that her father, a cameraman for a TV channel in Aruba, inadvertently captured the footage while filming an interview with a man who had just stayed in the cave for 100 days in order to
Why?
break a world record.
Oh.
According to Montero, her father didn't even notice anything strange until he reviewed the video sometime later.
Yeah, the one guy just freaking out and falling over. Spiders George.
As you can see, there is a mysterious figure present in the upper level of the cave.
Is there?
It's only visible for a brief second as it seems to dart behind the wall in an
Hold
effort
the
to
fucking
avoid the
iPad
camera.
still.
The figure appears to be wearing a green top or jacket. But apart from that, there's no other distinguishable features. The poster notes that in the video, the crew is speaking their local language.
Oh, there's like a track and there's like an old mine.
She says that they're actually
Yeah, I
talking
didn't
about
see
how many
anything.
people have died in this very cave. So what do you think this mysterious figure could be? A homeless person who lives in the cave, perhaps? Or is there a more paranormal
Well, wasn't he just in the cave for 100 days and there's someone else in the cave living
Share
with him and
your
he didn't know
theories
it?
with the rest of the
Come on.
community in the comment section down below. Home security cameras are designed to make you feel safer in your own home, but what if they capture something that you would rather have not seen? Shortly after
Something
moving into their
chilling.
new place, Redditor Emily Sings 3 found that their security camera had snapped several chilling images. According to their post, they received a notification that motion had been detected inside their house at 1:32 a.m.
That hand looks weird.
As they were still awake, they decided to check their device. Take a look at what they saw. The Redditor says that they live alone and didn't hear any sounds at the time the photos were captured. They also said that in the days prior, they had felt a strange presence around, so
This
they
picture
felt
is
uneasy.
nothing.
Several viewers have suggested that the camera might have actually captured evidence of a break-in. They suggested that the OP search any crawl spaces or hidden areas in the home just to make sure that there's no one lurking. However, the poster doesn't seem to think it's an intruder. They're convinced that their house is haunted. Regardless of what the figure is, spotting something like this on your home security camera would likely terrify most people, especially if you've just moved in. So what would you do in this situation? Call the police or call a priest? Let me know in the comment section down below.
What if he was like, or a beast? Be like, what?
Donnie Drunkard is a well-known paranormal YouTuber. His channel showcases the
Sounds
supposed
trustworthy.
supernatural happenings that take place around his home. This clip is from a live stream that played out in real time right in front of the eyes of Donnie Drunkard's audience.
The priest police.
Near the beginning of the stream, Drunkard
The
notes
fuck?
that he feels as though there's some sort of presence in the hallway.
Earlier, there's a shadow figure, Brad. That
I don't know if it's the 12 fucking beers I crushed earlier or not, but
Crazy. There's presence in the hallway.
Soon after, the program on his computer picks up evidence of a humanoid shape in the darkness. Watch.
trying to figure out who that is on the wall, but I think it's just like his friends. Look like celebrity pictures there, right? What is this? I hate these things. This is like the dumbest form of paranormal research ever. I hate it so much. It looks like someone's making a Nintendo 64 game. I just fucking can't do it, man.
During the live stream, several keen-eyed viewers alerted the YouTuber to some strange occurrences. One in particular, Callie Morrison, provided a playback showing a possible paranormal entity. If you take a good look down the hallway, you can actually see a shadowy figure moving around.
It looks so stupid.
The blood of Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, Donnie. I mean, it's funny, but it's so ridiculous that
When the
someone's
footage
like,
is
yeah,
brightened
that's
up,
proof of
the
a
figure's
ghost.
presence becomes even more apparent.
Mocap on the ghost. I hope someone makes a video game of all like ghost mocap like that, and they're just like
Donnie Drunkard really is living in a haunted house.
T-posing and
Love
shit.
to hear your theories on this in the comment section down below.
The blood of Jesus Christ.
He's here. Like I said, I felt like somebody is out there in the hallway.
Yeah, this video is like 4 frames a second.
This last video on our list was uploaded to the YouTube channel Hunting the Dead. In it, the investigator
Video
visits
had
an
like
allegedly
drunk
haunted
fucking
house
goggles
in the
on
middle of
while
the
we were
day.
watching it. Oh wow, that guy looks very fucking scared.
Now we're just gonna do a little quick walkthrough, guys, and I can tell you, as soon as I came in here, I started feeling energies.
The creepy activity begins early. As he initially explores the rooms, he inadvertently captures
And then I
something
realized the
shaped on
disco
camera.
ball was still plugged in.
I really miss this. Pretty simple here. We just have a nice little paranormal potty, but we do have.
I love the
mirrors,
alliteration. Yo, I like a
and we
mirror
do
like that.
ask for the spirits to come.
Dude,
through.
honestly, the first time I went over someone's house and they had a mirror like this, I think I was 16 and I was stoned, and I like looked at the mirror for like an hour because you could pull out the sides and you're like, whoa. You could like see parts of your face you could never see before. Fucking crazy. Get a mirror like that. They're cool.
mirrors, and we do ask for the spirits to come through and communicate.
It's quite subtle, but just as the investigator enters the bathroom, a shadowy figure can be seen in the mirror.
Pretty simple here. We just have a nice little paranormal potty.
Next, he takes out an EVP device in an attempt to communicate with any spirits that may be nearby.
But you basically can speak to me.
I love the apps.
Will you do that?
I actually should do a segment where we download all the ghost hunting apps and just like look at them. I did that once like 3 years ago, but there weren't that many that like worked on like knocks and shit. I bet you there's so many more
as the
now.
investigator approaches the kitchen, a voice can be heard saying what sounds like it stinks.
The voice of the critic?
What's that sound? Did you do that?
It stinks.
Who was
What was the critic's name? Jay Sherman?
A few seconds later, another crash echoes through the house.
Come on, give me a sign. Show me where you're at. Dude. What the Somebody's grabbed my ankle. No way. Shut that door, dude.
Doug Walker. It's the original Doug Walker.
He continues the exploration of the property and soon asks the alleged spirit if it can make another noise besides tapping.
Okay, that was in that room. Can you do something other than tap? Can you make a scratch or something?
A few seconds later, the spirit seems to oblige as a mysterious sound is heard in another room.
The spirit box? Yeah, the spirit box is pretty stupid. But it's funny. It stops on dumb like
The
words
investigator
and
runs towards the source. Then, as
sounds
he
and
enters a
stuff.
storage closet, he hears what he describes as a growling sound. Take a listen and let me know what you think.
Also, it's like the middle of the day. It's like broad daylight. Nothing is scary at like noon, really, unless it's kind of dark out to me. Like, I like watching scary stuff during the day, but you gotta admit, it does not hit right if it's like fucking bright-ass sun beaming into your house.
Finally, the investigator asks if the supposed spirit has any messages it wants to pass on. A voice seems to reply, "Help."
Listen to me. I'm giving you a platform where a lot of people will be hearing you. Is there anybody that you didn't get to give a message to before you died?
It's the radio.
If there truly is some sort of
He's just
paranormal
using, like,
entity
a
trapped
hand
in this
radio.
house, it doesn't sound as though it's at peace.
My
Hopefully
spirit
the
box
next
is not
person who
working.
entered the property is able to remain safe while spending time there.
Dude, I just seen it.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Ghost just fucking knocks the wind out of him.
In this video,
That guy did
TikTok
sound like he
user
was like
Chase the Bass
hyperventilating
shares
like
some
4
security
different
footage
times.
from inside his parents' home, showing what he believes to be a ghost. In a separate clip, he mentions that he was initially hesitant to upload the footage because he didn't think people would believe it.
Jesus
My
Christ.
parents have security cameras in their living room, and a few months ago they caught a ghost on camera.
In the security
It's a
footage,
dope
we
shirt.
can see that the lights are on. Then, just after they click off, something eerie happens. Take a
I think the best example of a funny spirit box is in Unsolved BuzzFeed with Apple Tater or whatever. Apple Tater.
A figure walks from one side of the room to the other.
It's like how fucking dumb
It's
it was.
pale and seems to be somewhat transparent. The footage has left some wondering if the house has a tragic past. Unfortunately, the uploader doesn't elaborate. So what do you think's been captured here? Does it really show a ghost? Or is the camera somehow distorting the details of a regular person? Let me know your theories on this one in the comments section down below.
Camera fucking browning the fuck out.
In this clip, uploaded to the YouTube channel Caçadores de Sombra, the Brazilian-based ghost hunters conduct a terrifying exploration of what appears to be an abandoned town.
You gotta give
At
it
the
to
beginning of the video,
Slap
the team
Hand's
explains
pronunciation.
That this area has a tragic past. A child was supposedly playing nearby when they
That's
fell
pretty
into
good.
a well. They
Think.
were
I
eventually
don't know.
rescued, however, sadly passed away soon after. After the boy's death, people began to report strange occurrences.
He's
in
a
the
very
house he used to
eloquent
live
man.
in. Creepy things also started happening
speak
to
good.
others who lived in the area, and soon the spook locals began to move away. The team began their investigation by entering one of the houses. It's run down and water leaks in from the rain that's pouring down outside.
Que da bell.
The explorers continue to move from house to house, searching the empty buildings. Then, as they look around one house in particular, they
Yeah,
hear
it's
a
a
sudden
ghost
knocking
using...
sound, as if someone's banging on one of the walls.
It's basically like a ransom letter from a ghost, is the idea of a spirit box. Except no one's being held
The
ransom.
origin of the noise, which leads them into one of the
Think of a ghost
rooms.
cutting out a letter in a magazine
There,
and
they
using
shine
it
a
to talk
light
to you.
on
That's like the
something
idea
unsettling.
of a spirit box, kind of, with sounds.
There appears to be a child-sized figure watching them through one of the windows. They run out into the night, but the figure seems to have completely vanished.
It's basically the same idea of like a Ouija board. There's always been stuff like this. Like using,
A curious squatter who
being
was
like,
keeping
all right,
cautious
well, if you're a
eye on
ghost,
the
use this to
things
talk.
that
And then
explore the
like,
area. Unfortunately, it seems that
shenanigans
the figure's identity
ensue.
will have to remain a mystery, at least for the time being. Our next video, uploaded to YouTube by UrbexMX,
The Ouija
documents a
gun.
possible ghost sighting that took
That's my
place
new
in a
game
cemetery
coming out.
near Culiacan, the largest city in Sinaloa, Mexico. The video starts with footage of the cemetery at nighttime. As the team carefully weave through the tombstones,
Oh, they all have
likely
guns? I
no
didn't even see
idea
that.
What's in store for them? Less than 20 minutes in, they think they hear a faint cry in the distance.
I mean, I guess it depends on where they are.
Seconds later, the cameraman spots something eerie.
Ew, I like garbage. I think Mexican cemeteries are sick, dude. Like, everyone just packs up to go eat lunch at grandma's grave. I think that's
Easy
awesome.
to tell the cameraman is
That's why it's all like
distressed after
this.
what he saw.
People can go hang out.
The group moves in for a closer inspection. They search the area for the figure, but it seems to have completely vanished.
Yeah. Leaves make sense, I guess.
Soon, the team approaches a grave.
But yeah,
and discovers a
I think that means
doll
that people
inside.
are way more often at the graveyards, like hanging out. Like that's like the whole idea. Whoa, the fuck.
In fact, you may have seen this very same
That's like a
doll
whole
featured
different
in one of our
atmosphere.
previous videos. Here's the footage we showed last time when YouTuber Lalo Escalante encountered this very doll in the same grave. Take a look.
Okay.
After encountering the creepy doll in the Urbex MX exploration, one of the team members thinks he sees something moving up ahead. They search the darkness with their lights. Suddenly, something darts out from behind one of the graves. It moves so fast that if you blink, you might just miss it.
No.
Could it just be an ordinary shadow? Or is it something paranormal? It seems that this particular cemetery is a popular destination for ghost hunters, and if the events seen in this video are to be believed, it's with good cause. Could this overcrowded cemetery be one of the most haunted places in Mexico?
Yo, imagine joining like a paranormal investigation squad and you get like matching uniforms.
This video, uploaded to YouTube by Putream,
That'd be
appears
pretty
to show
dope.
something
I'd do
truly
that.
Bizarre. Take a look.
That snow looks fucking cool. I don't know. I've been missing snow lately for some reason.
The dashcam footage shows the rear of a white SUV.
I want like
It's
one
snowing
day of
outside
snow,
and visibility
and then
is poor.
that's it. I'm good.
At first, it appears as though the SUV speeds up and the snow is actually masking the location of the vehicle. However, once the line of vision clears, the SUV is nowhere to be seen. It seems unlikely that it sped off or even turned off suddenly. So then, where did it go?
What do you mean?
If you play the clip in slow motion, it also offers little clues as to where the mysterious vehicle actually went.
Yeah, snow gets old fucking fast. But after like a summer, it's like, oh, that looks cozy as fuck right now. Yeah, what is this video? Come on.
So what do you think? Is the
Like
snow somehow playing tricks with
40%
our
visible.
eyes? Or is there another way to explain the mysterious disappearing SUV? Let me know your theories on this and share them with the rest of the community in the comment section down below.
Run a paranormal investigation business.
In February 2022, something truly bizarre was caught on a security camera in Xicalapan de Juarez, about 20 miles east of Mexico City. The footage was uploaded to YouTube by Mousen TV. Take a look.
What? Oh, like make that like a design. That would be kind of funny.
The camera overlooks an empty lot. 3 stray dogs are spooked by an unknown floating object.
This is
that
a weird
hovers
video,
around
but it
the
just
area.
looks strange in general. It looks like Johnny Five, like rolling by. What is going on here? It looks like it could be on wheels, whatever it is. Is it a guy on a bike? A bag. That's the only part that looks really weird is that end
It looks to
part.
be an amorphous blob that drifts
But
through
it's
the air.
so fucking dirty, caked up, like you can't tell what the fuck is happening. Shit's caked up grime, man. Like what you're telling me that shows you something you couldn't see before? It's like barely
Initially, people
decipherable.
thought the footage was edited with CGI. However, the fact that the dogs interact with the object seems to discredit this theory.
It almost looks
Some
like it's not
comments
there,
speculated
too.
whether the object is alien in nature, perhaps a craft of some kind collecting data here on Earth. Of course, there's a possibility it could just be a drone
Data.
or perhaps a deflated balloon, but the amorphous quality of the object casts some doubt on this theory. It's definitely a strange piece of footage, and as of yet, there's been no official word on what this object really could be.
We'll never know. We may never know.
This next bizarre little clip was uploaded to Instagram by Strange Activities.
What?
The footage has been dividing the comment section
That
on
is
what it's
fake
actually
as fuck.
showing. Take a look and see what you think.
Not real.
We can see an unknown creature clinging to a branch out the front of a house.
It's like an odd world enemy or something. I like his like hair.
Some commenters were calling it an undocumented cryptid, a creature that's yet to be classified by modern science. However, the majority of comments thought it had to be CGI, which most likely is the case. I have to say though, whoever made this really should be working in top-tier Hollywood movies, as the
You know those
animation
eyes.
is outstanding.
Tastes like big grapes. Delicacy.
paranormal
I've seen this
investigator
guy.
Lalo Escalante is dedicated to exploring some of the most
seen this
notorious
video
locations in Mexico.
Then place where all the other stuff.
Something truly bizarre. Because he does indeed a genuine haunting.
Indeed, a genuine haunting.
You might have seen this
Bro.
clip already floating around the internet as it quickly went viral. It caused thousands of viewers to speculate on what it is they're actually seeing.
This lady took an
The
edible
video
and just like
uploaded by TikToker Wonder Woman 1 seems to show something truly
they let her
bizarre.
loose on TikTok.
Take a look.
Okay, so the noise is my turtle. And I'm home alone, right? But
Nice leg shot. Are those amogus? No, they're like owls.
reflection shows
Damn, you just giving these leg pictures out for free?
like that's me.
She starts out by panning the camera around the room, showing us
So
that the room is
fucking
empty
weird.
of all people except for her. Most importantly, we see that she's
It's
the
high
only one
as
sitting on the
fuck,
couch.
dude.
However, when she turns the camera towards the television across from the couch, things take a strange turn. When we see the TV screen, there seems to be two people reflected
Also,
there, not just
come
one.
on, I cannot take
Reflection
this
shows
decorum seriously. Begin each day with a grateful heart. If you have that above your TV, I don't know, man. Maybe they're not around a lot. I hate that so much.
that's
You get your own house, you do whatever the fuck you want with it.
The
Like,
TikToker
you
waves,
do that
proving
shit,
to
but
us that
still.
this truly is a reflection and not a static image placed on the screen.
That is the same as having like a fucking Fight Club poster in your living room to me. They're both just as fucking
Because
bad.
of the dark color of the screen, we can only see their outlines, but it seems clear that the second reflection is indeed a person and not some
No
inanimate
offense.
object
If you,
resting
have your,
on the couch.
if you have your Fight Club poster up, I'm just talking as a person in their mid-30s.
me.
If the TikToker is alone in the room, then how is there a second reflection on the screen? According to some paranormal
just like,
experts,
alright.
reflective surfaces can serve as gateways to the afterlife, allowing us to see through them into the spiritual realm. Mirrors, for example, are thought to be more common
Nah, I just feel like that's like a
portals,
good
but it's possible
poster that a
other
lot of people probably
reflective
have.
surfaces could serve the same purpose. So what do you think? Could this TikToker's TV really be a gateway to the afterlife, or is it all just a well-timed hoax? Let me know where you sit on this in the comment section down below.
The reflection shows
She's just like so confused.
like that's me.
I mean, I would assume that they have some.
According to the description of this next video,
Some good
YouTuber
qualities.
Vault of Fear seems to believe that his house is haunted.
If they have
by a
all those
poltergeist.
things.
When the footage
Dino
begins,
wallpaper.
we see the YouTuber running into what appears to be a child's bedroom. Clearly, they've heard a noise coming from the room and have grabbed their camera to investigate. We can quickly see why they're concerned as the camera captures.
This looks like it's from like
eerie
40 years
activity.
ago. 30 years ago. 20 years ago. Dalek?
They continue filming the room.
Why
for
are
a
there
while
S's on the
longer.
wall like that? If you're gonna write that shit on the wall, it's pretty
During
ballsy.
that
You better
time,
not
a
fuck
flurry
it
of
up.
transparent white orbs flit across the screen.
No. It's called dust. I'm assuming no one's opened this room in 10 years. Yeah, it's a dinosaur crack house.
Orbs are a common way for spirits to manifest, according to some paranormal experts, but it's rare to see so many at one time.
Is that like My Chemical Romance on the wall?
According to the YouTuber, this isn't the first time that paranormal activity has happened in their house. Some people have apparently spotted an
What
apparition
the
that looked
fuck
like
is
a
that
person's
picture?
torso. There's also been intense poltergeist activity and demonic growling.
This just looks like an illustration from Scary Stories to Tell in a Dark Night. This looks like an AI trying to make pictures from that book, which actually is a good idea. I don't know if anyone's done that yet.
The homeowners even attempted to have the entity
Alan
expelled
Schwartz
from the house
illustrations.
using an exorcist, who claimed it was one of the strongest
AI.
demonic presences they had ever felt. So what then is going on in this child's bedroom? Is it a demon, a poltergeist? If this was your home,
There's
would
an
you
Alvin
let your child
Schwartz, I
continue
forget.
sleeping in this room? Let us know down below.
Yeah, Doctor Who is just in this house. Doctor Who? Yeah, Doctor Who. Doctor Who's on first.
Exploring creepy abandoned places is a specialty of Korean YouTuber D-Doc Michael. In this video, he heads to Japan to investigate a building that, at first,
like that
looks
guy's
relatively modern, but turns out to be extremely run down. As he explores the building, he calls out to any resident paranormal entities. Shockingly, it seems he receives an answer in the form of an eerie knocking sound. Not long after, as he's looking around what appears to be an old kitchen, he becomes distracted by a noise. Then, as he turns, he notices that an object that had been resting against the wall moments earlier has now mysteriously vanished. Seconds later, he gasps while pointing the camera towards a dark window high on the wall. From the fear in his voice, it's clear that he can see something terrifying watching him.
누구야? 거기 뒤에 누구야? 그 뒤에 누구야?
Clearly spooked, the investigator decides to keep exploring the building.
슬슬 하나씩 나타날란가 봐.
However, it all becomes too much when he hears what sounds like footsteps emanating from the darkness.
Emanating.
He then hurriedly makes his way out of the building. It's now raining outside, yet the explorer continues to shine his flashlight into several of the building's windows. It's now that he finally catches a better look at the figure that was seemingly scaring him inside the building. Take a look. Some viewers have speculated that the explorer has captured some sort of creepy face staring back at him through the window. Others think it's actually something crawling across the floor. Take another look at the footage and let me know what you think this could be.
Yeah, let me know.
Whatever this eerie footage shows, one thing's for sure. It's unlikely this YouTuber will return to this place anytime soon.
뭐 빛이 뭐 혹시 본 사람 있습니까? 방금 본 사람 있어요?
Are aliens visiting our planet? It seems that more and more UFO footage surfaces every day. This clip was uploaded to the TikTok account UFO Videos.
Oh, hell
Take a
yeah.
look and see what you think it shows.
UFOvideos.gov.
We're in the
Have you
middle
guys
of the
seen that
ocean.
site?
On a ferry. Nothing around. Look. Nothing around. No land, no nothing.
No, nothing.
Above the twilight horizon, we see a group of small white or yellow lights hovering in the sky.
UFOs.
They don't move at all throughout the footage, remaining closely grouped together. According to the man behind the camera, this mysterious footage was captured from a ferry in the middle of the ocean. As he records, he pans the camera around, showing us that there's no land or any other boats anywhere to be seen.
We're in the middle of the ocean.
Investigator.
Nothing around. Look. Nothing around.
Look.
No
Doesn't
land,
show anything.
No nothing.
Commercial aircraft wouldn't fly in such a close formation, and it would be unlikely to see such a large group of helicopters flying together in the middle of the ocean.
There's actually like a thing I was watching the other day about a bunch of pilots admitting they used to just like fly in formation and break like aviation rules to like trick people into thinking there's like delta formations of UFOs and stuff.
It also seems unlikely to be drones, as the footage appears to have been captured far out at sea. Who then could possibly be controlling them? This has led many viewers to speculate that these strange objects could actually be piloted by aliens.
There they go. And that basketball.
This next video is certainly creepy. It was posted to the YouTube channel Santiago Sanchez SRS, a channel known for posting inspection-style videos of houses that are up for sale. However, this particular house is a little different.
I don't think it's
This
anyone
one is
else's
believed
fault
to
except for
be
the
haunted.
people doing it, really.
In the video's description, the YouTuber notes that the former owners abandoned the house at 2 AM, claiming it was haunted by demons. One of the first things that he finds upon entering the house is a sink full of insects.
Yeah. That's an abandoned house? Gross. Ants in the sink. Wow.
This is certainly unnerving, but not necessarily a sign
This isn't
that
exactly
something
Resident Evil
paranormal
7.
was afoot. Shortly after, he walks into a room that's completely empty, save for a few miscellaneous objects, including a single chair. He looks around, then moves on to what is likely a bedroom where he finds a child's bike and a pile of clothes hangers on the floor. Surely this is evidence that the owners did indeed leave in a hurry.
Or they just didn't give a shit.
While the exploration is certainly eerie up until this point, it isn't until the YouTuber returns to the room with the single chair that we finally catch a glimpse of the reason why the family probably left. Watch. The chair suddenly begins rocking back and forth, seemingly all on its own.
Oh my god.
Clearly, the YouTuber seems spooked as he quickly exits the house. While the YouTuber only spends a few minutes in the house, it's more than enough to send him running for the hills.
Very scary.
Unfortunately, it seems we may never learn the true extent of what the former owners experienced that really caused them to leave the property in the middle of the night.
I mean, I can think of a lot of things.
If you've ever come home to an empty house and thought it felt a little bit creepy, then perhaps you shouldn't watch this next video.
What do you mean?
Uploaded to YouTube by Carrero Mask Channel, the clip shows a man as he returns home to his 5th floor apartment. The place is dark, but when he turns on the entrance light, he's immediately startled. There appears to be a hand resting on the arm of his sofa.
What?
At first, it looks as though the hand belongs to someone that's hiding on the other side. However, when the camera begins to pan out, the hand mysteriously vanishes.
The hand.
The YouTuber eventually enters his apartment and begins to look around, yet he's unable to find anyone. The clip is certainly a head scratcher. If the hand did belong to a person, then where did they go? It would be almost impossible for someone to escape from a 5th floor window, and even harder to do so without being seen. There's also the fact that the hand suddenly disappears. It doesn't just slink back over the sofa as you'd expect if it belonged to someone. It just seems to disappear into thin air.
I don't know about that one.
Another chilling aspect to this video is that the YouTuber usually posts normal content about his day. He's not known for posting paranormal clips. So what do you think this footage shows then? Did the hand belong to a human intruder, or is there something supernatural at play here?
The hand.
Watch the clip again and judge for yourself.
Go fucking check it out.
For many, Christmas time is the happiest time of the year. Imagine then if you glanced outside only to realise you were being watched by a
I love how we go
Sasquatch.
from that stock footage
According
to
to
just
YouTuber
Bigfoot.
North by Wild West, that's
Hell
exactly
yeah.
what happened. Captured somewhere in northern Minnesota, the video begins as the camera holder films their family's Christmas celebrations.
I think I've seen this. They like chase him down.
As she pans past the Christmas tree, she notices something slinking into the woods out of a nearby window.
Merry Christmas! The tree? Oh my god.
At
Oh my
first, the figure's
God.
hard to see, just a dark shape against the trees. Everyone heads outside to get a better look at the creature. Now, its size and shape become more apparent. It's tall and appears to be covered with dark hair.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
No way.
That can't be.
What the?
The creature also walks upright, unlike a bear. It clearly isn't a trick of the eye, as the family dog notices its presence and soon takes off after it.
Oh.
Here goes
Oh no.
after him.
Both the dog and the creature disappear into the woods. However, the creature reappears a few minutes later. This time, it's much more clear.
Oh my god.
It moves through the trees, eventually disappearing from sight.
He was just hungry.
Frightened, the camera holder then ushers the rest of the onlookers back into the house.
We better get back inside, guys.
So could this video really show the elusive cryptid affectionately known as Bigfoot? Many photos and videos claim to provide evidence of the mysterious creature, yet to date no one's been able to definitively prove that it really exists.
Ma'am, I found your dog out in my woods. Oh, thank you.
This
Seen this
next
one before,
puzzling
too.
clip was uploaded to TikTok by user Delagardia.
These ones are always so fucking dumb.
A glitch in the Matrix. Take a look.
This is one of the dumbest pictures or videos ever. I don't know, man. This is the worst one.
The lights are not on.
The lights are on.
The
But the
TikToker
lights
shows that
are
the light
not
in his living
on.
room is off. Yet in the reflection on a glass frame on the wall, the light appears to be on.
But when I'm looking at it, I can see the light bulb on.
There are 4 lights.
At one point, he shows both the lights and the reflection in the one shot, and you can see there's a difference between the two.
Hang on.
I hate how like
Still see
perplexed
it?
he is.
Still see it. Lights are off. You can still see it. I'm like crouched down to show you.
Like
That's
accused.
a glitch in the Matrix,
Like
my
that
friends.
smile. God
Bizarre
damn it! I
clip
hate
has
it.
since gone viral, racking
Fucking
up
hate it.
thousands of views with hundreds of comments trying to debunk what's actually going on.
Glitch in the Matrix. Smiles.
Some people think perhaps it's all a trick of perspective and that the reflection is actually showing a different light just in a room down the hallway. However, others aren't convinced, saying that the angles aren't right for that to be the answer.
Yeah, it's
Throw
just like
this
the
one out to
way
you, the
light
viewers. Where
works.
do you
Exactly.
sit
It's
on
like the
this? Is
sun.
it all an illusion, a trick of perspective, or is there another way to explain this bizarre situation? Let me know in the comments section down below.
It's a real glitch in the Matrix live. I'm moving closer to my front window where the sunlight would supposedly come in. But there's no sunlight coming in and hitting that light, right? So I'm holding my phone. I'm just gonna walk closer and closer. And as we
So
walk
in your
closer,
wildest Matrix fantasies, you're living in a small apartment, fucking yelling about light.
This curious snippet of footage
Why don't you
has
go
been
fly
doing
around?
social media rounds lately. It purports to show a time traveler at
Fucking
an Elvis
Save the
concert in
Architect
early
or whatever Neo did.
1970s. Take a look.
Hell yeah.
As you can see, there appears
Everyone
to be
always
someone
looks so
in the
old
crowd
in this
holding
footage.
what looks like a modern smartphone.
Oh, I love when they do
They're
this shit.
pointing it right at the stage as
There's
though
so many
filming the
videos
event.
where someone's like, this guy had a fucking smartphone. It's like
Obviously, tech like
1910.
this didn't exist in the
It's like,
early
yeah,
1970s.
no one held a rectangle ever before.
Some people thought it looked like the Kodak 110 camera, a slim cartridge-based device released in 1972. While this could be a possibility, it looks like the person is filming continuously in portrait mode, up and down. The Kodak camera takes still images and needs to be held horizontally. Another suggestion is that it's a cigarette case and that the person just happens to be holding
Or
it
it could
up while
literally
being
be
jostled
anything.
by the crowd.
It could be a billion different things.
Others noted that an Elvis concert would certainly be a worthy event to time travel to. So what are we actually looking at here then? An old Kodak camera, a cigarette holder, or a genuine case of time travel? Take another look at the footage and decide for yourself.
She's holding a small alien spaceship. Look at that lady. Looks like she has like a little hand on her shoulder. Where's that hand coming from?
This set of photos was submitted to us on our subreddit by BRXMum.
What's the twist?
In 2017,
They're all dead?
OP and her family all got together for the passing of their great-grandpa. They took a series of
that's sad.
photos at the cemetery
Feel
as a
bad.
keepsake for the day. Although somber, everything seemed perfectly fine. That is until the family reviewed the photos they had taken that day. If you take a close look, there appears to be an extra hand.
Come
It
on.
looks like dull grey fingers. Some viewers suggested it might be the woman in green's hand. However, the OP remembers that she had her hand on her back at the time. Plus, the fingers are a dull grey colour and don't match the tone of any of the people
It's
present.
clearly one of the two people behind her.
Given that the photo was taken at the cemetery, even the mere suggestion of grey reaching fingers appearing out of nowhere is unsettling. Sticking with backyard sightings.
That one's
is another one
ridiculous.
from our subreddit
That was the
submitted
thumbnail
by
for the
Para
video too,
White.
by the way.
The OP said that they
Ghost
had a cat
cat?
for 15 years who recently passed away, so when they saw this footage, they couldn't help but wonder whether something mysterious was afoot. Take a look.
Come on. Yeah, that's our cat jumping to heaven.
As you can see, a faint, almost
He just
transparent
fucking
cat runs
took
by.
off.
It crosses the yard,
Jumped
seems
over the
to turn
rainbow
into an
bridge.
orb or ball of light and flies off. The OP clarified that a stray cat does sometimes pass through the yard on occasion, but when it does and it's caught on camera, it looks more solid with much more definition than what's been spotted here. They couldn't help but wonder whether this was their dear pet that had recently passed on. Whether this is the spirit of their cat or not remains to be seen, but the fact that this sighting has brought some comfort to the uploader is surely all that matters. Sol Mori is an artist and TikToker that lives in an old giant mansion in the UK that looks like something straight out of a horror movie. They claim it's haunted.
When you go on the Mori show, the like secret final boss is Sol Mori.
The house is a sprawling manor built in 1902.
In the very back.
The OP and her family only recently moved in and are just getting used to the house's eccentricities. Here's a clip explaining some of the odd details about the house.
Weird things in my creepy haunted house. Plants that only stay alive in this specific room. Mummified frog and animal bones. The cellar
Sick.
windows. Poison
Eat
bottles.
that frog.
Loads of chandeliers. We have to chain them up, otherwise they shake. Lots of hammers. Animal bones that appear every morning. Faces in the garden.
Faces
Overgrown
in the
tennis
garden.
court. Bottles of blue liquid. Clocks in
This is
every
so
room.
fucking
Piano
dumb.
that plays on its own. Unsteady
Spooky
balconies.
inventory of items in my house.
So many staircases. Paintings of the dead.
Awful
Abandoned puppet
paintings.
Theater. Gilbert lives here.
Paintings
He's
of the
not very
dead.
nice.
Yo, we've seen this before.
I feel
The Gilbert smile. We've seen a video about that Gilbert smile before.
weird here.
Paintings of the dead. It's
In the
fucking
attic
Jimi
is an
Hendrix.
old abandoned puppet theater with a giant sun mural painted on one of the walls.
Very spooky.
The name Gilbert is etched on the top left. Shortly
like a
after moving in,
sublime
the family began to suspect
painting
something
someone
strange was
started.
happening with the sun painting.
I was
They felt
really
like
into
a dark
Sublime at
energy
the
was
time.
attached to it, giving the whole room an off vibe. Before long, the OP overheard her niece talking to someone in the attic. When she asked who she was talking to, she replied, Gilbert. Here's a little chat they had with their niece.
Did you like him?
Yeah, Gilbert's like one of my best friends.
Oh, yeah, I remember this.
Where did he come from?
I don't know. I think the man that used to live here painted it.
Does the kid have a
Is
Tony the
Gilbert
Tiger
friendly?
onesie on? Is that what's
Does he
happening?
speak to you?
Yeah,
What does he say?
because I don't pray.
Yeah, I remember that video.
Not long after, they discovered a Ouija board hidden under one of the floorboards in the attic. It had a sun on it that closely resembled the Gilbert painting.
Oh, fuck. It's Gilbert.
The OP claims that she started having dreams about a little boy. Being an artist, she was able to paint the visions she was seeing in her dreams. Shortly after, the niece discovered a small doll hidden behind the Gilbert painting. It closely resembles the boy that was visiting the OP in her dreams.
Looks like Winnie the Pooh.
Wanting to learn more about the house and its history, Sol Mori investigated the census records for the property.
Here is a photo of the house from 1916 and it was built in 1902. This would be the first or one of the first families to live in this house.
There's just like
You
a...
can see there are 6 people.
In this picture, there's just like a Winnie the Pooh like looking out the window solemnly.
One of the first families to live in this house. As you can see, there are 6 people present in the photo. I'm looking at the English census record.
Are you seeing Angry Son from Mario 3 in this guy?
Maud. Next to her on the balcony is her daughter Dorothy. Birth of a little boy called
Black and white
registered here.
Mario 3 Angry Son.
So he would be about 5 or 6 in this photo. I'm unsure why he's not with the rest of his family in the photo, what they did to him. I just have an overwhelming feeling that something really terrible happened to him at the hands of his own family. The weirdest part is that
the song starts up.
Is situated in the house. That's his room.
Here we can see a photo from 1916 showing one of the first families to live in the house. As you can see, there's a little boy in the attic staring out of the window. The TikToker suspects that this is Gilbert. For some reason, he seems to have been ostracized from the family.
Probably because he was a fucking star.
Is the exact room where the Gilbert painting now sits. As the OP and her family started settling into the house, they began to find old dolls all over the property. Dozens and dozens of them hidden in the garden, in the attic, behind walls and under floorboards.
Okay. You're talking to the dolls? Damn. Get fucking wrecked.
Over time, Sol
Get your
Mori
fucking
amassed
head
a
chopped
collection
off,
of
doll.
dolls that she found around the house and on the grounds of the property. Over the course of several months, the dolls began exhibiting some strange behaviour. Take a look.
Hello, Maud. I am asking for clarification as to if there is a spirit attached to your doll. If so, could you please give me some sort of sign, please? Thank you.
Here's another example here.
One of my new dolls just moved right in front of me when I was talking, so I want to see if I can get it on camera. Hello. Oh my god. Hi. Hi. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't believe I just got that on camera. Wow.
As you can see, the dolls seem to move all on their own. Sol Mori believes that each doll is trying to communicate with her and that they all have their own unique story to tell. What we've covered here is just a small part of the overall story that Sol Mori has to tell. We haven't even touched on the eerie doll she found in a crawl space behind the Gilbert painting. We may need to do a part 2 on this story just to do it justice. In the meantime, I highly recommend you go check out
Yeah, we watched a
Mori's
video
page
about
for
this
yourself.
Gilbert,
It's
the
a
doll
fascinating
son
story, and I highly
monster
recommend you start from
a
the
while
very
ago. I forget where it
beginning to
was.
Take it all in. As
Just like a
always,
weird
there's links
story.
in the description box down below. So if you love this massive compilation, then
Massive
why not check out our other ones
compilation.
here? Or there's a giant playlist here that you can binge on for hours.
Yeah, check out Ham's channel. He does make ghost videos. All right. Fuck, I just thought of something I wanted to watch. Now I can't think of it. Bum, bum, bum. Probably just gonna watch two more things. I'm gonna play a game for a little while. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I don't know what it was. Oh, right. I don't know. I just saw this video the other day. It has nothing to do with anything we've been watching.
In 2001, a Spanish-bound yacht came crashing into the jagged rocks off the coast of the Azorean island of San Miguel. And yet it raised no alarm. It asked for no help from the Coast Guard. Despite the very real risk of death, its pilot didn't so much as make a peep. Which makes sense, because in its hold were 2,000 pounds of pure, uncut Venezuelan cocaine.
Damn. How's it yellow, though?
One has to imagine that June 6, 2001 was a pretty rough day for the Sicilian Mafia. One of their smugglers, a man by the name of Antonino Quinci, had just washed ashore in a country he wasn't supposed to be in. He was supposed to be in the Balearic Islands of Spain, thousands of kilometers away, filling the ever-hungry noses of the partygoers of Ibiza, and in turn, lining the pockets of some of Italy's worst.
Have any of you ever been to Ibiza?
But obviously, he didn't quite make it that far.
I have no interest in going, but it does sound like a neat
violent
place.
Atlantic storm had crushed
like,
Antonino's
in terms
rudder,
of how pretty
and
it
limping
is.
through those death-inducing waves, he aimed his yacht towards the closest possible land and began disposing of the cocaine that lined virtually every available space in his cabin. $65 million worth of high-test Venezuelan drugs. Not exactly something to
Hope you're doing
sniff
well.
at. He must have known that the authorities would be coming eventually. After all, he was illegally entering a country with an enormous amount of contraband. So, naturally, he started disposing of his cargo as soon as he got close enough to shore to bring it in. He wrapped it in fishing nets and headed over to a nearby cave where he then tied it to the bottom with an anchor. And by that point, given how badly things had already gone for him, you can imagine that no doubt he felt that his best bet at survival was to save as much of that cocaine as he could. Those ocean waves might have been a potential killer, but you can only imagine his Sicilian bosses were a guarantee. Yet
It's like
unfortunately
weighing the
for
boat
him,
down
his bad
underwater.
luck continued, and as soon as he was back on that yacht,
happened
the
in the
rope
90s.
holding his secret little treasure snapped in the ocean current. Unbeknownst to him, dozens of those bricks of cocaine began to unravel from their nets and gently float away. Kilo upon kilo spit up onto the rocks of a town that for the most part had never truly experienced the full weight of drugs. Sure, it might have been one of the roughest places on the island, but this was still the Azores. Coke cost over €100 a gram. It wasn't like people were going on benders. Most people here were either too poor or too disconnected to have even tried it at all.
It's just like
Certainly nothing
bundles
like
of
what they'd
money
experienced
washing
on
up
that
on the
day.
shore. That's crazy.
Nobody knows exactly how much cocaine was aboard that ship, and obviously Antonino's not telling, but within hours, the police had been brought 290 kilos. Within 2 weeks, that had risen up to 500 kilos. And even though they got the lion's share, obviously there were some locals who weren't as civic-minded, and they scoured the rocks looking for whatever was left over. They found quite a bit. They found presumably 200 kilos of cocaine, enough for 40 grams for every person in that town, enough for 1.5 grams for every person on the island, probably even more. To quote a local fisherman, they had gold, but they didn't know how to work it. It was too much to take in over too short a period. This wasn't some local mafioso. It was the average people of a grungy small town that, for the most part, had only ever made fishing nets. These weren't career criminals, they were just generic dudes. And so naturally, the stories from that period around here are insane.
Generic
150
dudes.
grams being sold
What?
for $40. Cars packed so full of coke that even their ceilings were stained white. Day laborers setting up IV drips so they could go on week-long benders. It was
Okay,
0
that's
to
fucking
60
crazy.
in just a few days. Before long, people started coming from every corner of the Azores to buy the now infamous cocaine of Rabo de Peixe. They smuggled it back to the other islands in milk containers and in the bellies of their fishing ships because who was going to stop them? It wasn't like they were crossing any borders. Coke flooded not just San Miguel, but into every remote corner of these tiny little rocks. Even the farthest flung farmer in the hardest to find field had his chance to snort that white powder if he so wanted. So immediately, naturally, the hospital started noticing that something had changed. Nobody here came close to having a high enough tolerance to handle what they'd been given. People died.
Yeah, just straight up like fucking destroyed this town.
Document a
like changed it completely.
Cocaine-related heart attacks and overdoses. Up until then, virtually unheard of in these islands. It was like, well, it was like a literal ton of cocaine had washed up on shore. And if things had turned out a little bit different, that might have been all this ever was. Just a few weeks of debauchery in some small forgotten corner of a small forgotten corner. And as odd as it is to say, if Antonino got away, if he'd never been punished, I suspect that it would have probably died right there. Well, for the most part anyway. But that's not what happened, because the police got their man, and before that mafia-connected professional smuggler could fix his ship and head back out on his way, he found himself in the prison of Ponta Delgada. And as it turns out, prison is a great place to meet criminals. This guy, he was a big deal. He was in the news. He was Italian mafia. He'd single-handedly exploded the drug scene here. So in that prison, he was a celebrity from the moment he entered those doors, the man with the golden connection. For many of those locked up alongside him, they knew that this was their best chance to ever make real money. So like a casino coming across a whale, some of those bad old boys of those dark Azorian halls flocked to their new Sicilian cellmate. And when he escaped a few days later, they chanted his name from the yard. He didn't even have to hide what he was doing. He climbed the fence in full view of everybody, hopped on a little scooter, and then just drove off into the hills. Of course nobody stopped him. This isn't an American supermax, this is the Azores. Who has the balls to kill La Cosa Nostra for minimum wage? The guard on duty testified that he didn't want to risk the lives of pedestrians walking outside the prison by shooting them down, but I'd argue it was probably a different life he was concerned about. Not that I can prove it, of course, but I wouldn't have taken that shot either.
Thank you for the raid.
Yet, regardless of why that gun didn't fire, it didn't. And back on the run, Antonino fled across the island.
I've actually been playing Fortnite a lot lately.
Been previously ejected from the United States on drug charges. There,
I am enjoying Fortnite.
He spent weeks smoking pure cocaine cigarettes and planning his elaborate escape by sea. But before that angel of mercy could arrive by boat, the police kicked down the door and rearrested him. And when they talked to the man who'd been harboring him, he said, well, I mean, obviously I just did it out of the goodness of my heart. I'm a good Christian. This isn't about money. You can believe that if you want to, but to me, I'm a bit more suspect. But again, whether or not he was telling the truth, his friend was back in prison, and he'd stay there for another 10 full years. Which means,
40?
as of this
Damn.
video, he's been free for a decade. And yet, despite the fact
Me and
that
Ariel
he
have been like
and every
winning a
gram of
couple
cocaine is long
rounds
gone
a day
from
for the
these
past like
islands, the
week.
legacy of what he left behind has only
Fucking
increased
god
over time.
gamer at Fortnite.
Because that specific cocaine might have disappeared, been snorted, sold, lost to sea, but the addictions that it caused didn't. The connections to La Cosa Nostra didn't. Be it the laborer strapped to an IV on a 5-day binge or the farmer who took a little bump just to get through the day, pretty much everyone that cocaine touched here wanted more. And all of a sudden, they knew who to ask.
What, like, why would that guy
Today,
be like, yeah, just take this picture of me as I'm bending over on my fucking hands and knees power washing this car. Yeah, take this B-reel for your cocaine
The
video
first European link in the chain.
of me
Busts in
fucking
the hundreds of kilos are now common.
my stomach hanging
There's more
out.
coke coming through here in a year than there used to be in a decade. From that one accident, from that one man, from that one imprisonment, these islands have now seen a dramatic increase in addictions, and not just cocaine. The most commonly used hard drug here today is heroin, but it's smuggled by those very same people who broke
It's just
that
such a weird story that it was like a
It's a pestilence
sleepy,
all
quiet
its own.
place, and then this
It's not
one thing
uniform.
happened, and it turned
just
into like
If you head down to the methadone clinic in Ponta Delgada
having
and ask an
so many
older
drug
user where they
problems.
got their start, there's a very good chance that they'll tell you about the coke on that wreck, about the drug that opened their eyes to a world that they wish they didn't have to see anymore. In those soft and sunken eyes, you can still make out the legacy of Antonino. Because in 2001, a Spanish-bound yacht crashed against the rocks of San Miguel. And in some ways, it never left. This is Rare Earth.
Some people say the ducks don't quack there anymore. Ken Brockman. Signing. All right. Well, before we get into some Zomboid for a bit, I did see this video. This is pretty weird.
The city of Amarillo, Texas needs our help trying to figure out what this strange creature is.
Our zoo staff the other day.
What is it? It kind of looks like that thing that is on Jabba the Hutt's shoulder all the time. What was his name? Salacious Crumb? It's kind of what it looks like.
To figure out what this strange creature is.
Our zoo staff the other day.
Yeah, it probably has fur.
Was
it's
going
true.
back through some surveillance footage and happened to catch a still shot of an unidentified figure that was out behind the zoo itself.
Michael says they don't have videos of the object, just this pic.
Just this
pic.
pic.
Just a game camera, and so it was just taking still shots. And so that was the only shot we were able to capture of that particular
This guy's whole
figure.
career has led to this moment.
There's no pictures before, there's no pictures after.
It popped up at Thompson Park in the early hours on May 21st.
Nobody was in the facility, no animals were impacted throughout this.
And he says it's not an animal from their nearby Amarillo Zoo.
We've got everything from tigers and lions to bison. And so there's nothing that we have in the
parrot.
zoo that would resemble.
Yeah, I don't think a parrot or a tarantula broke out
it's
and
kind of a unique thing, a unique picture that we just
activated your trail camera.
Now, city officials want help determining what it is, and the suggestions are pouring in.
Whether it's from a raccoon standing on its hind legs to just an individual walking through the park. So,
yo, JTN, I think it's Knuckles from.
We've seen a little bit of everything in terms of comments.
You love to
Until they
see the
determine
shit
what it
posting
is,
in real time.
The city is still taking.
I mean, I guess
tips
it's all
to
just a
identify
giant shit
this
post.
UAO or unidentified Amarillo object.
What is this? And the more people we shared
What
it
is
with,
this?
the more people were like, I don't know what it is. And so it really started to raise some curiosity. And so that's where we pushed it out to the rest of our community to say, hey, help us figure out what this could be.
For Inside Edition Digital, I'm Andrea Swindle.
That's pretty sick. I don't know. Something could be out there. We don't know. We got no clue. I wish there was like more weird creature sightings like that on Inside Edition. Some kind of monster. Here we go.
You want to help him load up?
Just after sunrise, Chase Petley and a couple of his friends
This is the kind
met
of
up with
footage
the
that gets
Edmonds
your
family
channel
to
like
head out on
fucking
Lake
striked
Tahoe.
for sure.
While most summer days the Edmonds sail around the top of the lake, today they were taking Petley out on a bit of an amateur research mission to see what lies beneath.
I'm looking for anything that's interesting. I'm looking for wildlife. I'm looking for...
They said they spotted it, but now they're just saying they're looking for it?
Beautiful landscapes. I'm just looking for anything that would get people interested in Lake Tahoe.
Petley has designed and built his own waterproof device to house a GoPro camera and powerful custom LED light, all capable of withstanding the pressure at Tahoe's deepest points. The Edmonds volunteered to take
I've
Petley
never thought of Lake
curiosity.
Tahoe as being
and there's
like
so many
mysterious.
stories about what's at the bottom of Lake Tahoe and what's in here, and to have a camera go down and show us.
Oh, I think of when I think of Lake Tahoe, honestly, is like
when we get to the
rich
spot
people.
they want to explore.
Can you drop a pin on the GPS so we know exactly where we are right now?
The first location near the crook in the state line.
Ready, everyone? Here we go. Let's go.
Petley drops the missile-shaped device overboard and lets it fall to the bottom.
So it's going to be going down this fast for a while.
Here the lake is more than a quarter of a mile deep. The camera records the whole way down, the image getting darker blue as the sunlight disappears. It is so deep, it takes more than 4 minutes to travel to the bottom. What we see when the camera gets to the end of the line may not look all that impressive, the muddy bed of Lake Tahoe, but it's still an achievement. This is one of the deepest points of the lake ever seen by humans. Other submersibles and scuba divers have brought back underwater video and pictures from shallower points. The University of Northern Illinois tried to examine the fault line at the bottom of the lake 3 years ago, but never made it because of technical problems. Researchers and historians we talked to believe Petley is the first to record video from the lake's deepest levels.
It's always exciting because every time we do it,
I
everything's
kind of doubt
new.
that. Someone else has had to have gone down
and
there.
12 miles
with,
wide,
like,
this is just one location, and Petley is anxious to explore
the
more.
concentration of people with cameras.
Lake Tahoe's water may be renowned for its
and
clarity,
scuba gear in
but
California.
At its depths, it still
I don't
holds
know.
many mysteries and lore. Are there mob grave sites, unidentified creatures,
What grave sites?
underwater tunnels connecting it to other lakes? Finding the exact spot to look is the hard part.
There's no live feed from the bottom, so they don't know exactly what they've got until they reel it back up.
Oh, mob.
Before the second drop of the day, Petley's crew added a glow stick and a can of sardines, hoping it might attract whatever lurks in Tahoe's deep waters.
I guess it's kind of close to like
3, 2, 1.
Casino and
It
Nevada a
drops
little
in
bit.
and the reel spins for several more minutes as it plunges to the bottom.
Or actually,
Again,
isn't part of it
more
in
mud.
Nevada?
But here we notice something swim by the lens. With the silt blocking our view, it's impossible to see clearly or identify what kind of fish it is. On another dive, though, Petley's camera caught this.
We found a large fish while we were videotaping at 1,100 feet, and we don't know exactly what it is.
Fish researchers said while the animal looks remarkably shark-like, including the way it moves, experts at UC Davis believe it is most likely a very large lake trout. Petley
It's
is
like a
hoping to
fucking
expand and
fish.
refine his project to explore more of the lake bed.
I definitely think there's species or...
It's some kind of
life in the Mama Tahoe that we don't
dinosaur
know about.
turd
And ultimately
we
answer
found
many of the
floating
questions
in the
about
depths
what
of the
lies below
lake.
Lake Tahoe. On Lake Tahoe,
We think
Kevin
there
Oliver,
may be a
KCRA
dinosaur.
3 News.
You know what that kind of reminds me of? We watched a video about this one time a while ago. The cave that's like attached to all the underwater oceans, underground oceans rather. Ground ocean caves. Earthquake. So when there's like a massive earthquake in this cave, yeah, Devil's Hole, okay. There's gotta be something. There's this one thumbnail, it's just a picture of Africa with a fucking hole in the middle. It's like, what happens when the 13.0 earthquake finally hits? I kind of want to fall for this clickbait.
This is the map of Africa. If you look to the south, you will see lush vegetation with lots of greenery. However, when you go north, things are different. Covering
I want to
multiple
see if it's
countries,
really a
it is the
giant
most
hole,
gigantic
or if it's
desert
just the
globally,
fucking
with
clickbait.
miles and miles of dune formation. Altogether, the Sahara Desert covers 9 million square kilometers, meaning it will swallow Spain 18 times. However, did you know that this vast stretch of sterile sand, covering a third of the African continent, was covered in lush vegetation thousands of years ago? What happened to the Sahara and what is happening to it right now? In this video, we will look at the terrifying discoveries scientists have made under the Sahara Desert. The Atlantic Ocean borders the Sahara on the west, the Red Sea on the east, the Mediterranean Sea on the north, and the Sahel Savanna on the south. The enormous desert spans 11 countries: Algeria, Chad, Egypt, Libya, Mali, Mauritania, Morocco, Niger, Western Sahara, Sudan, and Tunisia. The Sahara Desert is most famous for the sand dune fields often featured in movies. The dunes can reach
crazy.
almost 600 feet,
Look at those
183
guys.
meters high. However, they cover only about 15% of the entire desert. Other topographical features include mountains, plateaus, sand and gravel-covered plains, salt flats, basins, and depressions. The Sahara used to be a tropical area, so how did it become the harsh, arid region it is today? The answer to this question takes us several thousand years back. The Sahara has long been subject to periodic bouts of humidity and aridity. These fluctuations are caused by slight wobbles in the tilt of the Earth's orbital axis, which in turn changes the angle at which solar radiation penetrates the atmosphere. At repeated intervals throughout Earth's history, there's been more energy pouring in from the sun during the West African monsoon season. During those times, known as African humid periods, much more rain comes down over North Africa.
Yeah, but
With
why
more
was there a
rain,
giant
the region gets
hole?
more greenery and rivers and lakes. But between 8,000 and 4,500 years ago, something strange happened. The transition from humid to dry occurred far more rapidly in some areas than could be explained by the orbital precession alone, resulting in the Sahara Desert as we know it today. In his study, archaeologist David Wright tells us what happened next. As he poured through the archaeological and environmental data obtained chiefly from sediment cores and pollen records, all dated to the same period, he noticed what seemed like a pattern. Where the archaeological record showed the presence of pastoralists, that is, humans with their domesticated animals, there was a corresponding change in the types and variety of plants. It was as if every time humans and their goats and cattle hopscotched
Now
across
all
the
the animals are
grasslands,
going
they had
backwards.
turned
All
everything
the
to
stock footage
scrub
is just
and
going
desert
in
that
reverse
wake.
now.
This led Wright to
It's one
conclude
way
that
to
by
do it.
overgrazing the grasses, they were reducing the amount of atmospheric moisture. You know, plants give off moisture which produces clouds at enhanced albedo. He says this may have triggered the end of the humid period more abruptly than can be explained by the orbital changes. These nomadic humans also may have used fire as a land management tool, which would have exacerbated the speed at which the desert took hold.
Look at those guys.
Now, when you think of the Sahara Desert, do you imagine whales frolicking on the rolling sand dunes? While that is highly unlikely to happen since whales can't survive
And they
outside
do that.
water, there is evidence that the ancestors of the modern whale once swam around right in the hot African desert. Rewind to 1902 when a team of geologists guided their camels into a valley in Egypt's
looks like there
western
may be a
desert.
hole coming up.
Centuries of strong wind had sculpted sandstone rocks into strange shapes, and at night the moonlight was so bright, making the sand glow like gold. A nearby hill was known as the Mountain of Hell because of the infernal summer heat, but in this arid valley lay the bones of whales. Some of the skeletons were 50 feet long, with vertebrae as thick as campfire logs. They dated back 37 million years to an era when a shallow tropical sea covered this area and all of northern Egypt. And although the geologists didn't realize it at the time, the prehistoric specimens in the sand would offer clues to one of evolution's most nagging questions: how whales became whales. One clue found from these long-dead whales was the presence of feet. Scientists had long suspected that whales were terrestrial
They got the
mammals that had
evolution
eased into
crystal.
the ocean over millions of years, gradually losing their four legs. Proof of this is that modern whales have vestigial hind leg
Have you
bones.
never played
but
Evo?
little in the fossil
The search
record
for Eden?
illustrated the transition until paleontologists began excavating hundreds of whale fossils buried at Wadi Hitan and finding legs and knees. Older specimens of footed whales have since been identified, but Wadi Hitans are unparalleled in their numbers and state of preservation. The valley, about a 3-hour drive from Cairo, is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site visited by some 14,000 people each year. Paleontologists speculate the whales' landlubber ancestors were deer or pig-like scavengers
Nice
living near
guys.
the sea. About 55 million years ago,
Trooping.
they started spending more time in the water, first eating dead fish along the shore, and then chasing prey in the shallows, and then wading deeper. As they did, some of them evolved traits that facilitated hunting in water. Over time, since they no longer had to bear their total body weight at sea, they got bigger, their backbones elongating and their rib cages broadening. Most of the fossils in the valley belong to two types. Basilosaurus was the giant with an almost eel-like body. The more petite but heavily muscled Dorudon looked more like a modern whale, at least until its mouth opened to
Yeah,
reveal a
Digimon.
jaw lined with serrated daggers instead of peg-like teeth. Interestingly, the fossils of more than 75 whales have been found in the middle of the Atacama Desert in Chile. How they ended up there has been a subject of debate among
Like
scientists.
I was just like on the side of the highway.
Now,
you just,
you've
like,
heard
pull
about the
up,
lost
dig up
city
some
of
dinosaurs.
Atlantis. You'll be
roll out.
shocked by how this famed city is
Yo!
connected to the next discovery in the Sahara
What?
Desert. This takes us to the Eye of the Sahara.
Okay, yeah,
also
I've
known
heard
as the
this
Rishat
fucking
structure of
thing
the
a
Guelb
billion
Rishat.
times.
It is a geological formation in the Sahara Desert that resembles
People trying
an
to say
enormous
that it was a
bullseye.
city.
The formation stretches across a 40-kilometer
Huge.
wide region of the desert in Mauritania. For
Some
centuries, only a
conspiracy.
few local nomadic tribes knew about the formation. It was first photographed in the 1960s by the Gemini astronauts, who used it as a landmark to track the progress of their landing sequences. Later, the Landsat satellite took additional images and provided information about the formation's size, height, and extent.
It is really
Geologists initially believed that the Eye of the Sahara was an impact crater created when an object from space slammed into the surface. However, lengthy studies of the rocks inside the structure show that its origins are entirely Earth-based, prompting geologists to look for further explanations. Geologists have concluded that the Eye of the Sahara is a geologic dome. The formation contains rocks at least 100 million years old. Some date back to well before the appearance of life on Earth. These rocks include igneous volcanic deposits and sedimentary layers that form as the wind pushes dust and water deposits, sand and mud. Today, geologists can find several types of igneous rock in the Eye area, including kimberlite, carbonatites, black and rhyolites. However, there is another explanation for this Eye of the Sahara. According to this YouTube video, the remains of the ringed city Plato spoke of in the 4th century BC can be found in the African country of Mauritania.
Yeah, that fucking video is fucking stupid. I hate that shit. Especially when it's just some dude on YouTube like, listen, this thing that looks like a city is actually Atlantis. No. Not. Listen, I've spent a couple days on Google Earth looking at a thing, and I'm pretty sure that when I played Civilization, that's what a city looked like. I don't know. I don't know much about nothing. God damn it, Animal Planet. What was that other found footage show that Animal Planet used to have? Like Lost Tapes or something like that? What was it called? Is that what it was actually called?
The very first video I made on this channel was a video dedicated to Bigfoot sightings. Since that video did so well and a lot of people asked for more,
Lost Tapes is the one where it's like
to do yet
made like
another one.
it's like dramatic
The sightings I'm about to
reenactments,
show
right?
you were all caught within the last few months. As always, it's up to you to figure out if the videos I'm about to show you are real or fake. Enjoy. The first video comes from a live eagle cam in Michigan. The owners of the cam had pulled some footage from the eagle cams and noticed an unknown figure walking in the top right corner of the video.
I wonder if they have any of those on their channel. It's just like a dude. Live eagle reactions. The most American reaction there is. Whistling is like grating.
Some people have pointed out that it could, as always, be a hoax created by the people behind the live eagle cams. Or perhaps it was someone who knew exactly where
Alright, here's the
cam was
plan.
located.
We set up the live
Maybe
eagle
it's
cams and
Bigfoot.
then we do the Bigfoot hoax.
This footage apparently shows a
Step
hairy
3,
ape-like creature rubbing up against a police
question
surveillance
mark,
camera
step 4,
before
profit.
attempting to cover it with leaves.
Yeah, they did look like little like plants, didn't they? Looked like little like
It was accidentally caught by police trying to nab marijuana growers.
What?
According to the officer who decided to share the video, it wasn't a bear.
This looks like an early AI image. If you were like, I don't even know. I don't even know what would give you this prompt. This looks like nothing.
It was accidentally caught by police trying to nab marijuana.
How does that look like anything?
According to the officer who decided to share the video, it wasn't a bear, and the creature ripped the trail cam off the tree.
Right here? Is that what it's supposed to be?
Let me know in the comments
I can
what you
see
think it
but
is.
It really looks like nothing. Like that looked like it could be a Rorschach test or something like that you show to people, ask them what they see.
Take a look.
That's what how like poor quality some of these images are. This is a 5-year-old video though, so whatever. That means the videos that they're referencing are at least 5 years old already.
What was that?
Some could debate that her reaction wasn't very authentic or that it was quite a coincidence to capture Bigfoot while playing with your iPad. To some extent, it could look real though, but let me know what you think.
What do you
think? The following
think?
video allegedly shows a giant creature walking through a waterfall. The video is believed to have been recorded in Indonesia. As the cameraman focuses in on the waterfall, a shadowy figure appears out of the darkness.
It's just someone walking. I don't know, the perspective is weird because I think they would be way smaller up there.
Some viewers of the clip have suggested that the creature could be 8 feet tall. Others have suggested that it's a person holding a bucket, or that it could be visual effects.
Or it could just be a weird angle. Things look weirder than...
The final clip comes from Australia. The alleged beast in the video, dubbed the Yowie, is thought to have been seen roaming through dense forest in New South Wales, Australia. The cameraman, a ranger, can be heard saying, "It's too dark to be a kangaroo."
You've never heard of the
Seconds
Yowie?
later, a large black creature walking on 2 legs appears from the undergrowth and walks through trees in the wood.
It's too dark to be a kangaroo.
It's spelled Yowie, I think. Or yeah, just Google it the other way, the way you think it's pronounced. I'm sure that'll come up good. I'm sure that'll be fine.
The Yowie are said to live in the outback away from human settlements, and many witnesses of the Yowie believe this to be an example of one. And that was 5 new Bigfoot sightings caught on camera. Let me know what you thought. Were any...
That was Sir Spooks, the Queen's favorite scary YouTuber. The royal YouTube archivist. He was knighted.
This first video was published to the highly popular High Strangeness subreddit.
High Strangeness? Okay, I gotta
collection of
subscribe
all
to
sorts
that.
of photos, videos, and stories relating to the paranormal, UFOs, ancient cultures, cryptozoology, anomalies, and other strange things. The video in question is an old and grainy video filmed all the way back in 2002 and seemingly showcases some
about
sort
low
of spherical,
strangeness?
unidentified flying objects hovering around this particular area. Have a look.
Low weirdness. Yeah, it's an Australian Bigfoot. I've seen like all sorts of dumb Bigfoot shows about the Yowie before. Whenever some dumb cryptozoology show comes out, they always like have, you know, enough material for like a couple good episodes, and then they like run out and they start
The nearly
doing like
2-minute video documents this incredibly mysterious round
stuff like
object
that.
floating around slowly but surely before it eventually
Or
and
just like a
abruptly ends, leaving
variants
us all
on the
to wonder
Bigfoot.
what exactly we just watched.
Like a reskin.
Many commenters have mentioned how authentic this particular video feels, believing that this videographer actually managed to capture genuine footage of a real-life UFO in broad daylight. Others have called it a hoax, stating that what we're seeing is actually a ball hanging on a horizontal string or fishing line. But what do you think? Is this an actual UFO sighting? Is this bizarre sphere something else entirely? Be sure to let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
And then they just get to like big animals, and then it's just like the giant hog of Texas. It's like, is that a crypto, like a cryptid, or is that, yeah, is that a cryptocurrency? Giant hog coin?
A Reddit user named AdditionalArm6362 uploaded this mysterious and eerie video to the aforementioned High Strangeness subreddit that showcases a piece of home surveillance camera footage taken on March 22nd, 2021 at 9:22 p.m. Just by taking a quick glance at the video, you won't be able to notice anything out of the ordinary.
You know there's been a Bigfoot coin for
It simply looks as
sure.
if you're looking at an ordinary neighborhood
I'm sure someone
in the middle
has
of the night,
made use of that.
with all being as quiet as a mouse.
That wordplay.
However, the seemingly innocent and easygoing nature of the video is just about to take a huge turn.
Although it's kind of ironic because there isn't one, so. Like it's almost like boasting
All
about
of a
the
sudden,
unsinkable
without
ship,
warning,
and then it
the
sinks.
street lamp turns out before a weird figure appears and starts to float around the area, before eventually disappearing into thin air.
I'm
It is
lying by
worth
it.
noting that because of the strange shape of this particular entity, it could very well be a bug on the lens. But the timing of the light
Sophie?
going out and this strange thing appearing at the exact
you're
same
well as
time
well.
is quite fascinating and interesting to ponder. What do you think? Do you think this was some strange, otherworldly visitor? Was it a
Titanic
bug?
coin, I guarantee
Or was
you
this
it's gonna
whole
be a
thing
thing there.
faked in order to get some easy views? Let me know your thoughts in
Mostly
the
because
comments.
that's like a, you know, a word on its own too, I guess.
Jimmy B.
Yo, Jimmy
Trailcams
B.
is a YouTuber who started uploading videos just 4 months ago.
What about the
typically
Jimmy
consisting of
Dean
him
trail
venturing out
cams?
to different trails and documenting his findings.
Have you guys ever watched that channel
But
before?
by taking a quick look at his uploads,
Have you guys
find
ever
that
had like a
none of
Jimmy
them are
Dean
outright
sausage
scary, but
sandwich
rather
or anything like that?
interesting, especially if
Jimmy
you're into
Dean anything?
wildlife and nature.
They have trail
However,
cams where they
one
actually like
particular video that he uploaded recently
show them
stands out
catching
like a
the
sore
animals
thumb
that they
amongst the crowd of his
put
other more
into the
innocent
sandwiches.
videos. The following
It's
video
on
was
YouTube,
filmed
look
by
it up.
Jimmy in Birch Bay, Whatcom
Jimmy
County,
Dean
Washington
trail
in April of
cams.
2021 at around 9 p.m. The video starts off simple enough as we look at a couple of trees in the distance. The atmosphere is certainly a bit creepy, but nothing overtly scary happens. That is until a massive and extremely tall entity proceeds to walk through the woods before eventually disappearing from view.
Yeah, it's because there's like raccoons in them. Whoa. Yeah, I know that font.
Although the quality of the video is a bit blurry and pixelated, if you look closely, you can see that the creature is very tall and looks to be quite hairy, which is making some people believe that the figure caught on camera in this video is none other than Bigfoot himself. Whether or not it actually is the elusive creature has yet to be determined, but all signs certainly point to
I mean,
it.
he's clearly most
Bigfoot
visible
or
right
something
there.
else, this is definitely something you wouldn't want to see if you were walking through the woods.
Stealth cam.
This next video was published to TikTok by a user named Cheatrope, who was driving around
That was
outside
like,
on his motorcycle when he thought he saw
Bigfoot
someone suspicious in a
One
nearby
Piece.
abandoned house.
Right.
He then did something that many of us would not have the bravery to do. he went to help and investigate the eerie house. Throughout the remainder of the video, the man conducted a thorough investigation of the area, but is ultimately unable to find anyone or anything.
I've seen that one a bunch of times.
And all is well. However, little did this TikTok user
now that's
know
the
at the
Fresno
time that he
Nightwalker.
did manage to capture something on
You've
video
never seen
that
that
day
before?
that proved he was not so alone.
Get your mind out of the
after all.
gutter.
If you pause right around the 1:14-minute mark, you can clearly see someone or something moving away from view, perhaps trying to hide from the uploader so he did not get caught.
Also, cryptids can have dicks.
When the TikTok user
They're fucking,
saw this later,
they're animals.
he must
They're
have
real
been
people.
incredibly spooked, realizing that the whole time there was
Not a big
somebody
deal.
there that could very well have been watching his every move. This final entry is a two-part haunted house exploration video filmed in Japan and uploaded to
Cryptics
YouTube
is actually
on
an old
January 1st,
serial.
2021.
You don't
The
remember
house
that?
The uploader in question is exploring was built by a family of 3, approximately 30 to 40 years ago. One day, the entire family went missing.
It was retired for
seemingly
obvious
without a
reasons, but in the
trace.
70s,
The current owner
it was like
wanted
pretty
to sell
popular
the
for a
house.
while.
It was vacant, but the owner felt a strange presence somewhere in the house. Now, the channel owners are told that they have to close all doors after they open and go through them. So with that backstory out of the way,
Like his hat.
let's take a look at these two videos. At one point in the video, the channel owners are wandering around a particular room in the house before they eventually open a door that leads them to quite a terrifying discovery.
This guy's dripped out. Got that Converse. Got that baseball varsity hat. What?
About 10 minutes later, a video that was recorded by the new buyer while he was inspecting the house begins to play, and in addition, we are shown yet another chilling piece of footage that further cements just how haunted this house truly is.
That was like really nothing. Oh, there's more. Honestly, Japanese horror YouTube is fucking awesome.
In the second part of this exploration, the
I guess they
uploaders
are
are continuing
actually
on with the investigation of this haunted house, which proves to be
like
even
several
more
different
haunted than
countries.
their wildest dreams could have ever imagined.
They have like their own
At one
distinct
point in the video, while
style
exploring a
of
dirty, messy, and
ghost
eerie
horror
kitchen,
videos, it seems
the
like.
man recording immediately hears something rather startling from a distance that creeps him right out.
And there's like the way that Xiaolong does it. Don't you hear that?
But it's what happens next that is easily the most frightening discovery of the entire night. The man recording hears the ringing sound of a standing doorbell, and as he turns around, he sees something rather horrifying that will surely give him nightmares for the rest of his life. Eventually, the men end their investigation and the video ends, which was certainly for the best. If these
The ghost
channel
break
owners
the
had
glass?
stayed any longer, there's truly no telling exactly what could have happened to them. And that was 5 scary videos.
He broke
I
out.
hope you enjoyed the video.
My
And
God.
if you did, then subscribe for more scary content. My name is Sir Spooks, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Intense. I'm gonna watch one more video, I think, and then I will play some Zomboid. Let's do some chill. Cave exploring. Yeah,
hello
that'll be
again.
good.
It's raining a little bit, but I've got my canopy that I made. It's an umbrella. I'll show you that.
So
in a
loud!
bit.
Holy shit!
Quite proud
Didn't
of
realize
that.
how loud
so
it
it's
was.
keeping the camera
Whoops.
dry, although it's also blowing it a bit
All
with
that
the,
shit wasn't super loud.
with the wind on the umbrellas, sort of making the tripod a bit unstable. Also, Tom's. Well, no, that was meant to be a surprise, but he was meant to just walk in, but I mentioned that he was there, so it slightly ruined that.
Don't worry.
But I do have a surprise for Tom later on. So I just have to check this.
This is a channel
It's a bit wobbly on the.
I've watched every now and then. He's
I
this
think
old,
it's just the umbrellas in the wind, but it's not.
like British
And
guy.
hopefully bring the whole thing.
He goes into the woods and he like
Oh, you know what I'm.
finds
yeah. Well,
things.
yeah, he saw the video. Yeah. Okay. Right. Well, anyway, let's get cracking off, and not cracking off, just cracking. You carry on. So before I didn't have any of this, and when the rain came
Apparently
down,
he's getting like an actual show.
the
Like this is a
camera
character he
and the
plays.
lens and all of this.
Not
I
to
have this
ruin
little
it,
monitor
but
here, and that's because I can
he's not
focus quite
really
easily.
like this guy. This is
So
like a
all of
character.
that is prone to getting wet. So obviously with this,
This is like
the problem
a
is when the wind
bit within a
catches it, so
bit,
you
kind
get
of.
this, and that's what I'm worried about. But anyway, I won't keep
But you'll see, it's still
going
cool.
on about it. The other good thing about this is it just works as a general when I'm walking along, like a rain cover, which is.
And I'm sure some of you know,
I
like,
you all know about umbrellas.
how
but
like
in this
British humor
context,
is
it's
like
quite
super
exciting for me.
dry.
It's hopeless, really, when it's like this. Trying to do
Sometimes.
any tracking. It's so
Kinda
wet.
like
All the
that.
ground is. You can't tell what's been going on because it's all just so shiny and dark and wet.
But it's also
Wind's
real.
Slightly worse, so we've just sheltered in here, which is a sort of archway more than a cave, really. And Tom has. Well, he'll explain. Hang on, you probably need to go into that.
Oh yeah. Should we put it on your leg?
Yeah.
Can I ask you some questions from YouTube?
Yes, he has pre-warned me of this, but I don't know what he's going to ask me. So.
Vivian O'Keefe wants to know. Those pixies are a bit nosy, aren't they?
Yes,
It's a
he
question.
goes into the
There's a
woods and he
question mark,
finds
so I guess
fairies and
those
goblins and
pixies are a
pixies
bit
and
nosy,
stuff.
aren't they?
Yeah, that's
which
the fairy
ones?
guy. And then afterwards, like they
one where
like
it's got
edit
fire
in actual like 3D pixies and gnomes and stuff.
Oh, the one that we're on
they-
the lookout for now.
It probably means that are they inquisitive or are they?
Are they nosy, or
Well,
they are?
Those pixies are a bit nosy, aren't they?
Yes.
Mousy Rock RC says a Trangia stove. Oh, it's
A
'cause you-
Trangia stove. That's this one. This
Yeah.
is why. Yes, it's Well, I've already showed it off, but yes.
That's
I'm
the name. That's
pleased
the
with
name
that.
that you forgot.
Oh, I see. What? Yes, a Trangia. Yes.
Yeah.
They were designed in 19. I think it was 1920. They've been around a long time, so they're a very good make, and they've obviously been perfected over the years, and so that's why I went for it, because obviously something with that amount of history is. Sorry, carry on.
What is it? Just like a mess kit, right?
Are you
It's a
Bill in
stove.
disguise?
What, from the goodies?
Yes.
I'm just used to like a tin mess
No,
kit like
okay.
that like
It's just
unfolds
aluminium.
kind of. You like unscrew it all together.
It doesn't say anything about it. It just says made in Sweden. So
That's kind of what that is, though, isn't that? It's
Nicole
like camping
Wooding
gear,
is worried
camping
that the
mess kit,
sugary spaceships,
cooking mess kit.
the flying saucers.
Yeah, flying saucers might cause cavities.
Well, I already have cavities, so.
And she's guessing that.
Oh, in their
Yeah,
teeth.
in their teeth.
Well, they may do. Well, yes. I don't give them out that often, to be
Perhaps
honest.
something less sweet would be better. Badong Canete, I'm sorry if that's said wrong. Do you have a book about pixies?
I do have a book about general fairy folk that was written in. I don't know when it was originally written. It's certainly more than 150 years old, but it's not. It's a book on. I mean, I have various books on them, but a lot of them are folklore, so they're not really of any.
But none of your own.
Use.
You don't have your own book.
I've never made one. No, I have plenty of reference material, but as I say, it's folklore rather than accurate.
Yeah.
There's not really a.
It's mostly just them chilling.
Go down and check filming. Tom, start.
But the cave part is the part I want to see.
Well, you can go. You can do it now. I thought we were going to finish. I was going to finish my food, and then we could go.
Or you can finish your food if you like.
So the reason why we're doing this is because.
I think he said they're in Wales too, or like
interested in having a
something like that.
A view of what's down. So
The
Tom's
forest
gonna
always
take
looks so crazy.
Video of anything he finds down at the other end, like animal remains or anything like that. I don't really think the worm will show up. I think the network of these caves is large, and there's probably other entrances also, but we don't know. So he just left his camera in there. We'd put some of our stuff back in the sheltered bit. Can you go back and get it? If I wait here, then.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Not sure if it's a good idea now. It's sort of quite amusing, the idea of.
It almost looks like it's
thought he'd say
man-made,
no.
the way the rocks are.
So it's sort of slightly backfired. I
think it's just the way that it opens up there.
I didn't have one when I went down last time.
We probably should have.
But it's quite a tall. There's only a couple of bits where it goes down, and most of it's quite tall. So it's low there where you go in, and then past that point it sort of goes. We just tell them not to copy.
Well, we can't tell them not to copy us and then do it.
The sound of the cave.
Saying that, didn't you?
So we're going in. I'll take this camera. It's on the tripod at the moment, and then, well, I'll take it now because it's all attached to the umbrella. So
it's like over the garden wall or something.
I need to take it off somehow quickly. Just wait a moment, Tom. You right with your hat? Tom's been adjusting everything, styling his wellies in a slightly different way to avoid cave spiders, apparently. I was joking about the spiders.
Why would you joke about it?
It's hot in here. You're filming those hairy bits.
Yeah. What's that? Roots of something?
Ow.
Mind your head.
Yeah, thanks.
Are you going to stay back a bit?
It looks like music too, yeah.
Let's figure out what we're going to do.
I mean, it kind of fits it.
Can you see the end?
Almost.
Okay, let's go a bit further. Just keep quiet. I know you are being quiet, but just keep being quiet. Okay, that's the end there.
I dreamt about this.
Doesn't appear that there's anything down there, but Tom's just going to check, just see if there are any bones down there. Apologise for my ridiculous helmet arrangement. My belt, this is my trouser belt, so...
That stinging nettle's really hurting my finger from earlier.
Yeah, I got stung. Being up and down the cave, doesn't seem to be any signs of life, which is a good thing, but unfortunately we can't really see any bones either. But still, at least we've braved the...
Where's the water seeping through from?
That's just from above, really. See my silhouette.
Oh, yeah. Spooky.
But he's not around at this entrance today, so it seems.
Looks like a Snapple
no
bottle.
No signs of any bones, so I'm not quite sure what that does say about my theory, but...
If he's more like reptilian.
Yeah, well, that's what I said, but it still doesn't really. Finding nothing is no proof of anything, is it? So, but I don't really want to go down past that bit where I saw him before. So,
There's a bat in here.
Oh, where?
It's flying around. Oh. So there are bats. Oh. Wow. He went out, I think.
Should we go down to the end again?
Yeah, okay. Do you want me to try go first?
Yeah.
Yeah, make this guy Doctor Who.
Tripod down. Are you scared of bats?
I didn't fall down a well of bats or anything.
Hmm?
It's Batman, don't worry.
Batman?
Yeah.
I don't know what he's talking about. I know Batman, but I'm going to come down.
It's like this guy's trying to go forward and this guy's
leave that
barely
there.
moving at all.
We're still looking for bones because I can't see any. If they're here, they're the same colour as everything else.
He's probably got lots of different entrances, so... Have you got your camera going?
Yeah, it's going now.
Okay.
Okay, Owen. Owen.
Oh, okay.
Run.
I am, I can't go. I'm burning my hand.
Fall down a well of bats or anything.
Hmm?
It's Batman.
Play it again.
Sorry.
Batman?
Yeah.
I don't know what he's talking about. I know Batman, but I'm going to come down.
Because I can't see any. If they're here, they're the same colour as everything else.
He's probably got lots of different entrances, so... Have you got your camera going?
Yeah, it's going now.
Okay.
Okay, Owen. Owen.
Oh, okay.
That's so fucking awesome looking.
Run.
I am, I can't go. I'm burning my hand.
And they're just like politely running out. It's really funny when you see his videos in like top 5 reels too, and they're like, these guys found a really weird lizard in a cave. And then you watch it and you're like, what the fuck is this? It's like the Office cave splunking old man version. I don't know. British edition. Here, let me link that channel if you want to check it out. Erwin Saunders. Okay, I'm going to play some Zomboid. Appreciate you joining. Let's watch some YouTube and then we'll... I didn't know that was going to happen.
Bucksgrave Road. Friends David and Dell from the YouTube channel Signs and Signals are driving down a creepy back road called Bucksgrave Road in Carlisle, South Carolina. David and Dell say that when they were kids, they witnessed some very strange things out on Bucksgrave Road, such as odd, unexplainable lights and orbs. So, while driving down the narrow dirt road shooting some B-roll for their video in the car, they
Looked like Mr.
experienced
Beast.
something absolutely unnerving.
For a second.
I think that's enough.
Did he just get out of the car while he was driving it?
You don't want to waste up all the battery already.
He just like goes right the road.
Dale, what the dude? I'm zooming in. I can't.
It's like another person.
What the what the are you supposed to do?
Yeah, it is creepy when you're going down this, like a road and you see someone with a like light like that. That is kind of creepy. But it's clearly like someone telling them,
walk in the
you know,
woods.
don't run me over.
Where's the headlamp?
That's
at?
why going out at night is creepy.
The headlamp should be
the woods.
right there. Like he didn't. Like he stopped. Did you turn off the
Immediately
light?
makes like any encounter you have like incredibly
Can you see
tense.
in there?
No, I can't see.
I'm zoomed in. I can't hardly see.
Zoom in, don't zoom in, don't zoom in. It ain't gonna help, it ain't gonna help.
It did look like he was walking kind of weird, but it is just a dude walking, yeah. But it is a dirt road in the middle of nowhere, too. I think when someone's walking with like a flashlight like that, though, or like a light, it just means, yeah, I'm walking my dog, don't run me over.
What the f are you talking about? The content play. David, what the hell are you doing?
Hello?
I already tried that. He don't want none.
I'm trying to hear.
You dumb motherfucker.
He do be walking kind of weird.
Okay, come on. This is some dumb shit. This ain't even what we're supposed to be here for.
Dude,
I remember seeing some people with
or
like
seeing
headlamps
anything
on
out
one
there. It was so
time
pitch
when I was
black.
driving through like a park late at night out in the middle of nowhere. It freaked me out.
Go!
That was kind of funny.
To this day, David and Dell say that they have no idea who or what the creepy stranger could have been. And paranormal or not, they claim that they have never been so scared in all their life.
That looks more like,
So,
please help me.
Did they
not
encounter
like,
some creep
I'm
in the
trying to
remote
kill you.
woods? Or is it
Having a heart
all
attack.
just an elaborate hoax? You decide. You can watch this entire video and many more spooky moments over on their YouTube channel, Signs and Signals.
Like, I just punched through that shit.
Neighborhood Watch. Sarah Marie and her husband Bobby are having
You guys
an
ever see that
afternoon
clip of that
get-together with
tow
some
truck lady
friends
punching
at their
through the
home in
glass?
Florida, when suddenly they spot something very odd at the neighbor's house across the road.
Nice Lost reference, I like that.
Why? It looks like somebody's peeking through that window, the one that's open.
So it's their house. They can look through a window if they want, right?
Yes!
Maybe they're like wondering what the fuck you're doing. That almost looks like a shadow.
In that house. There's nobody at all.
It looks like a shadow.
I didn't know they could be that
crossing
visible,
somehow.
though.
This
That's what I was saying.
A strange shadow can be seen quickly moving back and forth in Sarah's neighbor's home, freaking out everyone and even seeming to upset their two puppies.
The dog just ran into the other dog's ass.
There's nobody in that house. There's nobody at all.
Sarah explains online that the home belongs to an older woman whose son, sadly, had passed away.
And
Worried
his
about
shadow
the older
runs
woman's
around
safety, Sarah
all the
calls her
time.
neighbor, but the woman says, I'm not even at home right now. So who or what could this be? I leave it up to you to decide. The ghostly guest.
A lot of
Over on the
responsibility.
Japanese YouTube page, Kuro Shiro
What do you
channel,
decide?
an anonymous paranormal investigator, Shiro,
Oh,
who
that
always
mask
wears
is
a
fucking
mask,
crazy.
sets out to investigate an allegedly haunted hotel room somewhere in Japan.
Like
The
Phantom of the
investigator
Opera.
says that recently a man's life was taken in an extremely violent and barbaric way in one of the hotel rooms. Since then, the room is said to be haunted. Shiro plans to spend the night to investigate. So Shiro sets up a few static cameras
Phantom
and a
Dust
motion
from
and
Mario 2.
voice-activated toy dog.
Yeah, I'm here to
During
investigate
the
your hotel.
investigation, the motion sensing toy
Also,
begins
that
to
one
act
episode of
very
Star Trek,
strangely.
the original series, where they're a race of people that are black and white, but not like normal, just right down the middle.
それはないわ。どうした？
Oh my god.
おい、え？何これ壊れてんだけどマジで。待って落ち着いて。一回電源切るか。今また電源つけました。あ、おかしいだろマジで。これやばいなマジで。ここは本当にさ。
A little shaken up, Shiro resets the toy dog and continues to investigate. What happens next is absolutely terrifying.
え、ドンってなった。え、ちょっと待って。今動いてたよね。
The door moved a little.
さっきより開いてない？
The door moved.
この音だった。
I was just wondering, like, how many watermarks do we need on this? But I guess I guess like the TikTok crop in the middle is that's why that one's down there. I guess that makes sense.
いないんすよ、マジで。やべ、帰ろうとしちゃった。
With TikTok becoming like so immensely popular too, I wonder how long it'll be till someone tries another pass at like making shows in that format. What was that one app called from a year ago or two, where it was just all vertical shows, but they're like really short? You know what I'm talking about? Quibi, and it like died very quickly. I wonder if someone will try that again soon. I kind of feel like it's inevitable.
From the corner of his eye, Shiro sees the hallway door slowly open by itself. But when he goes to check, there's no one there. When he turns back toward the hallway, a frightening dark figure can be seen standing right in front of him.
I just think the TikTok trend would lead
shock,
to it eventually.
over his
People
own
are
feet.
so
He quickly grabs his camera and gets back
so
up,
used to
but
it
the
now.
figure has
it seems
just
like YouTube Shorts
disappeared.
are kind of here to stay in that
Shiro
style.
believes that he might have captured the angry spirit of the man whose life was taken in the hotel room. But some of Shiro's viewers think that the apparition looks more like a woman. Perhaps even the vicious entity responsible for the man's death.
Doesn't Instagram have
What do you
stories?
think?
Aren't they kind of like that
You
too?
can watch Shiro's entire investigation
vertical
over on his YouTube,
format,
Kuro Shiro channel. Before we move on to the next video, if you see anything that you think should be included in the top 5, contact us at nukestop5@gmail.com.
Yo, this music is
Lights
like boss
out.
music.
Unfortunately, there is very little information available on these next videos. The clips were recorded by a group of friends exploring an abandoned building somewhere in Kazakhstan. But what they capture is truly bizarre.
Whoa! I thought I saw spiders.
It
will spit on us?
Он двигается.
Well, come on and say hi.
Может быть, это игра в цвет. Сейчас может просто все решится. Давай, убирай. Нихуя нет.
Смотри, еще раз надо.
Убирай теперь. Ничего нету.
Астафрулlah. Бля, вот вы, конечно, нашли в плане?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how that works. I was trying to figure out the word at first, and it's just dickhead. Like, why would you need to censor that? I guess because YouTube
A
doesn't
dark
like the word dick,
shape-shifting
maybe.
figure can be seen in an upstairs window. But what makes this footage so creepy is that the apparition only appears when they turn away their flashlight.
That
When
one
the group
guy
heads
was laughing
inside
like
and
the fucking
upstairs to
Joker or
investigate,
some shit too.
They find
the fuck does he think
nothing
he's
there.
doing?
The guy
There's always
seems
like one
skeptical
guy
and
in a
just
group of
kinda
friends
laugh
that like
off the
has to
creepy
laugh like that.
experience, even though
Like they need to
can't
laugh
explain
louder
it.
and more
But
insane than everyone else.
Who
Like, I
or
want chill
what
out.
is this? Let me know what you think. The Cumberland Gap Inn. The historic Cumberland Gap Inn in Tennessee is said to be extremely haunted, with hotel guests reporting many strange and unexplainable experiences. Lonnie and Neil from the paranormal investigation team Tri-State Paranormal Investigators decide to spend the night in one of the inn's most haunted rooms in the hopes of capturing anything supernatural. And they do. Shortly after setting up 2 static cameras, they capture something on video that is right out of a horror movie.
The Cumberland Gap, is that what that giant hill was? He looks like perplexed. That looks like a glitch, kind of. We have lighting thing, kind of. Like there's like a weird beam of light there. This guy says.
Wake up. Wake up.
Seems like the bed moved again.
Changed the water to turn off, but I didn't turn off.
Something invisible seems to sit down on the edge of the bed right in front of Neil. Shocked by what he just witnessed, he calls out to his team member who quickly joins him. Now, after several attempts at trying to debunk what they've captured, Neil and Lonnie have no idea how the mattress could have sunk down in such a way, especially since it would require a great deal of force.
You're going somewhere haunted.
So could this be paranormal evidence that the Cumberland Gap Inn is haunted?
Ghost might try to roll up on you.
Guardian Angel. Only a few months ago, TikTok user Tana Witt went through a devastating tragedy when her brother suddenly and without warning passed away. Tana's brother was incredibly close to her family, including her 2-year-old daughter, Evelyn. One night, Tana and her daughter are home alone when something happens that shocks Tana to
It sounds
her
just like
core.
an incredibly emotional situation. It's like, my kid found my my dead brother.
With her deceased, many of the world's cultural elite. Freemason members have a temple in Cleveland, Ohio.
It's Urbex Hill again. We just saw this the other day.
Now, this next creepy occurrence was captured by 3 different paranormal investigators on the exact same night.
Yo, it's
John from the
Ninja.
YouTube channel Exploration Unknown, Tim from the YouTube channel Breaking the Shell, and Josh from the channel Southern Afterlife. The 3 guys are all
That would just seem
investigating
kind
an
of weird.
abandoned
It's like a weird
farmhouse
way
in
of
Kodak, Tennessee,
dealing with your
called
trauma.
the Kelly House.
Whatever.
The house is now part of a large wooded area
Whatever,
designated
lady.
as a bird sanctuary. But that wasn't always the case. The Kelly House was built sometime in the late 1800s and bought by the Kelly family in 1917.
They say this is
Now,
in-
honestly,
where is this?
not much is known about the history of the house, but many visitors claim to have heard strange unexplained of the house. Always, the are all investigating an abandoned. Tim from the YouTube channel Breaking the Shell and Josh from the channel Southern Afterlife. The 3 guys are all investigating an abandoned farmhouse in Kodak, Tennessee, called the Kelly House.
It looked like somewhere else.
The house is now part of a large wooded area designated as a bird sanctuary.
I've never been to
But
Tennessee.
that wasn't always the case. The Kelly House was built sometime in the late 1800s and bought by the Kelly family in 1917. Now, honestly, not much is known about the history of the house.
No, they had to
But
censor
many
their
visitors
faces 'cause
claim to have heard strange, unexplained footsteps and voices inside
they had no
the home.
faces.
Some
It was
have
like
seen
really
eerie
graphic.
shadow figures, and scariest of all, multiple people claim to have seen the eerie apparition of an old farmer
They got their
wandering the
faces ripped
property. So, the 3 ghost hunters decide to spend the night in the old abandoned Kelly house to see if the spooky stories are true. All 3 of the ghost hunters are recording, all at the same time.
Now Josh hasn't been here, so he's going to go in first this time. Look, guys, you're watching yourselves.
Hey.
No, don't touch the cameras.
Wow.
Not long into their investigation, all 3 guys are recording when John captures something downright chilling.
Alright guys, so I got the REM pod set up. So if anything comes near that, it'll go off. And this is the new box. You probably saw it in the last video. I don't have a name for it, but it combines an
What
pump,
the fuck?
ambient temperature readout, and it also acts as an echo box. So if you can come up with a cool name, drop that in the comments.
It has no name. You don't even know what the fuck it is.
What he said.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Thanks, Tim.
They're setting that up, but I'm
Can't
in
wait to
it.
see
Really
what
love
this
your
house
presence here.
has to
You can see
say.
the little planet. Make it
What
Saturn.
are those crystals? Yeah, what the fuck is
next
that
to
thing? It's like the
broad.
capturing ghost device.
Wow, that is
You see, it traps a dead person's soul
it's Tim.
inside.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you ruined my moonshot,
When
bro.
you
Oh,
dial the
man.
cromulator
I
to
already got it.
69.
It's beautiful, man.
Yo, Lutrum, thank you for that spooky 13, dude.
All right, guys. We've got the K2 meter over here in this window. We're getting things set up. All right. And then in here, we got Josh on the porch.
This house is not big enough for them all to be walking around.
Now, all three investigators can be seen on video at this time. Josh is on the porch, Tim is outside in the field, and John is strolling
They're like
through
always
the house.
in someone else's shot.
No one else is there with them, but John accidentally captures an unknown fourth figure. Someone or something walking on the landing.
No, I don't believe
on the
that.
second floor.
You got like 18
Now,
people
John
in
didn't
this
even
fucking house,
notice this
probably.
bizarre shape at the time. He only saw it later when he watched this footage back for editing. But that's not all. Because while Tim is outside in the field looking at the house from far away, he too captures something on the second floor.
Now let's go in.
Breaking the
Tim
shell.
also sees a dark shape that appears to be wandering the second floor. Josh,
is
who's
that?
outside on the porch, eventually decides to go back inside
loud
after hearing
effect.
some strange noises. And he also captures, well, just watch closely.
There's none out here. Tim's out there.
Nothing like the Southern afterlife.
There's nobody out here. Except for Tim. He's down at the end of the yard.
Southern afterlife sounds like a fucking crappy CW show.
There's nobody out there, man.
No.
Except for Tim out there.
Where's he at?
He's out the corner of the yard.
Oh yeah, I saw his eye out there a while ago.
Did you see it? At the top of the staircase in a room to the left, again, something dark appears to be watching and then slowly ducks out of sight. With three separate and distinct captures of a shadow figure and all three investigators accounted for on camera, could it be that the historic Kelly house is haunted? As always, I leave that up to you to decide. You can watch all three investigations on the YouTube channels Exploration Unknown, Breaking the Shell, and Southern Afterlife. Night at the Museum. Nate Ratterman and his wife Kaylee own and manage what has been voted one of the most haunted museums in the world, the Museum of Shadows located in Omaha, Nebraska. The
Never
spooky
heard of it.
museum showcases over 3,000 allegedly haunted
Never heard of
artifacts,
it.
including a few very creepy dolls with even creepier
I'm a
stories.
fucking expert.
One of these artifacts is a doll named Ada. The story goes that when a family moved into an old house, they found Ada in the attic. Creeped out by the doll, they threw it away immediately. But 2 years later, Ada
Some
came
fucking
back.
real stock.
The family found the doll right back in the attic where they had originally
weird
found
shit.
her 2 years earlier. Now completely freaked out, the mother of the household took the doll
I don't
and
like that
threw it in the
B-reel of
trash again.
people getting goosebumps either.
Only
That's kinda
hours
weird.
later, and the woman found the doll halfway up the driveway, almost as if Ada was slowly crawling her way back home. The doll was then obtained by the Museum of Shadows. Ada is kept in a glass box to keep her from escaping. Over the last 5 years,
Why don't they
Ada
just
has
take
been
all
witnessed
the
and recorded
cursed dolls and
seemingly
throw them in a
trying
volcano?
to get away again.
Like, why
This
doesn't
is some
someone
of the
start
creepy
a
footage
GoFundMe
that has been collected?
to get all the bad dolls, and then someone just puts them in a volcano somewhere, and then no one has to worry about it ever again? Stop, like, fucking putting them in museums and shit. Stop putting them on display. You're just giving them attention. It's fucking toxic.
On multiple occasions, Ada has been captured moving by herself. These are just a few. And as if that wasn't creepy enough, Ada has a few friends in the museum who seem to join in on the fun.
Make them fight each other so anime can be real. I don't know how that would work, but I like that line of logic. It's just like a doll falling. We get that again?
Ada and friends in the museum who seem to join in on the fun.
I'm not sure I saw it the right way. And then it just falls. It's just gone.
Ada and the other dolls have become incredibly popular attractions at the museum, with many visitors claiming to have seen them move with their own eyes. But the dolls aren't the only things that move around in the middle of the night. Sometimes when the sun goes down, it's almost as if the museum comes to life.
What is even going on there? Did a ball kill somebody? What's happening? Yeah, these all look like ways to get people to come visit your haunted museum.
But the strange activity is not limited to just the night. Sometimes it happens right in the middle of the day.
Whoa, I didn't even know there was another person there. That's scary. No, all I saw was boob.
So with 5 years of recorded footage and countless real eyewitness reports, could it be that the Museum of Shadows is haunted by the thousands of cursed artifacts kept within its walls? And would you go to a haunted museum? Tell me what you think. To watch much more of their paranormal evidence, head over to the YouTube channel, Museum of Shadows. Thanks so much for watching. If you listen to absolutely none of the rest of this, please hit the subscribe button and click the little bell icon so you never miss an episode.
Never miss an episode. Here's a link to that if you want to check out Nuke. I got a weird video about gnomes. This is the first gnome ever.
Hello everybody, Shrouded Hand here. Every now and then I like to look at a strange tale from Britain's past.
Hey, dude,
the
Shroud.
Hairy Hands of Dartmoor, the Sandown Clown, the Lantern Man. Today's tale is somewhat unique in that it didn't happen on some windswept moor or remote marshland.
This song in the background
in the grounds of a stately hall in the city of Nottingham.
Is a mix of
Wallerton Hall is
other
a giant
church from Silent Hill
Elizabethan
1.
mansion house completed in 1588 for Sir Francis Willoughby, the 6th Baron of Middleton. Thank you,
Those
Wikipedia.
Fucking legs.
You might have
damn.
seen it before in the movie The Dark Knight Rises, where it was used for exterior shots of Wayne Manor. And it's not actually the mansion house itself we're concerned with, but the grounds surrounding it, a 500-acre gardens and deer park. The event in question happened late one evening on the 23rd of September 1979. A group of 6 schoolchildren had entered Wallerton Park looking for mischief and adventure.
The negative
Although
children.
most of the park is open to the public, there are certain areas that are fenced off for conservation reasons. One of these areas the children referred to as the swamps, a boggy wild patch covered in thick bushes and trees. According to the children, as they were passing the swamps, they spotted behind the fence a number of little men hiding in the bushes.
Sure they did.
These men were described as being very short, about as tall as the children's waists. They had long beards, brightly coloured clothes, and the classic gnome-like noddy hats. One of these little men came out of a hole in the fence and made an odd jiggling gesture towards the children before disappearing back into the
truffle
bushes.
shuffle?
The children then saw more of these little men up in the trees, looking down and laughing at them. Intrigued by the appearance of these strange men, the children climbed over the fence and entered the swamps. As they got closer, the little men retreated from view, disappearing into the foliage. Then a whole host of strange vehicles came out of the bushes.
What?
They were described by the children as looking like tiny bubble cars with strange triangular lights and some kind of handle for turning.
Gnome cars?
In each car was two of these little men. These cars chased the children through the swamps, laughing the whole time as if it was a game.
Nice.
One of the children, Andrew, fell into the swamp head first and got covered with mud. The children ran out of the swamp area, but the gnome cars kept chasing them until they reached the park entrance. The children found that the gate was locked, so you can imagine their panic as they tried to climb over the fence.
Fight them!
Then one of the children managed to get the gate open, so they quickly ran out onto the streets. The gnomes stayed inside the park. They seemed unable or unwilling to go out beneath the streetlights outside the gate. After their unnerving experience, the children spent about an hour or so walking the streets. They talked a bit about what they'd just seen before returning to their homes. Some of these children told their parents, who of course dismissed the story as nonsense. The next day at school, though, their story fell on more receptive ears, and quickly the tale of their encounter spread among the other school children, creating quite the buzz of excitement. The school's headmaster caught wind of the story and decided to question the three children
John
himself.
Lennon even talked to the children
Here's the
himself
strange
and
thing.
wrote a song
the
about it.
headmaster of a primary school would probably be used to hearing wild
J.R.R.
stories from
Tolkien is said to be
over-imaginative children,
inspired by
but
the
he came
encounter.
away with the impression that the children were telling the truth.
He wrote Game of
Now,
Thrones
obviously,
as a
he didn't
result.
believe that they'd actually seen gnomes in the park, but he was certain that they'd seen something out there and they weren't lying about it. He got the children to draw what they'd seen, and he taped his interviews with them. As far as I can tell, these recordings don't seem to be available online,
Beatles
but
gnome
there
car
are transcripts,
was
and
never
they make
released.
for intriguing reading. I'll put a link to the interviews in the description if you want to read through them yourself. They give some interesting details. The children had apparently seen these gnomes before, but only briefly during the summer holidays. They said that the gnomes had very wrinkly skin and they appeared joyful and friendly, even though the children were scared of them. And they said that the little bubble cars made
Baby,
no
you
sound
can
as they
drive
moved,
my
and they seemed to
gnome.
be able to jump over fallen trees and logs.
No, we're
I've got to
not
say, though,
taking
after
him
reading
home.
through the transcripts a few times, I do have some questions. For a start, there are inconsistencies in their story. Now, you would expect some inconsistency. Memory is a malleable thing, and these are testimonies from 10-year-old children, so they're not the most consistent of witnesses to begin with. Plus, this encounter happened at around 8:30 p.m. in September in an unlit area of the park, so it would have been pretty dark in there. But even
Yo, that
then,
is a
some of
sick
the differences in their testimonies
clip of the
are
gnomes.
difficult to justify. Two of the children described the gnomes as having white beards with red at the tip, whilst the third child describes them as all having long black beards. This seems an odd detail to get wrong. You could say that this third witness simply didn't get as good a look at the gnomes as the other children did.
Why is he
but
so afraid
that
of the
same
mushroom?
Witness also described details that the other children didn't. For example, he said that their trousers were ripped and they had yellow patches on some of them, so he must have got a pretty good look at these gnomes. Perhaps in their panic they just missed certain details, and in their attempt to remember the events they filled the holes in their memory with whatever they imagined they'd seen. It could also be that if these really were some sort of otherworldly entity, that each child actually did see them slightly differently. As I've said in previous videos on these subjects, it could well be that there's some as yet unexplained phenomena that when we encounter it, our brains can't quite get a grasp of, and we sort of slot in whatever cultural reference we think might match it closely enough. This might explain why multiple witnesses seeing the same phenomena might see them slightly differently. It could also, of course, simply be that the children were lying. There are a lot of details between the interviews that match up, some of them perhaps a little bit too well. All 3 of the children interviewed said that there were around 30 cars, each carrying 2 gnomes. It seems an oddly specific number for all 3 of them to arrive at independently. Now, imagine you were being chased in the dark by a gang of gnomes in tiny cars. Would you have time to count them? Were there 20, 30, 50? I would expect to hear 3 different numbers unless the witnesses colluded before being interviewed. This doesn't necessarily mean that they invented the story. It could be after their experience they talked among themselves and came to the conclusion that there must have been about 30 cars in total and they all agreed on this number. It would be good to be able to listen to the recordings and hear the kids' tone of voice as they're answering some of the questions.
Just ask them if they were watching like any gnome media. That would be the best way to tell.
But for the time being, it seems that we only have the transcripts to go on. Rumours about the Wallerton Park gnome encounter spread quickly. Pretty soon, newspapers were sending journalists to interview the kids. The Daily Mail article gives me another reason to be slightly suspicious of the story.
There are
Andrew,
gnomes in
the
bubble
child that fell
cars in
into
the city park. Imagine seeing that in the
by
newspaper.
The Mail said, "I felt something drop on me out of the trees. I think it was one of the men and I fell into the swamp." It seems odd that he didn't mention this at all when questioned by the headmaster. It's a pretty big detail to leave out. After this initial excitement and the media frenzy, there doesn't seem to be much more information about the events. There are some modern day researchers who have done good work piecing together the details about the Wallerton Park gnome encounter. Most notably Simon Young, who's published this excellent book, The Wallerton Gnomes, A Nottingham Fairy Mystery. I really enjoyed reading this. The children who saw the gnomes would be in their 50s now, and there have been efforts to track them down, but so far nobody seems to have come forward. Some people have taken this as a sign that they were lying and they're embarrassed to admit it. It could also be a sign that they're telling the truth and are embarrassed to admit it.
No one wanted to contact them.
I was reading this article on the Nottingham Hidden History blog by Frank E. Erb. He ends the article by saying that he put an appeal on a local Facebook group asking for help in tracking down any of the people involved in the Wallerton Park gnome encounter. One person replied saying, "Patrick was one of the lads I knew in Radford. He was a few years younger than me. I worked with him in the mid-80s. I remember the story about the gnomes, so I asked him about it. He told me it was all Angela's, a friend of his, idea, and that they made it all up."
Oh my God.
Now, I've no idea if this person was telling the truth about Patrick's confession, and even if what he says is correct, how do we know that Patrick wasn't lying about making up the story? A story like that would bring a lot of ridicule on an adult, and perhaps as he grew older he just found it easier to say that the story was fake. However, it isn't just those children that have seen strange things in Wallerton Park. There have been many more sightings, dating back decades before the 1979 encounter. Going back to the Frank Earp article, in it he tells a story that a friend told him. His friend said, "My Aunt Alma was a very respectable lady who lived in a large house on the embankment. She was a very rational person who would politely laugh at any suggestion of the supernatural. However, she once recalled to us at a family gathering a memory about a trip she made to Wallerton Park as a child in the 1930s with her friend. They were enjoying a picnic by the lake when they noticed, in her words, little people no taller than a doll that cautiously appeared from out of the bushes. They were all dressed in fancy clothes, She claims to have watched them go across the lake on a tiny boat and disappear into the bushes on the other side. To be honest, we joked about it after she left, but it always struck me that she had no need to lie or make up such a story, as it was totally out of character for her. The article goes on to say
Your
how
grandma
20
comes to
years
dinner and
after
just
his
tells you
Aunt
she
Alma
saw a
told the
gnome car
story, some friends were visiting
when she
from
was a
Wales
kid.
and they went for a day trip to Wallerton Park. When they got back, they said they'd seen some strange little people wearing fancy clothes. These little people were seen
Grandma,
down by the lake, and
stop
they
telling me
vanished into the
stories about
bushes
the
when they
little
noticed that they'd been
gnomes.
spotted. The earliest encounter I can find comes from the book Seeing Fairies by Marjorie T. Johnson. She writes, "Another account confirming the existence of these gnomes was given to me many years ago by Mrs. C. George of Stapleford, Nottingham. As long ago as the year 1900, she was passing Wallerton Park gates when she saw some little men dressed like policemen standing just inside the lodge entrance. They were smiling and looking very happy, she said. They hadn't any wings, and as far as I can remember, they were between 2 and 3 feet in height. She also recalled that fairies had been seen dancing around the lake in the park." And there are many more encounters, but I won't go through all of them in this video. I will put a link to the fairy census of 2014 to 2017. If you search Wallerton Park, you'll find a few interesting reports in there. There are more reports in the Wallerton Gnome book
Arthur
that are
Conan Doyle
worth
getting
reading
like
as
crazy
well.
about that shit though.
So whether you believe in gnomes or not, it does seem that people have seen something weird in the park involving little people. I don't know whether that means that there's a gang of gnomes driving around in bubble cars in the swamps, but it's an interesting story nonetheless, and it's a legend that's existed in the park for well over 100 years. Hopefully one day one of the original children comes forward to give their side of the story, and I know it's a long shot, but if any of them are listening to this, I'd love to hear from you whether the story is true or not. So let me know what you think in the comments, and thank you very much for watching. As always, a massive thank you to everyone who's supporting the channel. If you like strange stories about children encountering unusual creatures, you'll probably enjoy my Sandown Clown video. I also have a playlist of creepy folklore stories if that takes your fancy.
What do you guys
If
think
you're
about the
watching on
gnomes?
YouTube, then they should be on screen now if I've remembered to do my end cards properly. So, until next time, goodbye.
Do we learn about the Sandown Clown? What do you think? Possibly. The time. I gotta go to the bathroom really. I don't want to miss any of it. Just show that highlight video again. Actually, I got an idea. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom, but this is also a video.
One, two, three, four. Smell that funk. Riding through the forest on my mountain bike. Took a wrong turn on a trail and I couldn't believe my eyes. There was standing Bigfoot, just as plain as day. I said, please don't hurt me, Bigfoot, and I'll be on my way. But Bigfoot talking about, I don't know about all that now. I don't want to hurt nobody. I just want to walk the earth in harmony. Yeah. Harmony. Yeah. If you don't tell nobody, we might just be friends. Alright, Bigfoot, you know what? Your secret is safe with me, my brother. Bigfoot came back to my house and we hung out like friends. Bigfoot Bigfoot sat down on my couch and we drank a little gin. Yes, we did. I said, Bigfoot, if you play bass, I can play guitar. And we could conquer this whole world and become huge rock stars. But Bigfoot ain't having that. He messing around talking about, I don't know about all that now. I don't want to hurt nobody. I just want to roam the world in harmony. Yeah. Harmony, yeah. If you don't tell nobody, we can still be friends. Oh, Bigfoot, man, you don't understand, man. We can do things and have things and go places and... Oh, you ain't into that. Why don't you just let me get a solo right here? Go ahead, play that guitar now. Bigfoot, you the man, now go. I don't know about all that now. I don't want to hurt nobody. I just want to walk the earth in harmony. Yeah. Harmony, yeah. If you don't tell nobody, we can still be friends. Ah, Bigfoot, you're too funky now, man. But serious, you are a little funky. But you know what? You can really play. I really enjoyed jamming with you today, Bigfoot, and hanging out and all. Oh yeah, let me get a selfie real quick. There it is. You know what? No matter how good this picture is, ain't nobody gonna believe this.
Hello everybody, Shrouded Hand here. I'm going to start this video with a channel recommendation because I heard about this story from the Cool Dudes Walking Club channel. This isn't a collab or anything, I just genuinely really like this channel and I
I'm back.
pretty much watch anything he uploads.
Alright,
Sometimes he
Sandown Clown,
investigates
whatever he
areas
is.
where strange things have happened, and that's how I heard of the Sandown Clown incident. So I'll put a link in the description if you want to go check it out, and I hope he doesn't mind me using his video as inspiration. The Tale of the Sandown Clown. The incident happened in early May 1973 in Sandown on the Isle of Wight.
Didn't even know there was an
Two
island
children, a boy and a girl of 7 years of age, were near Lake Common in Sandown.
I bet you it's pretty as fuck over there.
At around 4 o'clock, they heard in the distance an eerie wailing noise, which they described as sounding similar to an ambulance siren.
Let's run to the sound!
They walked in the direction of the sound, which took them over a golf course and through a hedge until they ended up in a swampy field next to Sandown Airport. As they entered the field, the wailing noise stopped, so they decided to explore the area. Nearby was a narrow stream with a wooden bridge crossing it. As they walked across the bridge, a 3-fingered hand wearing a blue glove rose up from underneath. The hand was attached to a strange figure who emerged from underneath the bridge holding a book. He dropped the book into the water and spent some time splashing about trying to retrieve it. The description of this person or creature is highly unusual, and I'll quote it exactly as it was first reported.
Yeah, we gotta
He was
sands
nearly
down.
7 feet tall and had no neck, for his head appeared to be wedged straight onto his shoulders. He wore a yellow pointed hat which interlocked with the red collar of a green tunic. A round black knob was affixed to the top of his hat, and wooden antennae were attached to each side. The face had triangular markings
like an early
for eyes,
Teletubby.
a brown square of a nose, and motionless yellow lips. Other round markings were on his paper white cheeks, and a
He says
fringe
a
of red
microphone.
hair fell onto his forehead. Wooden slats protruded from his sleeves and from below his white trousers. I'll also add to this description to say that his clothes were all torn up and he had
You know what it kind of
feet,
reminded me of for a second?
yellow lips. Other round markings were on his paper white cheeks, and a fringe of red hair fell onto his forehead. Wooden slats protruded from his sleeves and from below his white trousers. I'll also add to this description to say that his clothes were all torn up and he had bare feet. Each foot had 3 toes to match his 3-fingered hands. After retrieving his book from the stream, the figure made a weird hopping motion with his knees raised up high, and he went into a metal windowless hut. The creature then came out of the hut holding what looked like a black microphone with a white cable. The wailing siren type sound started up again, but this time it was so loud that the children got scared and they ran away.
This is kind of
the siren then stopped
story,
and a
I
friendly
guess.
voice called out, "Hello, are you still there?" The voice was coming from the creature talking into the microphone, but although they were quite far away from him at that point, it sounded like he was standing right next to them. I don't know about you, but I probably would have kept running, but then again, I grew up in the 80s and 90s. Stranger danger made me naturally wary of creepy characters hanging around in the bushes, and that TV adaptation of Stephen King's It put the fear of clowns into me from a young age. And now that I think about it, that Billy Goat's Gruff story probably taught me not to trust anything that emerges from underneath a bridge either. I guess these kids were more trusting. It was the 70s, an absolute golden age for child snatchers. They thought the voice sounded trustworthy. They walked back to the hut with the deformed clown thing standing
It
outside
does kind of
it.
seem like a pretty convoluted fucking...
The clown took out a notebook and wrote in large letters a series
Weird
of words that were not written in
scenario.
any intelligible order. The creature pointed to each word in the order that they should be read, and the girl read them out loud.
What?
She read out, "Hello, and I am all colours Sam." They came closer and they found that the creature could talk without its microphone, but its speech was muffled, described as being rather like that of a person who does not open their mouth properly. Also, his strange yellow lips didn't move when he spoke. He asked the children questions about themselves, and they asked
weird
him
fucking
questions in
picture.
return. They asked him about his ripped clothes. He said he only had one set of clothes to wear. They asked him if he was a man. He said no. They asked if he was a ghost. He said, "Well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way." They asked, "If you aren't a man and you aren't a ghost, what are you?" To this he only replied, "You know."
What?
He told the children that he kept himself hidden because he was scared people might attack him. He also said that there were others like him, and he drew a sketch of one of them in his book. Another weird detail is, while all this was going on, there were 2 workmen fixing a post nearby, and they didn't react at all. It was as if they couldn't see the children or the clown creature. The Sandown clown invited the children into his hut. They entered by crawling through a flap in the side.
What the
Inside, the hut was divided into 2 levels. The walls of the ground floor area were decorated with a blue and green wallpaper covered in a pattern of dials. There was some rudimentary wooden furniture and some kind of electric heater. The upper floor was more cramped and had a metal floor. Once they were inside, the creature removed his hat to reveal round white ears and patchy brown hair. He told the children that he drank water from the stream once he cleaned it, and that he ate berries which he collected in the afternoon. He also indicated that he had a camp on mainland Britain that he would visit sometimes. He then did something extremely strange. He took a berry and put it into his ear. He then thrust his head forward quickly, causing the berry to vanish from his ear and reappear in one of his weird triangular eyes.
What?
He then thrust his head forward one more time and the berry appeared in his mouth. The children and the clown chatted for about half an hour before the kids said their goodbyes and exited the hut. They ran across the golf course back to Lake Common.
He's a fucking
They told the first
Teletubby.
adult they met that they'd just seen a ghost.
That's why he
Of
said there
course,
was
they were
others.
laughed at and sent on their way. Perhaps this is why the girl waited 3 weeks before she told her father about her experience.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Naturally, at first, the father also laughed. He assumed the tale was the result of an overactive imagination, but his daughter was so insistent that it had happened and provided so much detail that he got the feeling that there might be some truth to her story. He sought out the boy who had been with his daughter at the time of the encounter and asked him about the events. He says the boy wasn't as easy to talk to as his daughter, but he did confirm that they had indeed encountered that strange figure, and the details that his daughter had provided were true. Eventually, the man wrote down the story and sent it to the Bufora Journal, the British UFO Research Association journal. It appeared in the January-February issue of 1978. Now, you might be wondering why he decided to contact a UFO association in the first place. After all, the children always maintained that the person that they'd met was either a ghost or a man dressed up. Well, in the years leading up to this encounter, the girl's father had seen a number of strange things himself. In October of 1970, 3 years before the Sandown Clown incident, he was driving his car at around 7 PM. He was going through the village of Brading and then he turned right, heading towards St. Helens. It's hard to tell exactly where he was looking at Google Maps because I don't know the area and I don't know how the roads have changed since 1970, but I think it would put him either on Key Lane or Carpenter's Road. He looked to his right in the direction of the River Yar and he saw an enormous craft. He describes it as a ring of about 7 bright red lights, each of them a clearly defined sphere like a cherry. These lights were interspersed with turquoise and white lights. He says that the craft was somewhere between the road and Bembridge Downs and was hovering along the banks of the River Yar, so that would put it somewhere around here, only a couple of miles from where the children had had their experience. He stopped his car and watched the craft for a while. Then, as he drove on, it seemed to move with him, staying parallel to his car. As he got close to St. Helens, the craft flew lower to the ground and seemed to shrink. Now there was only 4 lights. Again, he stopped his car and he spent around 10 minutes signalling to the craft with his torch. The object appeared to weave back and forth in response to his signalling. He then drove to his friend's house and his friend was also able to see the lights. Later on he drove to Ryde and lost sight of the craft, but ever since that night, on a number of occasions, he would see single red lights in the sky which would hover nearby or follow his car as if they were observing him. In March of 1972 he had another strange experience. He was at Compton Bay, which is over the other side of the Isle of Wight. It was between 9 and 10 PM. There was a sudden and unexpected tidal surge that left him trapped on the cliffs. The surge seems to have been caused by something large under the water. The article describes it as a droning underwater craft, which suggests it emitted some sort of noise. The only thing the man could see, though, were 2 yellow lights under the surface of the sea which peered up at him like the eyes of some horrible sea monster. It wasn't until the lights disappeared that the tide went out and he was able to escape from the cliffs.
What
He
to do with
didn't
the
tell his
clown?
daughter about any of these experiences, so it's interesting that she had her strange encounter with the clown creature not long after this. I'm not sure whether this means they are related in any way, but the proximity of the red lights is at least a strange coincidence. Something else that interests me about this Sandown clown story is that it follows the pattern of a classic alien abduction. An encounter with a strange humanoid creature who possesses some sort of futuristic technology. He then takes some humans aboard a metallic craft, or in this case, a metal hut.
Damn, shorty.
There's an interesting book called Perspectives by John
You know you're an
Spencer
alien,
that talks
though.
about this phenomena. He argues that there are so many credible witnesses who report these kind of abductions, and they all follow a similar pattern, but their descriptions of what the creatures and their craft look like seem to conform to whatever the witness expects to see. So if you think aliens look like little grey men, or if you think they look like a 50s sci-fi robot, then that's what you're going to get abducted by. The book goes on to argue that there could be some kind of phenomena that we don't yet understand, something that the human mind can't quite comprehend fully, so when someone encounters it, their brain sort of fills in the gaps with whatever cultural references they have to try and make sense of it. The phenomena doesn't even need to be extraterrestrial in nature. Who knows, maybe there's some sort of swamp gas or magnetic field that produces a very specific hallucination when someone is affected by it. It's like how multiple people report seeing the same things when they take DMT, meeting some sort of godlike entity or the fabled machine elves. But the descriptions of what these entities look like will vary wildly between each experiencer. Of course, the most down-to-earth explanation for the Sandown Clown is that the children fabricated the story. I can imagine a situation where the girl told her father some fanciful story about meeting a strange character, and the father, thinking that it might be linked to the strange lights that he had seen, asks her to go into specifics, and the daughter just keeps adding increasingly elaborate details, enjoying the attention that it brings her.
What happened to the clown?
The only thing I would say about this is the child referred to the clown as a ghost, and yet the description doesn't sound anything like a ghost. If the girl was making up the story, she'd probably have heard plenty of classic ghost stories to draw inspiration from, and yet she invents a weird clown thing with wooden antenna. As I say, she described something much closer to an alien abduction, but she never referred to it as an alien, and had no knowledge of her father's UFO sightings. The other possibility, of course, is that the Sandown Clown was just some guy dressed up and hiding in a marshy field for some unknown reason. I don't know why, but I find this explanation the most sinister. I mean, what would a guy be doing out there hiding under a bridge dressed as a clown? Why does he have a microphone to speak through, and why would he be luring children to his hut with a weird siren noise? The tale suddenly takes on a sleazy aspect. The description of the clown's face now makes me think of a latex fetish mask.
What?
Honestly, I'd rather think of it as an alien ghost clown than a real human being. I do wonder what happened to the children in this story. I think they'd be about 56 by now, so there's a good chance they are still alive and they might be able to shed more light on the story.
Where'd they go?
Unfortunately, the Bufora article keeps the children and the father anonymous, so I don't think it would be easy to track them down. And if someone came forward to say that they were the children in the article, it'd be hard for them to prove it. And so the story will probably remain a mystery. A weird story that doesn't quite make sense. It's probably got a down-to-earth explanation, but there's enough strange details to keep it turning over in my mind. So thanks for watching, and thanks as usual to the patrons who are keeping the channel going. I know I usually cover more terrestrial topics, but hopefully you don't mind.
Here's a link to that video if you want to check it out. Yeah, I've been working through some of this guy's videos. They're very good. It's usually stuff like I've never heard of before too, which is always welcome. Who doesn't want to hear about some weird fucking clown? Always nice. Let's check out that. Did that. What the hell is this? Where are these gnomes?
Staring at the bottom of the glass, hoping one day you'll make a dream last. The dreams come slow and you go so fast. You see it when you close your eyes. Maybe one day you'll understand.
Where are they all going?
Staring at the ceiling in the dark, same old empty feeling in your heart. Stuff comes slow and it goes so fast.
Those aren't gnomes. What the hell is
You
that?
feel when you fall asleep, never to touch and never to keep, 'cause you love it too much and you dive too deep. Where you only need the light when it's burning low, only miss the sun when it starts to snow.
His face looked weird. It'd be funny if one was just like the Keebler elf. Okay. Of course. Boom, ba da 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 do. Watch like one or two more things. Yeah, Gnomecore is kind of making it big in the underground right now. I'm gonna start hearing about it more and more often, I think. Let's watch the Urbex video.
In today's episode, we're exploring an abandoned biomedical research institute at an undisclosed location in Portugal. Once one of the most important research centers in the country, the building now sits silent and forgotten.
Yeah, look at that.
The facility is over a century old, and many different vaccines were developed and produced here over the years. Today, the building is long outdated to serve its original purposes, and the institute has moved elsewhere. For years, the laboratories and equipment inside have sat unused and undisturbed. Now, join us as we venture inside and discover what's left.
This is how like zombie outbreaks happen. Yeah, it's true. It's just like a never-ending cycle of Silent Hill rumors.
Thanks to NordVPN for sponsoring this portion of today's video. NordVPN is a super fast VPN service that allows you to protect yourself when connecting to the internet. By hiding your IP address and encrypting your traffic, NordVPN protects your data from
Connect
snoopers
to Germany.
and cyber attacks. And with NordVPN,
I like how they got the wheelchairs in the background
digital
for this.
security is stronger than ever.
Typically,
once threat protection is enabled, you get
part
all the
of
benefits from a
any
VPN
video.
with an additional shield against malicious sites, downloads,
The-
trackers, and intrusive ads. And it can also be enabled even if not connected
Yeah,
to the
scary
VPN
ad.
itself.
That's the way to go.
NordVPN's 5,400 plus servers in 59 countries will allow you to use the internet as if
It'd
you
be
were
funny if they
physically
like
in
made
that
a
server's
skit
region.
and they like went
This
into a
works
room and
great
it
for
was
watching region-law
NordVPN.
titles on video streaming services or connecting to a video game's multiplayer
And all of a
lobby
sudden
in a
they're like,
different
"Wait, we
country.
can't!" And it's just like
You can also protect all of
like
your
the
devices
video
with
just
one
like stops,
NordVPN account, since one account
and it
can
cuts
have
to them
6
like being like,
simultaneous
"If we had
connections,
NordVPN,
with
we would have
support for all
known not
major
to go into
operating
that room."
systems. Take control of your internet experience today with NordVPN.
I don't know, that didn't land very well,
Right
but
now, you can get a
I think it
2-year
would be
plan at
funny.
a huge discount, plus 4 additional months for free when you go to nordvpn.com/properpeople. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. Just click the link in the description.
Like they go into a room and someone murders one of them, and they're like, "If we had NordVPN, we would have known not to go in there."
This is going to be like
Maybe the tone would be weird, but I think it would
this is
be.
awesome.
I think it would work.
There's even liquid still in these jars and test tubes.
And it's like old stuff too. Segma, not to be confused with Sugma.
Or smegma. Resident Evil
This
typewriter.
typewriter's awesome.
That is pretty sick. You know what I hate? When people have a keyboard that is like a typewriter. You ever tried typing on one of them?
Works pretty well.
Why do you do this to yourself? I feel like I'm saving my game every time I type on something like that. Old pipettes.
I see why there's some that are flipped around now, because they're a pain in the ass to get back in that direction.
These look like big fume hoods, although I don't see an exhaust anywhere. So maybe not. They're more just like containment hoods.
Yeah, they used to call those manhole missiles, actually.
This is a centrifugal freeze dryer.
I'll let you figure out why on your own.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's very like quiet looking.
The floor gets nice over here.
It's like one of the reasons I like their videos.
Ceiling's really
It's
tall.
like so quiet compared to some of the other videos like this.
Just some empty shelves in this room.
Has gas hookup and everything.
No, now you're cursed.
Ooh, it's stinky in this room.
Don't go in there then.
Maybe prop this door to get some ventilation.
There's like a dead body in there.
It smells sciencey in here.
It's looking like they were using this place for storage towards the end. But there is still some equipment in here.
Just watch out for the dead body room.
Yo,
Dead
this
body
might be
room.
why it's stinky.
Dead body room.
What does it say?
Urine scan.
Urine analyzer. This is a cool mid-century design little booklet here.
So have they been analyzing piss in this room? It's a pretty cool light. That seems like that would
It's a pretty
still
crazy
be
looking safe over here.
pretty useful.
Individual letters.
What the fuck?
And then it's probably a keyhole or something back here.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
How kind of safe is that? Like a survival horror puzzle. Literally, survival horror puzzle.
Locked. Should we get the key from the
It's
other
the
door?
same kind of keyhole.
It looks like it.
That's one of those quad.
Yeah, that's
The
probably
multiple
locked.
barrel, like multiple cylinders.
Don't enter.
Oh, once in here. Something crazy.
Toxic stuff, probably.
Take it down. Yo, I can't believe they got Bam Margera there. That's sick.
Oh, check it out. They have stained glass windows in here.
It's cool that Bam is really good friends with these guys.
Wow.
There's some people on it. Probably scientists who are important in this field.
We'll get a closer look at that later. I
Yeah.
want to stay down on this floor for now.
Got some bathrooms.
There's a cool key in this door.
Are those instructions for how to shit? What was that?
I'm not sure what this equipment was. Can you open that?
Ooh, this probably goes around though. See if that goes around, because that's a tight squeeze.
No, that's how you let the monster out of the room.
Another typewriter and a really old looking fan. this one work just as well? It does, kind of. Okay, maybe not as good.
What if he was just like, "Hey man, look, it's my OnlyFans." And
Not
the other guy was like,
but it's not. Yeah.
I wish he would stop talking.
Maico, M-A-I-C-O, Maico.
Interesting.
Those old fans are like you actually could hurt yourself with old fan like that. It's like metal.
All of these have microscopes in them. And I'm pretty sure these go for a lot. Old microscopes.
Really?
I don't know. Old glass lenses. They were wrapped up too. Like they were trying to save them.
Yo, there's a massive glass sphere vial thing here.
That's like Greek fire.
They have it.
This looks like a wine canister, but it's in a lab.
Yeah.
I don't know. This lab is more empty. Oh no, there's this whole cabinet. Look at this. This says toxic. Use extreme care.
Drink it. You won't. What a name for a company.
There's some chairs just chilling in here.
It's just a vial of smallpox.
This is the most empty room we found.
It doesn't matter. They would never steal stuff
This
from
table
a
reminds
video.
me of like a
They're already
autopsy
like
table almost.
Yeah, in the middle with the light above it.
trespassing a lot of the time. I don't think they would show them some stealing stuff. It's probably like a pretty well hidden place by the looks of it. I bet you it's on like a campus or something like that. Maybe. It almost looks
Look at
like.
this room. What?
Or just like in the middle of nowhere.
This is crazy.
Yeah, also old stuff doesn't just like, you need like specific tires for stuff like that.
You seeing this?
Yeah, 2 autopsy tables.
So many like dumb crackheads breaking into places
Looks
to
like
like
it.
steal things that like
they
they
have a brain and not
don't
much else.
even know what they are, and
So
people are like,
small, though.
buy this from
Probably
you.
for animals.
Yeah.
Dissection tables, maybe.
Possibly.
Wow. The decay in this room is perfect too, with the overgrowth in the windows. Looks nuts. And everything just left in here.
Let's see what we got in here.
Oh, it's in Portugal.
Another bottle.
It
with
seems like it's like
coffee
in an
shoved
isolated place or like in a university too. So I don't think that they would have people running through this shit.
Shay's suture clips.
Plus, the proper people have such a big channel now that like people hook them up with like places to explore. Like some dude with access to a warehouse, you know what I mean, will be like, "Dude, come explore here," and it's something that
Check
you
this
know
out.
you would never have access to,
What?
anyways.
What is this mysterious white substance?
I almost guarantee someone was like, "Yeah,
to find out.
come explore this building I work at,"
Ingest it.
or like people working at a university or something like that. A million different ways.
Yeah.
Bump in the Nights playlist.
It's fun to
What's
get
that?
hooked with.
Donk.
No, it does not.
Is it from these guys or just like another thing? What's up, Cannoli?
Glass slides.
I may have. I'll have to look at
Tobacco
it.
company. It's
That
in a
sounds
box for
interesting.
tobacco. For cigars, probably.
Yeah, it's a serious fucking cigar box. This kind of stuff I love, like all little wooden boxes for slides and shit.
That's blood or
Pop those
something.
in a microscope.
The microscopes need light.
I used to work in a lab that had a lot of old equipment like this. It was cool to explore it, look around.
I have no idea what that is actually. Could be some kind of tissue.
Like an annex where, you know, university
Definitely
professors will
a
like
piece of something in there.
get a bunch of equipment for a semester for a project and then just dump it in the annex and no one will ever touch it again for like 60 years until it gets sold at like a surplus
Really
sale.
old looking thermos. What is this? Another pH meter?
This looks like it might be some kind of small animal cage in the corner here. That's not ominous at all.
The ceiling is just crumbling down on all the stuff here.
Just blown up rats in here.
Mix of lab equipment and ceiling.
Pretty cool to see like the rust taking into that through the table almost. Like it looks like it hadn't moved for like 50 years, you know? It was kind of neat. This bottle. It's like American Horror Story intro. Yeah, they have really nice equipment. They always have, it seems like. A couple different cameras. That looked like a Resident Evil safe, kind of. Yeah, this is proper, people.
Yo, there's an observation area. Or was. They probably would have had stairs in this corner to get up. All right. Should we move on to the next room?
Yep.
Okay. There's some more stuff back here. Oh wait, there's these little labs off to the side. The window's in. Oh wow, there's a big bust on the wall up there.
Oh wow.
Why don't I don't trust those stairs, man.
Wow. This is super nice.
Over here as well.
Yo, the head moved. Did you see that? Just Ben Kingsley.
Wow.
Wow.
This is crazy.
So many microscopes.
I am in awe at this place. Definitely my favorite of the trip so far. Wow.
Whoa. Check out the action on these. These actually look, some of those look newer. Like that one is not that old.
What are these, even more microscopes?
These say electric incubators.
Oh, that's interesting. For like baby lab rats or something?
I don't know. Possibly.
And what else would an incubator this small be for? It's in English.
For growing babies.
There's something in here.
What if they opened it and there's just like a bunch of fetuses?
Literally dead rats.
What the fuck?
Way.
Yes.
Where?
These
No.
fuzzy things?
No, that's
Right?
just fuzz.
Yeah.
There's not dead rats in there.
If they were, they would have been decayed like a long time ago, I assume. And they would not smell good.
No.
Okay. It's just gauze.
Yo, dead rats. It's just like fucking fuzz.
Baby rats in there, probably. You're gonna find the one that still has a rat in it.
It's a little dead baby. Aw, what are you doing here, little guy?
Sanitary engineers.
This is where the slides would be stored.
That's where I'd be taking
But
a
it looks
bath.
completely empty, and it's locked. Look, larva, mosquito. There's all the different stuff they would use.
Human.
These are the bug samples.
Nah, they just printed it out like that. Probably like had Game Boy cameras they could print out a lot of that with, and they just stuck it on there.
Now we need something to look at.
My finger.
Hold
It
on.
needs to be transparent.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. I'm seeing through it.
I'm guessing that's what you're supposed to do.
This is definitely how you become a fucking zombie or something. You look through it, it just shoots into your fucking eyeball. Good job, idiot.
Okay, we got a good image here. What the hell is that?
Old bug dude.
The fly.
Very weird, hairy looking bug. Let's try some different slides in this one, since we can get a good image.
I'm on even more zoom now, and you can see every single like strand of its fur, if that's what you call it.
Oh, it just went in my mouth. I just swallowed it.
Wow.
Oh yeah, you can see it. Oh my god. Let's try some different slides.
This one's so good. But yeah, we could probably find more bugs.
Yeah, that's why I think they're like on a campus or something like that. These things are actually like working.
This is like a lecture hall. Look how old these seats look.
Wow. These seats are awesome. There's even detail on the part that you put your ass on.
Yeah.
Tiny little chalkboard.
That was definitely not original.
Yeah.
Kind of ugly there, but.
It's a big empty room here. Maybe the office of someone really important.
You could hear that. Do you hear that? Like someone yelling.
These are the kinds of shelves that were removed from everywhere else. They fit the exact shape.
They do, yeah. So probably just storage.
Damn.
Look at the old flags up there.
6 storage.
That's interesting.
And just like sun took the light out of it. Head just moved a little.
Currently, there are no plans for future use of the building. It will continue to sit idly in decay.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Where is that playlist? There it is. Yeah, I remember when they did this a while ago, then they kind of like stopped making these kind of videos, I think. This is like a while ago, this is like 5 years ago.
Spiderwebs.
Dijonette.
That's very brave. At this point, I don't give a shit about some spiderwebs. Can I hold this? Cool. Okay. Let's get spooked. If this opens.
Do you hear that? What is that?
A cricket.
Okay.
Cricket.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, bats. No way.
Yeah.
Welcome to the very first episode of Bumps in the Night, which is a new show format that we're trying out. And basically, we're going to be investigating urban legends and supposedly haunted places and the dark histories behind those places as well. Now, both Brian and I consider ourselves to be skeptics. We've never really experienced anything paranormal ourselves, but we're open-minded. We're not going to say something's impossible. So in this show, we'll be putting ourselves into some of the creepiest, spookiest situations possible, and maybe we'll experience something that changes our opinions and turns us into believers. But yeah, to kick things off, we are in a location that already has us spooked within like the first 2 minutes of walking in. This is the Desjardins Asylum, and it has quite the dark history behind it.
The history of this location is centered around the namesake and director.
Isn't that the guy from X-Files?
Dr. Joseph Desjardins.
Director Skinner?
The doctor specialized in
Is there
mental
like some
health.
fucking
He was also a huge
messed up
proponent of
images?
eugenics. He lobbied the state courts to pass sterilization laws and then carried out
Director
the procedure
Skinner?
on thousands of patients, which he referred to as defectives. In addition, he was known to have used his patients as guinea pigs for experimental blood transfusions and extreme X-ray exposure. By modern standards, he's pretty much the equivalent of an evil mad scientist.
Cheese.
During his time, he was seen as a contemporary.
So other YouTubers that do like haunted ghost stuff,
Damn, they got Bam again?
usually try to spend like a whole night or whatever in the place, but we're just gonna try to see the whole building, and if we can see everything, then we're good. This place is already weird. What's up with this dirt? Oh, that's coming in through a whole section.
Holy shit.
That's a root. That goes outside. Did they demolish it?
Maybe part of it? Or maybe they just filled in this hole so people couldn't come in this way?
I don't know.
Did you see this elevator car here?
That's kind of cool.
No, I didn't. A lot of
Holy
beds
shit,
here.
that is a big collapse actually. That's what that
Yeah.
is. Or they like dumped dirt on it on purpose or something.
That whole
I
section.
don't even know.
The Erd tree is taking this building.
Yeah, it's collapsed back here too. At least a little bit.
Is that just drop ceiling collapse or the whole building?
That's the roof.
Holy shit.
Unless it's supposed to be like that.
Maybe. No.
Yeah. Maybe?
Yeah, it looks like perfectly.
Look at that. It's connected over there.
Okay, yeah, then it's supposed to be. Oh, that's the stairs up maybe.
Back there, yeah.
The stairs up to the, So I bet if we go up one floor, we'll be at the main lobby area.
There's a creepy
No,
little
that
room.
face.
What's with all this shit?
The shower especially. This could have been like a communal bath
Yeah.
kind of room.
Wow, look at this shower. It's like if they want to really be rinsed off. Look at all the heads.
Isn't it like a delousing shower or something like that? They like hit you with the brooms and stuff.
So, while I'm not talking, I'm trying to be as quiet as possible so we can hear any spirits trying to get in contact with us. Or just any creepy noises. DJ
North.
Shout out to DJ North.
Let's check out this end real quick. Oh, wow. This is interesting. I think the other room across says something about Desjardins.
Calling him out. Maybe he'll come out to haunt us.
So they say this hospital is haunted by Dr. Desjardins himself. And he's a pretty upset spirit by the fact that
He's fucking pissed.
his eugenics program that he cared so much about was not continued or seen in any positive light after his death. And supposedly you can still hear him wandering the halls, dragging chains that he would have restrained patients with. Or so the legend goes.
Look at this wallpaper.
That's pretty 90s.
This place was abandoned in 1993. So.
This room just has drop ceiling collapsing. Oh, I see another bat.
He's flying around in there.
Oh, multiple.
Let's go.
Oh, geez. Those look like big ones.
What is it? 1 in 10 is have rabies?
Something like that. No, I'm kidding. I actually have no idea.
Oh, shit.
Fucking bats, man. Do we go through there? Do we go?
Let's go through it.
Fuck.
This is
I guess we don't have a choice. Yeah. Oh, shh, shh, shh.
I like a
Just heard
bat.
Door squeak. You've heard that too, right?
Damn,
Oh, there's a
watch
bat
out.
behind us also. We're surrounded by bats.
Nah, I don't think there'd be any Amogus. This is
Who wants to lead the
2017. I don't think they
You want the
existed
thermal
yet.
flashlight to lead?
No. The bats aren't even here anymore. They're gone.
It'd be a prehistory Amogus, which is unheard of and impossible.
Is that open?
Is that open?
Don't shine the light.
That's open.
Something's open out there.
I think it's the door all the way at the end.
Oh, that's wide open.
Does
You
that
can
go
see
to
out
ground
there.
level?
Turn your light off. I don't think so.
Let's go investigate.
Are you videoing?
Yeah. Keep it super dim.
This is what you
Okay.
shine full blast out of a road. Hopefully we're okay.
Holy shit.
Be high up.
There's all stuff thrown down there.
Oh yeah, look at that. Shit's getting wrecked already. Alright,
Back in.
back inside.
What if that bat gets away and it was actually a vampire? Then you'd
Weird.
feel pretty fucking stupid, huh?
Somebody wanted to jump to their death or something. Right here you can see the slope of the roof.
Oh yeah.
So this is probably the highest floor.
Then you would look pretty silly.
Much lower ceiling. Oh yeah, in every room you can see the slope ceiling.
This one's creepy. It's like more claustrophobic. Ceiling's
This
lower.
is,
Tighter hallways.
this is probably where the doctor put his most defective patients.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's like a little fold-out bed left in here.
Bam. Fucking calling them out.
Look at those little crawl spaces on the side. Desjardins hides here. Let's see if we can hear anything. Kill the lights. Go up here. Stop moving. Literally not moving. You hear something? Do you? No. Yeah, I'll be honest. I thought I heard something, but I don't know if it was you or not. Yeah. I guess we have to be completely alone to know.
Oh, I didn't know it was in Jeff TV. Whoops.
You saying we should split up?
Ideally, yeah. If we really wanted to get spooked. Okay, we have to go down 2 floors to cross back over. The fact that the building's been modernized a lot kind of takes away from the creep factor.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
Just knowing the history, it's especially creepy.
Desjardins retired in 47, and this building was used until 93. So there's a lot in between.
Did you see the cat wallpaper? Holy shit.
Yeah. It's everywhere.
Did you notice the cat wallpaper on this floor though?
Yeah.
And do you know what animal we saw a bunch of on the way here?
A bunch of cats.
Stray cats. Yeah, at least whoever did this didn't do it in the stereotypical red.
I don't know, the black actually makes it a little creepier.
Creativity points.
One curtain left.
There's fucking footprints in this room.
The fuck?
That's just a painting in the dust.
What? Dust painting? Imagine like just writing "wash me" on someone's car in the dust. This guy's just like, nah.
What's up?
Let me show you what's up. I'm gonna break into this hospital and make a spooky clown out of dust on the wall.
I mean, we've already been all through here.
I know.
And didn't see any. They're moving that way. Let's go this way. Moving that way. Go this way. All right, let's get the fuck out of here.
Is the basement? Yeah, okay.
Okay, this way. It was this way, right?
Yeah. Can't know what this through night light.
It's like a.
What?
That was a person?
I don't know. It's like a banging.
Like a homeless person or something?
Could be. It was a lot. There were loud footsteps though.
We should go investigate.
I thought the Triforce was behind him.
That's like the whole point of this show.
We can't just bail.
Plus, that only sounded like one person, and we're two people.
Yeah. Those footsteps were super loud though. Maybe they were dragging something.
I don't know why you would move. You would be stomping like that. Yeah, it didn't sound like just walking.
Let's go. I want to go check it out.
Let's just listen for a second.
Okay.
You're like a
I hear
stomach.
more footsteps.
We're not in here alone. I mean, the window is wide open. Anyone could be in here.
I just heard like a stomach rumble.
We have to go check. If we don't go check, that's like not in the spirit of this new show we're trying to do. We're trying to be investigators.
Let's be really quiet though.
Oh, I mean, whoever did that already knows we're here. We were being pretty loud. And I think they did that intentionally for us to hear it. Maybe. It sounded like it was on the floor directly above us, though.
Dude.
Okay. So, this is the floor we were on when we heard it above us, right?
Yeah. I got one more.
Lead.
You want me to lead? I don't want to lead.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, a lot of tags never make any sense.
This is the floor. Should we say hello?
Hello? Hello? Is anyone here? It was like down that way.
Yeah.
But the guy could have moved this way.
Definitely not going down the hall.
Or whoever it was.
Hello?
Let's listen a second.
Yeah, that's me. Watch the fuck out, bitch.
Oh, dude. This was not like this before.
No. I don't remember any doors boarded off like that. Barricaded.
It's slightly ajar.
I don't know if we should mess around with this.
Should I knock?
This is weird. I wouldn't.
Do I knock?
I wouldn't.
I have to knock.
I know we're there. You're shining a light.
Don't do it.
You got my back.
I have your back.
I don't got your back.
Anyone home?
Dude, they're not answering.
It's in the dorms, the Tarkov dorms.
I don't think there's anyone in there.
What do we do?
They would at least shout like, "Go away,"
Yeah.
or something, you know.
That's fucking weird.
Maybe they set this up, but then like ran away after they heard us.
Yo,
or
Galactic
something.
Mermaids.
And they could be anywhere in the
Yeah,
building.
I don't
Thank you for
know.
that 19
This is
months.
scary.
Or they're just
Appreciate it.
hiding in there.
I don't like
Thanks
this.
for
This
staying
just
subbed
feels
all that time.
Something's wrong. Dangerous. Bad feeling.
Is that a Jesus bot? The fuck is happening?
Bad idea. Like what? He could still be in there.
I'm sick of this place. Let's just fucking go, man. We saw the whole place.
Yeah.
That shit's fucking sketchy.
What does that say? Nari? Nani?
Just have a bad feeling.
Probably not a bad idea for the Pope to start advertising on Twitch. All he needs to do is stream Undertale one time. And he could bring Catholicism back from the brink.
Out of the Desjardins Asylum alive, not without some serious spooks, but I don't think we could consider the noises that we heard to be paranormal. What do you think, Brian?
I don't think so.
Especially because when we went up and found the barricades, it really just seems like a homeless person to me, but you never know. The truth is we don't know. So I guess the quest continues. But yeah, leave us a comment about what you thought of this new show format that we're trying. In the future episodes, we're going to try incorporating different paranormal devices, I guess, that paranormal investigators would use, and try to figure them out for ourselves.
Yeah, that's why they didn't make any more of these videos. They weren't very interesting.
With those. And
It's a cool idea, though. The very first one they did is neat, but it's like 50 minutes long. I don't want to watch it right now.
TN40S, which is
I thought the first one. I think that was actually how I found their channel, was from the other video they made.
in this video. It's basically like
About
having
scary
a
things.
miniature sun in your hand. Do you know how many lumens it was?
Like 3,000 something.
3,000 something. We'll do voiceover or something.
Let's
So if you
shine
need
it.
a crazy flashlight, through night TN40S.
Let's see some.
Who would win in a fight, Lumens or Siemens?
That's the turbo mode.
Yeah, I think it's great.
All right. Thank you for watching.
Make sure to subscribe.
All right, check out the proper people. They're very good. Check them out. Bump, 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 bump. Hmm. Hmm.
People only love my food when they are starving for 2 weeks straight. And I know that sounds ludicrous, but I am starting to get known by this very reputation. I have always loved cooking, but ever since high school I have been belittled and mocked for being a terrible cook. I have read and watched every cook show and have always tried to excel at cooking. But unfortunately, I never really had the gift for it. You know, sometimes you do need the talent to begin with to excel at something. And I do believe there are some things you were born to do and other things you were born not to do. Anyhow, a couple of months ago, a homeless man hadn't eaten for 2 weeks straight.
Oh
and
no,
was
it's this
begging
one?
me to give him some food
The
or make him
experiment?
something. He wasn't asking for money, but just something to eat. I decided to cook him something, and people have always criticized how my lasagnas taste, which is basically that they taste horrible. I have become numb to the downward criticism of my food at this point. But when I gave my homemade lasagna to this homeless man, he absolutely loved it. I couldn't believe it, he said. It tasted so nice.
That is a pumpkin
but when
pie.
I gave it to a friend of mine, he didn't like it at all. Then I found another homeless man who hasn't eaten anything
Why are they so
for
small?
2 weeks, and I wanted to make him something. I made him one of my homemade burgers. People have made some harsh comments about my burgers, and once
My
when I tried
burgers.
to do a barbecue for my friends and families, they all ordered takeout instead after taking one bite of my burgers. This homeless man, though,
My
ate it
burgers.
straight away, and he was so grateful as well. He said there was nothing wrong with my burger, and it was absolutely amazing. A bulb had glowed inside my head, and it's only when people haven't eaten for 2 weeks straight they will love my food. So I invited my friend over, and I tricked him into getting trapped into my cellar, where no phone signal or any kind of technology works. It's one of those places where no signal can get through. I shouted through the door to him that after 2 weeks of eating nothing, he will love my food. He kept on shouting at me to let him go, and he was calling me crazy. I kept telling him that I wasn't crazy, and that after 2 weeks he will love my food and regret ever calling me the worst cook in the world, that I was born to cook. Then I had an idea that if people can only love my food after 2 weeks straight of not eating, then imagine how much more they would love it if they starved for 3 weeks or even 4. The idea was just amazing, and I wanted my friend to absolutely love my food, that I may leave him down my cellar for a month or even 2 months. My friend is going to love my food after so many weeks of starvation.
I love refrigerator. I'm just gonna watch some fucking weird TikToks for a little while, and then I'm gonna play some Final Fantasy, I think. That is not the right screen. Last time I played Tarkov, I played a little bit of this patch. I haven't played much at all, though. I had been wanting to get back into it, but it's already like 3 months into this new wipe, so I don't know. We'll see what happens, though. I have been feeling it, kind of, though. Would like to play.
2. The driver of this vehicle lost control of his wheel, causing him to veer off the road and crash his car. Unfortunately, he did not survive this accident. Upon hearing about this, a TV news crew was sent out to report this incident. They arrived on the scene and began to report, but after filming
this new
the
wipe has
incident
been rough.
and showing it to
In what way?
audiences, people noticed that something very strange appeared in the footage. The following is the video that was taken.
Parente das vítimas que seguia em outro veículo viu pelo retrovisor o momento em que a caminhonete capotou. A suspeita é que a motorista tenha tentado desviar de animal que
I
cruzou
thought that was a
pista.
leg. I was like, Jesus Christ. I've seen this footage before.
Upon zooming in, a face can be seen inside the car. It appears out of thin air and almost seems to be looking directly at the camera.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very fun.
Viewers believe that this may have been the ghost of the driver of this
People are already
vehicle,
that fucking
while others think that this may have been
sweaty as
something else
fuck.
entirely. But as always, I'll let you be the judge as to whether or not something supernatural was caught. What exactly was caught on camera? As with most videos, this next one has little to no information, but with or without it, the video is still pretty spooky. It's late at night, somewhere in Chile, when a man captures footage of something that occurs right in front of him as he lays in bed. This is his video.
Yo, sick wallpaper. I like Transformer. Where did they say they were? Also, it's just a toilet. Door opens not to reveal a ghost, but a solitary toilet. Did they like just move in? This is like a hotel or something? Like so clean.
It's 3 in the morning when all this happens. The door opens just a few inches before fully opening after being told to do so by the man. It happens almost immediately, as though whatever was behind this door was listening attentively. The man then goes inside, but finds no one in there. Naturally, he was shaken to his core upon realizing that something paranormal had occurred. The man believes this, as do most viewers of the video. But of course, you be the judge as to whether or not that's the case. Was the door opening on its own something paranormal? Or was it something else?
You be the judge.
The following video comes from Simon Newcomb, who states that a friend of his daughter's was walking through a wooded area that is believed to be extremely haunted. Westminster Woods is a forest in England where many people have reported paranormal encounters.
That does look sick as
From
fuck.
small, shadowy figures that lurk behind trees to the infamous hellhounds that are said to come out at night. Westminster Woods has been a place of unusual activity.
Looks so cool.
It is also said that pagan rituals have taken place here, some of which have included sacrifices. One evening, as a man and two children explore Westminster Woods, something very unsettling is caught on camera. This is what was captured. Be sure to look closely for this one, as it happens real fast.
Walking for like an hour now. It is pissing it down. These two are doing my head in. It's getting dark. It's really cold. I have no idea where the dog is.
What the fuck?
Little did he know that a small, shadowy figure was caught in the background. It stands in place for a couple of seconds before ducking down beneath a tree trunk. It recedes away as though it saw the camera and didn't want to be seen. It is almost similar to an animal's reaction when it spots a person nearby. Yet Simon doubts that it's an
I saw a
animal,
bunch of deer
and instead
tonight.
believes that it might be a spirit that
When I was
haunts this
driving home,
forest.
I came around a curve
Whoever,
and there was like a
or whatever this was, is
herd
a
of
mystery.
deer.
But unfortunately, it seems
like
we won't
waiting
know
for
for
them to
sure what
leave.
this was until more info is given.
Imagine if the queen becomes like a cryptid. People like start seeing her.
It was
Like,
during a
the
podcast
background.
that one of the hosts had shared some chilling photos that were submitted to him by a viewer. It goes without saying, but what was captured in one of these images has left many viewers disturbed. The person who submitted the photos states
like
that the reason they
spotting.
took them was because they felt like they were being watched.
I swear she's
They were lying
alive.
in
She's
bed
just on vacation.
When all of a sudden, they get the strangest feeling. For some reason, they can't help but feel that someone is outside their room, standing in the doorway and looking at them. No one else was inside the house except them.
Yeah, in
Feeling
California,
very spooked,
I was
they
actually
slowly take out their phone and
really
begin to take
surprised how many
various
deer
photos of the
were like
passageway
everywhere.
outside the room.
It's crazy.
What they captured has left them shook.
I see a lot of them where I live out
These
east,
are
but
their
in California,
photos.
they're just like fucking walking around and shit. It's an interesting way to do this, I guess. Looks like Frieza. Oh, I saw Nope,
In the
finally.
distance, there appears to be a face peeking at the person
I think
inside
I
the
liked it
room.
more than
It wasn't until zooming
Get
in on
Out
the photo
and
that
Us.
the person who took it saw the mysterious figure. Although pretty creepy, they're somewhat glad that they caught this, as it reassures
I really
them
didn't,
that they're
like,
not losing
love
their
Us
mind,
as much
and
as
that there
Get
is in
Out.
fact something very strange going on inside
I think
their
of that
house.
another shot sometime. But yeah, I really
Now,
liked
it's
it.
worth mentioning
That was
that
cool.
the person who submitted these photos states that he played with the Ouija board prior to this incident and believes it's the reason why strange
I'm
things
glad
are
I went
happening.
in like completely blind.
But what do you think?
I would
Did this
recommend
person
anyone who
actually
wants
capture
to see
something
it to like
paranormal?
avoid anyone talking
Or
about it that
was
they
something
can.
else captured? If you caught something creepy on camera, or if there's any ghost videos you'd like me to check out
Get
and
it?
include in the next
It's got milk,
compilation,
got
you can
ghosts.
send them over to scaryvideos444@gmail.com.
This is kind of interesting because this guy does like the weird like number 4, and it's like a weird like goo, ectoplasm goo. It's kind of like it's a ghost milk
That being
themed
said,
channel.
let's get back to the video.
See? That milk?
Two friends are goofing off inside a house when they capture something pretty creepy on camera. One of the friends appears to be doing an online challenge, while the other records him doing it.
That guy drinking milk?
However, what happens moments later leaves them both terrified. Watch.
Right, do it again because I'm filming this time. No, go on.
What the
Right,
fuck?
yeah. How many you got left?
There's only 2 left, so it's...
Right, well, yeah, just do 2 then.
yeah, this is, I'm gonna eat some Mentos and then drink, well, it's not Diet Cola, it's Pepsi Max, but there's only 2, so...
Excuse me?
It's fizzy, it should work. Working?
No.
You should, come on, give it a bit. Give it a bit. What's it?
No.
I thought the rattling was sound supposed to be like in his body. Bro, I'm about to explode.
Dude. Dude, look.
That PS3 fucking screen.
Look, let me out.
A rattling sound can be
Homepage.
heard inside the other room before the door opens and things fall on their own. Not much else is known about the video, so it's hard to be sure if it's real or not.
Damn, what happened to
But
the pig?
regardless, the reaction appears to be genuine. Had they captured something paranormal or not?
Something falling off a wall like that, though? I don't know.
The following
I
video
don't think I would
comes
ever
from a man
assume
named
it's
Jacob, who
like a
lives in
ghost. I would
house
just be
that he
like, fuck,
recently
I
inherited from his
like,
grandmother.
put that at the right angle.
Jacob isn't too sure if he wants the house, as it's out of shape.
Hey, who
and
the fuck is
requires a lot of
vaping in your
fixing.
house? What the fuck
But after
happened?
the following night, it seems that he's made up his mind. It's late at night when Jacob wakes up to a noise inside his bedroom. This is
Either
what he
your
caught.
friends are vaping in your house or it's just full of dead skin cells. What the fuck is that there? Sure, that's weird, but why are you sleeping with this fucking doll facing you? Are you kidding me? It has like a pot belly. What the fuck is that? Like the clown doll from Poltergeist, but it like has like medieval properties. Pre-built sleep paralysis demon. Yeah, I came up to Build-A-Bear looking for a build your own sleep paralysis demon. I mean, we knew it was gonna be something with that damn doll.
A knocking sound can be heard coming from his closet. However, nothing is inside when he checks. But then moments later after checking, loud banging can be heard from the other side of the room. Clearly, Jacob was spooked out of his mind. Yet something else happened that Jacob didn't realize until watching this video. At the start of the clip, the clown doll on top of the drawer can be seen staring at the bed.
What?
But then later, it is seen staring at the door.
Whoa.
Ever since seeing this, Jacob has moved the doll downstairs to the
Who
living
bought
room.
that doll?
He states that it came alive that night and is glad that he caught evidence of it.
And are they on a fucking list
Although
somewhere?
pretty creepy, this video is still a mystery. But thanks to this incident, Jacob has made up his mind on whether or not he should keep the house. All in all, what happened that night has left him beyond terrified.
Also, real quick, I missed a bunch of subs. Arco with the 25 months. I'm glad you have enjoyed the stream enough to stay sub that long. Appreciate you. Random Crit with the 11. Booyah. Karate with the 6. Splulger with the 12. Appreciate you guys. 25, 11, 6, 12. Remember that number for later. It's gonna come back.
This last video comes from India, and it shows a woman walking late at night. In it, she appears to be scared as she constantly looks over her shoulder. It seems that she might be seeing things, considering that it's dark outside. But then, all of a sudden, something is captured that seems to suggest otherwise. This is what was caught.
This poor woman's being like chased by a ghost.
Initially, the woman looks at
It's just
something
fucking,
that doesn't
like,
appear to be there.
murder
But
happening.
then, seconds later, the figure of a man appears out of nowhere. It shows up exactly where the woman was initially looking. Viewers believe that a ghost had been caught on camera, yet some believe that this was an actual person who for some reason couldn't be picked up by the camera at first. Whether ghost or not, this encounter is pretty terrifying, as who, or whatever this was, just creepily stands there looking at the woman. But as always, what are your thoughts on this?
What are your thoughts on this?
Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed.
Does he always have like that thumbnail like that? But like those are the ones I don't want to watch. I hate the ones with like people's kids are like getting freaked out and they just like put it on the internet. Yo, check out that video if you like that. Check it out. There's a couple new Assassin Ramper videos. But I don't know if they're actually new. He like uploaded a bunch of like re-ups, but I guess we'll see. Check this one out. What is this song?
One of the most wretched haunted house stories
And we got that
is
sepia
from
tone.
the year 1912.
I've
And
never
what
seen.
makes the story so wretched is that the
So
story
wretched.
is true. On June 10th, 1912,
What did I tell you about remembering the
Josiah
numbers?
and Sarah Moore were stabbed to death
It's all coming back.
inside of their home in Villasca,
There's like a
Iowa.
weird fuzz on his voice.
It was just like any night, and both
Hear that?
Sarah and Josiah were in the house with their 4 children and 2 friends who were spending the night. Unfortunately, they were all killed.
Well,
To
yeah, they're
this day,
definitely
the
re-ups.
crime
I don't think he's made a
remains
new
mystery.
cartoon in a while.
Nobody really knows.
Yo, Pucker
who
Pink
killed
with the
them,
fucking
what
tier
killed
1.
them,
Thank you very much.
and why. Were they just a random target, or was there some reason? No matter what reason, there was no
All
justifying
new to me.
the horrible murders that took place inside the Moore home on that
Well, he doesn't. I mean,
horrifying
he's making
night
new
back
videos, but not like
in
cartoons.
June
I think he just keeps re-upping
10th,
stuff.
1912.
He's been making like football
Moore's
videos
home
recently.
is considered to be one of the most haunted houses in the United States of America.
He just
But
gets passionate
like
about different
most
things. I don't blame him.
paranormal experiences that happened in certain places, and murders and hauntings, there are always certain people drawn to them places.
Yeah, he uploaded a bunch of like
People
like
pay
American football in
$400
Ireland
to stay
videos
for
recently.
one
I
night inside the Moore home.
don't know if he like
There
got
have
hired to
been
do it or
paranormal
what.
tours, but they have
Hey,
been
do what
cut
you wanna do.
short by children's voices, falling lamps, moving ladders, and flying objects.
But yeah, exactly. I
says
love
the Villisca Axe murder.
like I could never just
House
do the same
website.
thing over and
One
over
of
like
the
that.
worst
I don't know.
events that had happened in the house since the murders was when a paranormal investigator stabbed
Nice
himself
to do different
after spending the night.
hobbies and
As the
stuff.
Villisca Axe Murder House
Interests.
website states, skeptics have
Yeah,
left
the Optimus Prime one.
believers.
You made your mom watch that? Why would you do that?
Let me tell you a story that happened to me one night, and there are others to confirm it also. It was just an ordinary night shift. I normally like working
Yeah,
a
maybe
night
that too.
shift because I am a bit of a night owl, so I don't mind staying up late at night. But one night things became really strange, and what I mean by strange is an understatement. I mean extraordinarily strange. You will see as you watch the story.
Extraordinarily.
Let me start at the beginning. It was a Friday night, and I was working the night shift in my local hospital. I was just relaxing in the reception, reading a great book.
What if he uploads a
when
video about the Queen of
suddenly
England
a man
tomorrow or
burst
something
in
like
the
that?
door. He was carrying a woman and shouted, "Help! Help! I saw this woman on the road. She's
Look at
about
this
to
fella.
have a baby." I said, "Sir, who is this woman? I need to put her details into the system. But don't worry, we will get her to the labor ward right away." A few minutes later, the lady
I
was
remember
put
this
on a
one.
stretcher and put into the labor ward. She kept screaming and screaming. The man didn't know who she was, as he just picked her up on the road, and the doctors and nurses couldn't get anything out of her. Suddenly, a photograph fell out of the woman's
Like all those
hand,
news organizations
and it
had
was
like
of her
documentaries ready,
and
like the
another
moment
woman. There was the name
it
Claire
happened.
Jackson
An
on the
assassin
back.
rapper just has
I
like
heard
one
him
ready
say her
too. He's
name,
got like a
and
documentary
out of
he made.
curiosity and trying to solve the mystery of who the woman was, I researched her. Claire was taken away from her mother due to her mother suffering from delusions of being the Messiah to a Dark Lord. She was taken away into the asylum,
Just had this
rambling
one on
about a
deck for a while.
satanic ritual performed to summon a Dark Lord that would be born on November 22nd. I froze when I read that date, as I was
Yeah, I think it
reading
says
that
it's YouTube.
article
Sub to his
exactly
YouTube.
on November the 22nd. Suddenly the screaming grew louder. I ran into the labour ward, and the lady had given birth. The whole hospital got covered in a dark mist. The woman stopped screaming and gave a sinister smile, and the baby looked up at us with
Yes.
bright, red, evil-looking eyes that shone through the dark mist. Now that I've told you the story,
Oh, I
let
love
me
that
tell
baby.
you the weirdest, strangest thing. That woman walked out of the hospital that night with her baby and was never to be seen again. We checked CCTV footage and we were all around the bed where the woman was, but the baby and woman weren't anywhere to be seen on any of the CCTV footage, but we know what we saw.
So how does
and
anyone
we
know?
that we didn't imagine it. How could so
If it wasn't
many
on the
of
video,
us
then how
have
does anyone know
imagined
about it?
But the question I ask is, if that baby is a Dark Lord, when will it make its presence known? Every day I worry that the room I'm in will get covered in that black mist.
The Dark Lord. I think we got plenty of Dark Lords right now. Like, there's not just one.
This is more of a vent post than a story. I have an unusual condition where I randomly age.
Yeah, I think
to
the
any
horror
number. Some days
animation,
I might be an old man,
like
other days
bubble on
I might
YouTube
be
got
a
like
baby.
destroyed
My
by
parents did their best
a lot
to
of
give
different
me
things.
The best life they could offer. I couldn't
Like these
go to
videos aren't being
school all the
recommended to
time
people that they
because
normally
I
would have been
wake
recommended
up
to like 5 years
completely
ago.
old at a height of 6'2", while the night before I was just a crying baby. There are times I
Oh,
would
yeah,
wake
this
up
one's
at the
insane.
right healthy ages, from 15 to 45, and that's
Yeah, at least
just
one in
my
each city.
opinion. My dad would promise me to take me somewhere
Where did I find
fun
this?
as I was a child.
I don't know, just
Then the next day I would age up to an old man again, and all I wanted
Somewhere.
to do was watch the news. I wish I could just age in order.
I'm just
like
curating it.
everyone else. I don't care if it was young.
I don't know
to
where the
old
stories-
Or old to young.
I don't know where he's finding
because
these
random
stories.
Aging is just terrible.
He's
At
got
the
quite an
moment, You could
imagination.
be at the prime age of being in your 20s.
Very good storyteller.
While the next day you could
One of
end
the best
up
of our
as a
generation,
crying
maybe.
baby again. People found me as a crying
Yeah, New York
baby
has at least
on the
500 Dark
street,
Lords.
and also as an old homeless man on the bench who is nearing to death. I just
Dude,
want
I
to
hope
be
someone
normal.
shows him AI
Many
at some
different
point and he
types
starts
of
doing
people
some
like
wild
me at
AI
different
stuff.
ages. Mothers or women who want to become pregnant like me as a baby, while old folk like me when I am old, and the present generation like me in the prime ages of being in my 20s, 30s, and 40s. I was
Like
once
imagine
kidnapped
feeding
as a
all these
baby,
animations into an
and then the
AI and then it just
kidnapper
like
let me
starts
go
making
a
up
day later, as I ended up
these
aging
stories and
to
all
a
he has to
man
do
in
is
my
like write a
30s.
narration
A day
for it.
later, I found myself in an old people's home, as I had randomly aged to an old man in my 90s. Then a day later, I walked out of the old people's home as a rebellious teenager. I just want to age normally, in order where I could plan things. It's impossible to plan anything in my condition, as in one moment I could be an old man, and the next day I could go back to being a baby. There is nothing out there. If this is depressing, then I am sorry.
I love the way that would end. I'm sorry you're depressed by this story. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't. I mean, if it means immortality, like, how does your memory work?
Looking forward to
I don't know.
Halloween
Could be good, could be
night
bad.
with her
Could
parents
use it to your
and
advantage.
friends Sarah and Lydia. Her parents had to drive home from town first, as they were collecting a new car her dad just bought. Sarah and Lydia were killing the time
I don't know if
playing
I've seen
computer
this.
games, but they soon got bored. It was then Siobhan decided to get out a Ouija board
The Witch Sisters?
to then fool around with. She had it as
Yo,
a gift
Strawberry.
from last
What's up?
Christmas,
Thanks for the raid.
but
Hope you had a good
didn't play
stream.
it until now. She knew how to
You're doing
use
well
it though,
tonight.
because of watching people use it in movies. When they were all sitting around the table, Siobhan asked, "Who's there?" The board
Ouija
spelled
boards
out,
seem so
"Siobhan."
fucking lame
"Oh,
now.
no, Siobhan. Siobhan asked, "Are you dead?" The planchet moved around
Like, look
the
at that
board,
sun.
spelling out, "Yes." Then
He looks like
Siobhan
stoned as
asked,
fuck. He's not
"How were you
scary.
killed?" The board spelled out "car accident." Then Siobhan was getting
looks like the
spooked
Sublime
out
Sun.
completely and asked who was this, and the board spelled out, "Your mother." Siobhan sat back shocked, while her two friends thought it was
Yeah, just
some
watch a few
sick
things and
joke.
play some Zomboid in a
Sarah
bit.
said, "That was sick, Siobhan. Why would you do that?
What?
You obviously were moving the thing around the board. Why say that about your own parents?" Siobhan said, "I wasn't messing. That was moving by itself." Siobhan rang her mom and there was no answer. Then she rang her dad. There was no answer. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and Siobhan was hoping it was her parents. But her heart sank when it was the police.
This fucking
Siobhan knew the police.
This cop always looks so fucking dumb. Just like he always looks like he's so scared or something. I don't know.
Man, as he was a friend of her dad's.
It reminds, like, the face he makes reminds me of Kermit the Frog when he's like, I don't know how to even describe. You know what I'm talking about? When he kind of like scrunches his face up.
He had a sad face on him and said, "I am very sorry to break this news to you, Siobhan.
I don't know why.
But unfortunately, your parents were killed in a car accident."
Officer Bad News. Like, this man appears on your doorstep, you know you're about to get bad news.
We had heard about the sickness for weeks. Rumors of people dropping in the streets,
Yo, complete
being run
mood
over by
change.
carriages and left to rot. No one would touch them for fear of being infected.
No, I don't think I've...
In just hours, whole villages were seeing symptoms, hundreds dead in days. I lived in a small farming village with my mother and father. We were secluded where we lived.
Trying to figure out like what year any of this is, but I guess you can't really go on the illustration, but I thought it was like a plague, right? From like the 1200s. But then there's like tires and like a tin roof.
There were only 4 houses spread over 20 miles. People from the cities would drift by on their way to safety and tell us what they'd heard about the fever. But no one else came after a while. Not even the mailman. A week, a month,
Dude, this is like a
2
fucking
months passed.
20-minute long
and we
video.
hadn't seen a soul. My father and mother
I don't think I've
decided
ever
to
seen this
leave.
one, but I kind of
As I
don't like the
told
ones
them I
without him
couldn't come.
talking.
The family that lived on the last
Like, no
farm
offense to
east was
this
very
woman,
dear
but
to us. A few days later, Mr. Shannon told his wife he
I'm
had
here for
seen the
Assassin
man
Rapper, though.
outside. The drifter said
All right. Not to be a dick. I'm here for the man himself. All right. Something's weird about this.
Susan had a very real fear against fire, and it started when she went out for a few groceries a year ago and left her washing machine on. She never even thought that it could catch on fire.
What?
When she came back from doing her groceries, she was shocked to the core when she saw that her house was on fire, and the fire was so bad she had to use her insurance money to buy another house. She promised herself that she would never ever leave on any appliance ever again overnight when she left her house or when she wasn't looking.
I mean,
at
that's
it
just bad
to
luck
see was
sometimes. Like, that could happen to
everything
anyone.
She plugged out the TV, radio, washing machine and dryer. She switched the oven off. She didn't smoke, so didn't have that.
Yeah, you
horrible
should probably
taste.
not leave the oven
All
on when you leave
Susan's
the
life,
house.
She felt tiny feelings that afterwards explained themselves. For instance, she once was on her way to school when she was 8, and she felt a strange dizziness.
Now she's 8?
She didn't
What the
tell
fuck is
anyone,
happening?
but that day in school, her friends spun her around, fooling, and when she finally stood on her own, she felt dizzy. Before the fire had happened in her house, Susan had felt very hot. She never even guessed it was because there would have been a fire about to engulf her whole home. It was one night Susan felt a strange feeling. She felt hot, but also felt cold. Most people would say it was just a fever, and she hoped that
she's
was
just
all
buff
it
as
was,
fuck.
a simple fever. She made sure to plug out the appliances, TV, washing machine, etc., as always. She lay in bed worried.
She looks like
Was her
dying
feverish,
E.T..
hot and cold,
Remember in
feeling
E.T. when he
a
gets
warning
sick?
that there will be another fire.
Scared the
in
shit
her
out of me when I was a
house.
kid.
She eventually
That was my
fell
first thought when
asleep.
I saw her.
She was dreaming about a fire brigade, and there was a fire alarm
In bed, at least.
blending in with the siren until she realized she was awake and her fire alarm was ringing. She panicked and jumped out of bed.
Oh my
and
God,
when
I thought
she
that was a
opened
boob.
her door, smoke spread all around her fast. She rushed downstairs and wondered how anything could have went on fire. When she plugged out everything, she froze in fright when she saw her fridge had caught on fire and knew now that was the one appliance she couldn't plug out, because how could she? No one would. She rang the fire brigade, and thankfully they arrived and put the fire out before it did any real damage. But her biggest fear was, what would she do about the fridge, and how could she turn it off without spoiling her food? She would never be able to sleep easy knowing her fridge was plugged in. That was the one appliance she never, ever guessed would be the one she had to plug out.
Like
Thanks for watching the Assassin Rapper, and if you want to stay up to
was fucking
date on
awesome.
new content, then please subscribe and be sure to hit the bell to be notified on new
Guys, that was
content.
obviously inspired by the Cowboy Bebop episode with the refrigerator. What was the quote?
Stephanie had schizophrenia.
Oh, this one's
and could
fucking
see
crazy.
things that weren't really there.
I
It could happen.
don't know about this
anywhere.
one.
She really believed the things she saw were real, which was when she first saw and heard a baby cry next door. She wondered, was she just imagining things? But what really made her paranoid was last week she saw her next door neighbor.
I don't know how
Sarah, look
polished up
around when she came out of her car
Assassin Rapper is
to
on,
see was
on the
anyone
DSM.
looking, and she was holding a baby. She knew what she saw, but even though she saw that, She first thought maybe she had imagined the whole thing until she heard the baby cry a few more nights. She told her parents,
There's a baby
but
in the
they
walls.
didn't want to know. Her dad just told her that
The thing
she
when
was
he uses this
imagining it
as like
all,
a
and if she went to the police about her next door neighbor kidnapping a baby, then she would be put away.
like a plot
They would
point,
say
it's always
that her
like actually they
hallucinations
weren't.
or
It
causing
wasn't
other
that in
people
the
harm
end.
and could cause herself harm. Stephanie didn't know what
Like she
to
wasn't
do,
actually
but she
schizophrenic.
knew what she saw
It'll be like something like that.
and knew it wasn't just one of her imaginations. She said to her mom, "Mom, we need to call the police and get them to go to that woman's house because she definitely is hiding a baby in there. You know she told us many times she is living alone, and why would she say that if she had a baby?"
That's like a popular
Plus, if she is babysitting
theme
a baby,
in a lot of like
and if it's all legit,
crappy horror movies
then the
though.
police
Like
will know, and she won't get into trouble.
it like
But we
starts off as
can't
like a
just keep
psychological thing, but
quiet
it's actually like
and
demons.
do nothing. Stephanie's mom, Greta, said, "Sweetie, you have seen so many different monsters and demons and whatever else that aren't there. This is just another one of those." Stephanie said, "Please, Mom, just go over
Like
and
those
ask
scenes
the
in The
lady if there
Exorcist
a baby with her
when she has to
and
go
who
get
does it
like all
belong
those
to?"
tests done and
Her
stuff like
mom
that.
sighed and
I hate
told
that
her
shit.
to get some sleep. The next day, Stephanie came into her kitchen for her breakfast and said to her dad, "Where's Mom?" Her dad said, "I tried to stop her. She's actually gone over to our neighbor's house confronting her about your wild accusations that obviously are not true." Stephanie ran out the door before he could say anything else. She ran over to her neighbor's house and broke a window, then climbed in. When she was in the room, her mom was standing next to her neighbor, who was pointing a gun at her, and she turned to look at Stephanie and said, "Well, well, look who has joined the party. Your
Oh,
mom here
yeah.
asked me whose baby I had in my house. Well, it's your damn father's baby. He decided to knock me up and didn't tell me keep the baby quiet because people will only start talking. Now I can't have anything come between me and your dad. You see, he loves me way more than you and your mom." Suddenly, Stephanie's mom ran and tried to grab the gun out of the woman's hand, and then the gun went off. They both looked at the door to see it was her dad who was just entering the room. He fell down on the ground. As the
Stephen
bullet hit
Merchant
him,
got fucking
He
murdered.
looked up at his wife and said, before dying,
He starts smiling.
"What? Why?" Stephanie's mom
What?
still had the gun in her hand and shot the woman who was running at her with a knife. Stephanie said, "Mom, tell the police it was me. I have schizophrenia. They will let me off." Stephanie's mom said, "No, I did this. I will tell the truth." A few minutes later, the police arrived, and a police officer said, "Police, is there anyone else in the house?" Stephanie said, "That woman tried to kill us, and she shot my dad." The police officer looked at Stephanie's mom and said, "I'm afraid you have to come
I've
to the
never
police
seen the other
station
cop
with
before.
me." Stephanie said, "Not her, the other woman." The police officer said, "What other woman?" Stephanie's mom was smiling.
Of course.
In a daze, talking to herself. Thanks for watching
knew it.
The Assassin Rapper, and if you enjoy the content, then make sure to subscribe and
Draw a
hit the
diagram
bell
of
to
that.
be notified of new content.
If you can. Oh, there's one more in here.
Patty was exhausted from a long list of job interviews she had to conduct today. She sat down relaxing, watching TV with a cup of coffee. She wondered was it a mistake having a cup of coffee, as it would more than likely keep her awake all night. She needed something to calm her nerves anyway, as her day was hectic, so she decided to enjoy her cup. Suddenly her cell phone rang. It was a private number, which she usually never answered, but something told her to answer the phone. When she did, she heard A familiar voice. "Hello, Patty," a woman said.
Hello, Patty.
Patty said, "Hello, who is this?" The woman said, "Patty, this is going to come as a shock to you, but you are in grave danger. Please don't say anything for a minute. I am your future self. You are in grave danger because I am speaking to you from the other side. I can't show you myself because if you see yourself dead, it will affect a lot of different things. You need to look in your attic right now. There is a ladder in the hole that you were using to paint the hole. Now what I need you to do to stay safe.
She doesn't interrupt him at all. She
climb
just lets
that
him say all
ladder.
this.
Look to see is there a device like a bomb in your attic, and trust me, it will be there. It should be detonated in 5 minutes, but I'll tell you how to safely dispose of the bomb. Don't worry. Don't try to get out of your house.
Don't worry.
Because the house is rigged. If you try to leave by window or door, it will activate the bomb. Please don't waste any more time. Do it now." Patty was in shock when the person hung up. She wondered. Well, she knew it had to be some sort of prank. How could her future self be talking to her? But just in case there was something to it, because she did have an open mind, she got the ladder and put it under her attic. She climbed the ladder and put on the light and took a look around. She got a shock when she saw in front of her the person she refused an impersonation job for, a new show on the local TV channel. The person put a rope around her neck and
What the
said,
fuck?
"You bitch, you should have given me that job." Then as the rope was around Patty's neck, she was pushed down. She then hung from the rope while the woman placed a typed suicide note on the ground next
I've never
to her
seen this kind of
body.
animation in any videos.
Thanks for watching The Assassin Rapper, and if you want to stay up to date on new content, then please subscribe and be sure to hit the bell to be notified
said it.
on new content.
I didn't say it. Why did that happen? I don't know. We may never know. We may never know. All right. Let's watch. All right, this is kind of weird, but this for some reason popped up. This fucking bizarre channel where I think they sell cows. I don't know how else to explain what this channel is. I think that's what it's for. I will show you the cow channel. Check this shit out. It's just all cows. And everyone, the comments are disabled. So I think it must be like some kind of like cow auction channel. It has a link in the about and it links to a dead website. And it's just like cows. It has to be like they're selling the cows. It's a cow ARG. There's a goat on that poster. There's a whole black market cow market. I don't know. I just thought it was fucking weird. It's a place in Brazil. There's a lot of beef. Big beef industry in Brazil. The cow running the channel. We figured it out. You guys did it. You guys did it already. A dude ranch. That was a goat on the banner. That was a goat. 100% was not a cow. All right. What other weird shit have I seen? Nothing too crazy. Been watching a lot of Sakurai's videos. All the ones that he put out. Nothing else fucking too crazy here. So I think I'll just watch I'm just looking through my history real quick. Yeah, nothing super exciting here. Might play some Zomboid. The cow channel's playing at the bar. The Japanese food reviews, not really too many. I watch them sometimes. Dancing Bacon. When the mood strikes. Those are good videos. I love that stuff. It's just like endless stuff to watch. You could just watch that for fucking days. I wonder if this bicycle guy ever puts out like new videos. Nah, not really. That's the Bigfoot guy. Yeah, I was looking for just like maybe one more thing to watch before I switch over to Zomboid. Maybe like a mystery thing. Nothing. Yeah, those Bigfoot songs are catchy. Like I said, one of them just sounds like diesel.ogg from used to be in like every fucking simulator game ever made. Oh, I can't even find it now. Here it is. I don't know, it just kind of reminds me of the Bigfoot guy. I don't know, it just reminds me of his music a lot. But that loop could play forever. Yeah, they're pretty dope. Bigfoot thing is good. Yeah, I put up a new highlight video. I showed it a few times already. Yeah, I've watched some Wang. I like Wang's like video game mystery videos. Some of the like brutal fucking gross stuff he does, I don't really like as much. Like I like some of them, but not something I like revisit often. I like his like more chill videos and stuff. I don't really like the gross shit, but it is pretty good to get it all archived. Like all the old like Resident Evil videos he made and like the Silent Hill voice actors and stuff. Those are really cool. I like those videos a lot. No, I've never really gotten into internet historian. I've seen a few. And there's that other guy we watched a couple times that was kind of similar. I've never really completely gotten into it. There is a new slapped ham video. The fucking thumbnail is just a little kid getting pushed by a ghost. All right, let's check it out. I'm gonna play Zomboid after this.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slapped Ham.
And he has less hair
Today we're
every
looking
time
at
I
some
see him.
freaky clips that you need to see to
Okay,
believe.
Ham is a
So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content, just like this.
good looking fellow. I think that's how he
Our first
got the
clip of
name
day
Slapped
comes
Ham.
from Twitter user Sidio Paranormal, but the footage itself has unknown origins. It's an after-hours security feed captured in a cafeteria. Take a look at what the cameras have spotted.
Slap that ham, and he starts like hitting his head like a fucking one of the Three Stooges. Who was the bald
Rear of the
stooge?
room, you can see what looks like a shadow
Curly,
moving
right?
from right
No,
to left.
Yeah, no. Larry.
It drifts slowly, then disappears behind a pole. Here it is zoomed in and slowed down.
Curly.
As with many of these brief horror clips that float about the foul depths of the internet, there's no accompanying information, so it's hard to make further comment on what this might be. So I''ll throw this one out to you.
I didn't know you were doing
final
Three
judgment.
Stooges thing.
What do
I
you
would think
think's
that
being
you were
caught
doing
on camera
a
here?
ICP chant. This is like barely anything. Like a smudge. A bit of cheese. A bit of undigested cheese. Dude, I love The Christmas Carol so much. I love how it has like a little spooky atmosphere to it. What a damn good story.
California, a 3-year-old's alleged ghost sighting prompted a full-scale police investigation. In July 2021, parents Victoria and Jake Gorba were visiting Shut-Eye Peak in the Sierra National Forest when
Gorba.
their 3-year-old son, Caden, began talking to someone that wasn't there. As the family drove through the national park, Caden pointed out the window and
I haven't
said there
seen
was a
Scrooge in a long
woman
time.
lying face down in the field with her legs pointing straight
Yeah,
up
Muppets
in the
Christmas
air.
Carol is like,
When the parents looked to see what the boy was talking
I think my
about, they
favorite
couldn't
version.
see anyone, just an empty grass
and it's actually
field.
scary.
Caden insisted, saying that there was a dead lady in the field. He said she was wearing a black shirt and had blue hair and that she needed help. Caden became unsettled and implored his mother to believe him, saying that the woman was lying face down in the dirt and that she needed help. Spooked by the experience, Victoria posted what had happened on Facebook, asking if anyone knew about the area. Before long, it became apparent that a woman had gone missing in the area, and that she matched
the blue hair
Caden's
lady. I've
description,
seen Mr.
including
Ballin
the
did a
blue
fucking
hair
video
and
about
black
her.
shirt. Responding to the post, a member of the Madeira
The
County
one
Sheriff's
blue-haired lady.
Department reached out to the family, wanting to know more. He told the family about the missing woman and asked if they would accompany him to the site to show him where Caden had seen the woman.
I'm not even joking. That actually
In
is
June
Mr. Ballin
2020,
video.
a woman by the name of Sandra Hughes went missing in the Sierra National Forest. She went camping alone and was never seen
So
again.
what is this supposed to be
Here's a
leading
photo
to? Are
of
you
the
saying
missing
that
persons
her ghost
poster that
pushed the
Sheriff's
kid over or
Department
something?
Released to the public. The top middle photo shows Sandra with blue hair, exactly like Caden described. The police accompanied the family to the site where Caden said he saw the woman. However, after an exhaustive search, they found no evidence of the missing woman. To this day, the case remains unsolved, and the family has no way of explaining just how their son managed to describe Sandra Hughes.
That wasn't scary at all.
In July 2022, TikTok user Lomedrix posted some home security footage that's left a lot of viewers confused and a little bit spooked.
Wait, you can do
The woman
sideway
in the
videos
feed
on
was
TikTok?
supposedly home alone when this footage was captured. Watching that again,
Is that
down
it?
the hallway, you can see a shadow pass by.
Doesn't it just feel like a cloud
A
moving
few viewers
outside?
suggested it might be passing traffic outside of the home that's causing the shadow to go by. However, the uploader confirmed that cars don't cast shadows when they
Bro,
pass
are
by
you
the house
fucking
in that
kidding me?
particular part of the hallway.
That's the bottom of the
The
barrel.
poster asked if the sighting was spooky or if there was some way of explaining the shadow more rationally. While some commenters
Light
looked to the
moved in
realms
my
of the
house.
paranormal to explain the bizarre shadow, some said
What?
it could be evidence of a prowler sneaking into the home.
It's like
Some
broad
viewers implored
daylight.
the poster to call the police to report what had happened. Assuming that this isn't a setup, how would you explain that mysterious shadow? Share your theories with one another down
I feel
below.
like it could be anything if you knew like what was outside.
In March 2022, this
Eyes.
TikToker with X teeth was at home chilling out watching some videos on the internet when they began to notice something moving at the corner of their eye. They took out their phone and began recording.
That a
Take look at
halo
what they saw.
bone skin?
Oh, Jesus, hell! That was. What is it doing?
It almost looks like fingers pressing up against the other side of the curtain.
Oh, Jesus, hell! That was. What is it doing?
The OP clarified
The
that
person's
behind
arm
the
doesn't
curtain is
even,
a
like,
sliding
react at
glass
all.
door, which was shut and locked at the time this video was captured. They said a fan was on the opposite side of the room, which explains the slight movement of the curtains, but the TikToker has no idea what caused the finger-like imprints. Freaked out by
Whoever
the
is sitting there
incident,
just
the
like
OP
doesn't
tried to
like
debunk
even
what had
react.
happened for several days, but was unable to come up with anything that could even vaguely resemble the impression seen here.
Oh, Jesus, hell!
They said they
Jesus
didn't get a
tail.
bad feeling as such from the incident. Instead, they thought perhaps a deceased relative was trying to make contact.
Looks like the face that people saw on Mars.
Next, we've got some CCTV footage from a farm at an undisclosed location. The clip was posted to TikTok by Paranormal 666, but its true
Yo,
origins remain a
666.
mystery. Take a look at what's been captured.
Looks like someone doing like
A
some kind
strange
of work.
figure appears next to the cow in the foreground. It lifts its arms up, then seems to collapse or disappear into the ground. Viewers agreed that the footage was indeed bizarre. Several people suggested that the landowner should call a priest to bless the land and cleanse the space of any evil spirits that might be present. Again, this is one of those short, shareable little clips with little to no information attached. So for now, this bizarre little clip will have to keep floating around the internet, continuing to be a complete mystery.
The bizarre little clip.
This next clip's been dividing audiences over on TikTok. When user Leanne18.18 was filming her son innocently playing in a pile of autumn leaves, she never expected to catch something quite so eerie on camera. Take a look at what she saw.
That was the kid getting pushed over. Just like a kid falling over.
As the OP's son throws something across the yard, he pauses for a moment, almost as if acknowledging that there's something there. Then, out of nowhere, it looks like the boy gets pushed by some sort of unseen force.
And then he's just like having fun again?
The uploader says that they only just moved into the area when this incident took place, and that it didn't take long for them to move out again. They also mention that this isn't the first time something strange has happened to their boy, but just what that is, they don't say. The comment section is divided on this one. Some say it looks like the boy falls over or deliberately falls back in a sort of playful manner, but a lot of people genuinely believe that something pushed the boy.
If he wasn't just like
So where do
fucking
you sit on this?
immediately
Did he just tumble, or was he pushed by some sort of unseen force?
rolling
Drop your
around the
opinions
leaves
in the
like
comments down
maybe,
below.
but clearly he's just like being manic, yeah.
Before we take a look at a freaky little home video that some are saying shows a ghost, remember to hit that subscribe button, then tickle that little bell icon there and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll be in the loop every time we drop our scary and mysterious videos.
Mysterious.
How's it, guys? TikTok removed my video previously.
When this TikToker sat down to watch some TV, they probably
Nice
never
toe.
expected to experience something eerie like this.
Your
It was
fucking
uploaded
phone
by
outta here.
user Prof. Peter de Klerk. The user explains that he's working from home with some TV on. He pans around the room when suddenly he shows this.
And my TV switched off in sleep mode. Is it just me?
I
Somebody sitting
hate
next
that
to
he
me
has
on
his
my
TV under the
freaking
stairs like that. That looks awful.
When the TV goes dark, you can see what looks like the reflection of another person sitting to the camera holder's
Ugh.
right.
I don't like that.
At the beginning of the video, we can clearly see that there's no one else sitting on the couch.
But it happened again. I'm just at home, alone, working, and my TV switched off in sleep mode.
So why does it appear as though there's a second person in the reflection of the TV? Naturally, the comment section went for a paranormal explanation. A lot of people said jokingly that if it can watch TV, it can pay rent. But others were a little more concerned for the TikToker, saying that he should have the space blessed immediately by a priest. They were worried that it could have attached itself to the OP and could be a bad omen or a sign of misfortune ahead. So, is this some kind of spiritual attachment, or is it all just a bit of fun for some TikTok views? Watch the clip again and decide for yourself.
How's it, guys? TikTok removed my video previously. But it happened again. I'm just at home, alone, working, and my TV switched off in sleep mode. Is it just me? Or somebody sitting next to me on my...
TikTok's trying to hide the truth about the ghosts.
Now, if you want more mysterious video clips like the ones you've just watched, then check out these links right there. Also a reminder, we've got an awesome range of hoodies and
TikTok works for the Catholic Church to spread the lies of there being demons and ghosts. Slapped Ham is just a conduit to serve it to the people. I'm about to blow the fucking lid off this one. Yep. All there is to it.
My name is Dalton, and this is my story.
Chrono Trigger?
It all started when my friends dared me to stay in an abandoned haunted train.
What?
When I got there, I said goodbye to my friends and walked to the train. It was freezing. I'm lucky I brought my thermal coat, otherwise I would have got frostbite. So when I got to the train, I found a perfect room to sleep in for the night, and I laid down for 20 minutes and fell asleep.
Cool.
I woke up to the sound of screaming and windows being broken. I jumped out of bed and looked out to the hallway, and to my disbelief, I saw a ghostly man looking through all the train cabs for something or someone. Just then, we locked eyes. He came running after me at full speed. I just stood there, terrified out of my mind, when he touched me. At that point, I woke up and realized it was all a nightmare.
It was all a dream.
I decided to not sleep that night. So I went on my phone, and 10 minutes later, I heard screaming again and windows being broken. I
It sounded
looked
like a
out to
bird.
the hallway to make sure that man wasn't there. But he was. I thought to myself, did I see into the future? But I didn't waste any time thinking. I grabbed all my things and climbed out a broken window to escape. I called my friends to pick me up and tell them what happened. As I looked back, the man was staring at me. Then he disappeared. Did I just imagine that man, or was it a ghost? But no matter what, I will never forget that man's cold and lifeless face as he stared at me with his creepy smile.
All right.
A few days ago, I was with my girlfriend and ended up coming home late. Since I wanted to finish something on my game development project, I lost track of time and went to sleep around 3 a.m.
Like a nerd.
So anyways, I fell asleep. Later that night, I had a dream that resembled my school breaks, but it was in a train, bus-ish thing. At breaks,
What?
I used to patrol around school and see a bunch of people and say hi, laugh with them, annoy them, and just energetic social shit.
Busage?
So after messing around with my friends in my dream, I went to sit on a train chair. When I started bending over the chair, suddenly I saw an old lady figure. She looked pretty, I don't know how to explain it, kind of like the old lady from the comic Bone, but a messed up, skinny version of her. She moved in my direction while moving her hands in big, weird circles. And suddenly I felt a hand holding my wrist really hard. I got scared, while the holding started to be more painful. Then I realized it was a dream and tried to wake up. I managed to wake up about a minute after.
You wouldn't have a
Woke up
ghost
while my
sugar
wrist
mama?
was in heavy pain. I looked at the clock.
Or a
to check
ghost
the
sugar
time.
daddy?
It was
Come
8
on.
in the morning, and my eyes were still blurry. I got my phone to check if my girlfriend sent me a message. Nope, only a message from my mom. Since she usually texts me recipes, I decided to check later. I went back to sleep and woke up a few hours later. I opened my phone and checked the message from my mom. Hi, we didn't want to interrupt you this morning. Grandma just died. I was totally shocked. I didn't
That
tell
was
anyone but
Grandma?
my girlfriend about it. It's such a weird feeling.
Yeah, that was actually a point of view from the royal family. Queen Elizabeth, the cryptid.